everybody. How's it going? Welcome, hail and well met. Welcome to TPK Roleplay. Surely you're weary from your travels, looking for respite and relaxation. Come join us, settle down into a comfy seat, and we'll regale you with a tale of mystery. I'm Osarix Franco, your humble entertainer and guide. With me is my merry band of players, lined up for your convenience.
Hey everybody, I'm Turk, and we're doing character interactions after this. So,
Hi, that's me next. Hi, that's me. Hi, I'm DMFC. Hi, it's nice to see everybody.
Hola, I'm Noir Nigla. You can call me Noir.
Hi, I'm Luke Locke. Welcome.
Welcome indeed. And together we're going to weave the story of the lost number. I hope you'll all listen and listen well, because like most stories, the devil is in the details. Our story takes place in the city of Bellport, and I'm going to throw out a handout for you all right now. Let's see. Perfect. This grand city was built directly into the cliffs that soar over the bay. Its architecture, a marvel of the world. For hundreds of years, craftsmen and architects meticulously chiseled civilization into granite walls, and life echoed loudly in the streets. However, not all good things last. 10 years prior, an unprecedented earthquake ripped the city asunder, shattering parts of the cliff and destroying large portions of the city, killing hundreds. While the upper district remains mostly intact, most of the city has had to rebuild and reestablish. This left many without homes, or worse, without families. The lower district struggles to return to normalcy, choked by the debris of its former splendor. But where there's chaos and uncertainty, there's also opportunity. Each of our adventurers find themselves in Bellport, each with their own motives and their own but their goal is the same: work and pay. Through connections in taverns, adventure guilds, and the ever-popular help wanted boards, they find themselves with a job flyer. Let's see, we're going to show that. And it says, urgent. Adventurers needed. Reward 500 GP. Job requires a high level of discretion. Please report to the lower district constable station for further details. Signed, Constable D. Charles. And with that, we are going to go ahead and move right over to the constable office. All right. So, let me make sure we're all lined up. Look good on the stream. All right, so the first to arrive, it looks like, is Bird. Luca, will you go ahead and describe your character for us?
Yeah, Bird is going to walk in, and she is tiny. She couldn't be over 5 feet or 90 pounds, just a very slim, small, petite figure. She looks vaguely elven from the point in her ears, though those slightly rounded features would give away possibly human aspects as well. And she will walk in just kind of timidly, eyes wide, but looking around in wonderment at just the regular hustle and bustle of this constable station.
Awesome. The next to arrive, let me get where I need to be, is Bootstrap.
perfect. Right. So escorting Bootstrap in is another guard briefly as he comes in chains, clacking along with his prison boots and no shirt. He is a well-built, very tall man with a streak, almost half mohawk of blonde hair and mutton chops down the sides. covered in tattoos, but most prominently are the several skulls on his back, each with small names etched onto him. As he comes in, he kind of nonchalantly turns to the guard as he unhooks his arms apart. Thank you very much. I'll take the rest of these, and then maybe you'll pick me up,
Awesome.
and I'll move my way in.
Great. Shortly after Saint, we're gonna have Elliot arrive.
Awesome. So when you see Elliot arrive, he is very obviously human. Tan skin, about 6'1", pretty burly, 220 pounds, kind of barrel chested. He's got a pretty plain shirt on, with the sleeves rolled up about halfway, and leather armor and traveling pants and boots, very well worn, probably like really old, but meticulously cared for and maintained. He has an absolute arsenal strapped to his body. There is on his left hip a long sword in a scabbard. There's a short sword in a sheath on his back. There are 2 hatchets behind his back, so that he can grab them from behind with the hatchets facing down. He also has a leather harness over his shoulder that goes down to a quiver on his leg, and attached to the harness is a longbow, which, as he walks into the room, reaches up to his shoulder, smiles to the people that are already here, and kind of gives a little nod, and reaches the buckle, and the whole contraption that has the bow and quiver just kind of come apart, and he sets it next to the door and figures he's in the right place, so he's kind of quietly keeping to himself.
All right, awesome. And then the last to arrive is Noir, correct me, or actually, I'm gonna let you pronounce it first.
The next to walk in is Rael. He is he's pretty unassuming. His clothes, while clean and fine, are covered with a pretty dreary cloak. He's got glasses on and a hood covering most of his face. You can see that he's got that he's just holding his glasses as he walks in, and he's got a longbow strapped to his back with a quiver, and you can see just the edges of a hilt of a short sword. And he just walks in, looks to see if there's any seating, sees a chair, and takes a seat.
Great. Do any of the characters interact with each other, or is it all just kind of like, hey guys?
Elliot is very much kind of watching everything and just smiling, waiting for someone to say something.
I've got a quick administration thing. Apparently, Sarah's audio is only coming through for people's left earphones. But you sound fine to us, so it's got to be something on the stream side, because it's not coming through Zoom.
Let me see.
But I have no idea what setting would even make it so
do that.
Your mic would only sound up to people's left ears.
Let's see. Oh, we've got help on the way. Yes, please.
Brizzy to the rescue.
I know.
Everybody say hi to Brizzy. He
This
plays
is
the
Brizzy.
druid in my Curse of Strahd
He's
campaign.
helping.
Hi, Brizzy.
But yeah, so while they're dealing with that, since we all sound normal, I would say that we do our interaction, if that's okay, DM.
Yes, go for it.
Okay. So, first things first, as you guys kind of walk in, she's just gonna Bird's just gonna kind of tuck away to the side and very wide-eyed, but friendly, look at all of you and smile as you come in.
Jab gives you a look when he first comes in.
Isle's going to, after a moment, put his hair down, and you just see a pretty pale individual with whited out eyes and pale, messy mop of hair. And he goes, "Well, they did say discretion, and we're all pretty quiet."
Are you all here for the job?
Oh, you fucking kidding me with this lot?
Hi.
It's really gonna be you three.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
God.
yes, it is.
If they let me.
If they let you in, if they let you in. You're gonna be loads of fun.
I'm Bird. What's your name?
Oh, I don't give a shit what your name is. If it's your bird. But if it matters, you call me Bootstrap.
I'm Rael.
And Elliot walks
Nice
right
to
over to
meet you.
Bootstrap with his hand out and goes, "I'm Elliot. It's a pleasure to meet you."
Yeah, you can put that right back where you found it.
No problem. I get it.
I
Jennifer?
really like your voice.
Thanks. I grew it
Do you-
myself.
Do you travel a lot, Mr. Bootstrap?
You're a real talkative, Lord, aren't you?
Well, if we're gonna be solving mysteries together, then we have to learn how to work as a team.
Right. That's good. Well,
We could be friends. I'm a good friend. Are you a good friend?
oh, I'm a great friend.
That's great. We'll be great friends then.
Great friend. I couldn't help but notice that you came in manacled.
Oh yeah, you noticed my accessories, did you?
Yeah, they were very nice, but definitely curious what that was all about.
Oh well, let's say you're all getting paid and I'm getting a little payment towards a sentence of sorts.
Community
Accommodation.
service.
Well,
Service is a good thing to do. You must be a very good person.
Oh no, he's most likely a convict.
Okay.
Alright, I might actually end up liking you, white face.
As that interaction kind of happens, the door on the interior of the office is going to open up, and in is going to walk a woman. Let me show her to you. A woman who appears to be in her late 40s. Her short black hair is beginning to silver at the temples, framing her gentle but serious face. Her hazel gaze is steady between arched brows and high cheekbones. A scar streaks across her brown skin beneath her right eye, a short story of violence. Her pauldrons and breastplate shine in the fading light as spotless as the rest of her attire. A lone longsword hangs at her side casually, and her stance exudes earned authority. She glances around the room and kind of mentally takes stock of you and quietly asks, "I suppose you're here for the job?"
Yes. For solving a murder, correct?
She kind of thinks to herself, "You could say that. I'm sorry. Where are my manners? I am Constable D. Charles." And she gives a short but curt little bow to you.
Bird will bow back. I am Bird.
Lovely to meet you, Bird.
Elliot bows back and says, "I'm Elliot Hawking."
Yes, and
These are my friends.
Oh, you all are acquainted. You've
Yes, we just met.
Oh,
As of about 5 minutes ago, yes.
Oh, brilliant. And your name, sir?
Rael.
Rael. Pleasure to meet you. And at this point, she's moved into the room and she kind of eyes Bootstrap and she goes, yes, and you must be Bootstrap, correct?
Oh, you remember my name?
Well, the file was extensive. I do my best. She gestures to the desk behind her that's just littered in administrative paperwork and says, I do my best to stay as read up as possible. I suspect that you will have everything that you need.
Should be fine. Keeping all my instruments about me.
She nods and then quietly moves to the front door, where she throws a bolt to lock it into place, sighs, and then turns around and looks at you. Well, thank you for coming. I have hired you to help me find and apprehend Billy Sides. He is suspected of murder, and I need your help finding him. I can relay all the details to you. I have several witnesses here in case you would like to question them. I also have, she swallows hard, I have the victim's body here if you might want to take a look at that.
Physically here?
Yes, physically here. And her face is totally straight as she says this.
Seems easy enough.
I'd like to take a look at the body, please.
Excellent. I will lead you in. First, let me give you some pointers or some cliff notes as to the crime. You see, there was a public disturbance that took place last night in the town square. There were two witnesses, June and Greville. I have them here. I've been holding them here just to make sure that you could listen to their testimonies. But I'll give you kind of the cliff notes. They say they saw two men get into an encounter. One was identified as Billy Sides. They heard him yelling, arguing, and then shortly after, there was a bright flash of light, and Billy was seen fleeing the scene. The victim is one Hugh No Jacket Padgham, a fine young man. Like I said, I'll show you the corpse, but that's sort of the situation. I'd be happy to take you to the witnesses now, unless you have questions off the bat.
I actually do, if you don't mind. You said the witnesses were June and Gravel?
Correct.
DM, can you spell the name?
Mm-hmm. So June, like the month, and then Greville, Greville.
Okay. And you also said the body was here, and that Billy Sides was the suspect, was seen fleeing the scene.
Yes.
And that the victim was Hugh No Jacket, and I missed the last name.
Padgham. It's spelled Padgham.
Do any of these people have a history or anything? Sorry.
Okay.
They do, actually. Both are members of a... She kind of cocks her head to the side, looking for the right term. A group of friends, of youth. They've recently begun to refer to themselves as Genesis. There's never been this sort of trouble coming from them before. So this is a bit odd, but yes, as far as I am aware, they're friends.
So Billy Sides and Hugh were part of Genesis.
Correct.
Together.
Correct.
Constable Charles.
Yes, Bert.
If we know who the murderer is, and it's Billy Sides, what are we investigating?
Well, really, I just need you to help me find Billy as quickly and quietly as possible to bring him in. I'm sure once you see the body, you'll understand why I've not just declared a manhunt. Also, I'm hesitant to cause panic in the lower district. You see, these kinds of behaviors, these activities, they aren't common, and I would hate for my community to be in an uproar. So I'm trying to, do my job and keep the peace.
Does the Genesis Club have a clubhouse?
They do. However, they've recently moved. I'm unaware of where their new location is. But I'm hopeful.
Pardon? One more question. And she's gonna kind of scoot closer. She's like, What is a convict?
Dee's gonna smile a little bit and look at Bootstrap and just plainly state, a convict is someone who has committed a crime and is currently repaying society for that crime.
Okay. So it's someone that did something bad but is now making it better.
Yeah, that is
Okay.
a perfect statement.
Okay.
If there are no more questions, I'm very keen to see the body.
Absolutely. And she very determinedly strides back across the room to where she entered and said, if you wouldn't mind following me, I'd be happy to take you deeper in.
If Elliot gets to this little doorway before anyone else, he would stop and just let them pass.
Perfect.
Very much like smiles on his face, like, oh, please, after you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to move the map on the street?
Yes. Perfect. So as you enter into this first room, there are lines of tables on the wall opposite of you. It looks clearly like this is where the fellow guards that report to D would maybe kind of like a break room vibe. On the wall where the door is, there's empty weapon racks with a few remaining shields hanging. The room feels very empty, where it normally feels like maybe this is kind of a communal area. However, at seating at one of the tables in the corner, you see two figures. And as Dee walks in, she says, "This is Greville and June. If you would be interested in interviewing them now, that could be arranged. Or we can look at the body first. Which would you prefer?"
How do the two of them like appear? Do they appear nervous? Do they appear like they're pissed off to still be there?
So let's talk about it. So first off, we'll talk about June. Let's see. There we go. So June is a young woman. She sits quietly. Her tired blue eyes are swollen and cheeks red from crying. She sits huddled over a bowl of half-eaten stew, quiet tears slowly dripping onto the table. While Greville, who sits opposite of you and is kind of giving you the eye. Let's see, show. He's a dwarf, and he stares coldly as you enter the room. His bearded jaw is set in a stubborn line, and his brow angled low in frustration, the telltale signs of a person who's running out of patience.
I'm sure they'll be fine here, Rael, if we want to go see the body first.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Bird's gonna go up and
Sounds
put
fun.
her hand on June's shoulder and be like, "It's okay. You don't need to cry. It's okay. We're gonna help."
June's gonna kind of like shudder away and go, okay, and just kind of cry a little bit more into the soup. And Greville across the table is gonna kind of taking forever across, just grumble angrily to himself.
Bird's gonna pull out and
A
hand her a
magnanimous
little piece of
dispensation.
cloth, and she's like, "It's okay. Maybe you could wipe your tears." "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We'll try and hurry." And then she'll go to follow the others to look at the body.
Great.
Elliot would be waiting for Bird to go before he goes in.
Gotcha. Sorry, let me just navigate this map for stream. Okay, so as you walk in and Dee is leading the way, you hear some rustling coming from one of the cells. And as she kind of passes through to go in this first door, a young man's voice calls from the cell, Dee, come on, Dee, let me out. This is ridiculous. You shouldn't be holding me here, Dee. Like, this is seriously a joke. Like, you're really just gonna lock me up like this? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is absurd. And Dee's gonna completely ignore him and continue to move in this direction.
Bird will wave.
He'll kind of raise his eyebrow, but continue to like, Dee, come on, Dee, we want the same thing, Dee. And Dee's gonna lead you into this small room here, where right there is the body. She'll gesture.
Can I have a moment before the body?
Mhm.
So as everyone goes in, again, Elliot would be the last one in. He would turn back to the person in the cell that was saying that
Mm-hmm.
and silently stare right at him.
Mm-hmm.
Smile on his face. Does he do anything? Like I'm like just staring him down.
Yeah, so he's gonna look at you and be like, hey, dude, are, could you help me? Can you help me?
Elliot kind of just keeps staring right at him.
He's gonna put his hands up and he'll step away from the bars and be like, I guess not. And he's gonna grumpily like flump down in the hammock that's set up in the cell and wait for Dee to come back.
Elliot joins everyone else.
Awesome. As you guys all enter the room, Dee will kind of gesture to the body and say, so here is Hugh. Apologies for the mess. We don't normally have deceased victims in the office, but again, just wanted to make sure that we kept this as discreet as possible. And you'll notice that this room seemed to be more of like a storage room or / training area. Like the desks have been kind of moved together. There's a couple of armoires, and there's just the body of a young man, probably in his 20s, blonde hair, laid out on the table.
Rael, you said you want to
obvious
look.
signs of cause of death?
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Awesome. 14 plus 7, 21.
Yep, that'll do it. So as you go over to the body and you start inspecting for like wounds of any kind, you'll notice that there's no stab wounds, there's no choking, like there doesn't seem to be any physical harm done to this body. However, when you look around the eye sockets and like the webbing between the fingers seems to be like kind of like a bluish purple color. It almost looks like the life was sucked out of him rather than an actual physical blow.
Can I see if I know of any magic that would have a similar effect?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
That is a nat 20.
Yeet.
27 total.
Yeah, as you look at him, you suspect that whatever killed him appears to be a strength drain power. Like something reached out to him and just sucked the strength out of him.
If Ryle is looking him over, I'm gonna a bird will look and be like, "Are you good at investigating dead bodies?"
Yes, it helps me to understand the bodies and people.
Do you know what's wrong with him? I mean, what hurt him?
Not exactly. I have ideas. Whatever it was, it drained his strength. There's no obvious signs of death, no contusions, no lacerations, nothing of the sort. This is, I would say, magic based, but I only understand the bare basics of magic, really. I'm not studied like anyone who would have gone to an arcane college.
Dee at this point kind of clears her throat and says, I'm not very good with magic items or magic in general, though typically I would say any victims of murder that I've seen, generally there's some, physical violence to the body. I am a bit concerned. Billy doesn't seem the type to have these abilities to do this, which is why I've called in, extra help. I am a bit shorthanded, but I don't really know what to make of it. So I'm really grateful, Rael, for you and your skills. I'm hopeful that you'll be able to kind of figure out what happened.
Can you tell me everything that you know of his relationship with the suspect?
Yes, absolutely. Dee's gonna glance over to make sure that the door is closed to the room, and seeing that it is, she'll continue and say, as I mentioned before, they're both members of, and she smiles, Genesis. Yes. See, this group, I'm not sure if you are aware, though I'm sure you are aware if you've been in the city for any length of time. There was a large earthquake about 10 years ago. It damaged quite a large portion of the lower district and left a lot of kids without families. She pauses for a moment. Left a lot of people without families. Some of these kids, Hugh and Billy being chief among them. Also, she nods back out. Colin, also, he's the young man currently in the cell. They kind of banded together to survive and exist. Most of the time, they stay out of trouble. I mean, they're kids. What are you gonna do? But I'm actually really proud of them. They built a sense of community for themselves and others orphaned by the earthquake. The group is led by Lily, just a wicked smart young woman, someone with incredible talents. They generally make their money exploring the ruins around. Like I mentioned, most of the city, at least this district, was destroyed, and there's a lot of secrets under all that rock. They've managed to make a living kind of scavenging around and selling magical items. And like I said before, this kind of behavior is very uncommon for them. They're essentially each other's family. I can't imagine what would possess Billy to do something like this. It doesn't make any sense to me. But my concern is that something so brazen might call attention to the lower quarter and bring, additional scrutiny that might hurt the rest of those kids. So I'm just trying to keep this on the down low so we can make sure that our community stays intact.
You said that Genesis is led by a young woman named Willie. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Just
Willie or Lily?
Lily,
Yeah.
like the flower.
Lily. Okay, sorry. Lily.
Bert's
Okay.
gonna just, while you guys are talking, she's gonna just reach out and very slowly touch the dead man's hand
Okay.
and just
Make a constitution. No, I'm just kidding.
Instant kill.
The next thing he would ask is, what is Colin currently being held for?
She gets a little bit of a annoyed look on her face. Well, he was trying to break in to the office again, and I had no choice but to lock him up. And he will remain so until the rest of this investigation is completed. He seems hell-bent on just causing quite a ruckus. So my intention is to keep him here, so his impact might be diminished some.
Why would he break in here?
Exactly.
I suspect to see Hugh's body. I suspect that he has taken upon himself some vigilante justice, which is less than ideal.
So he didn't. He said that he said again, in response to how many. You said that he tried to break in again. This has only happened since Hugh has died, correct?
Oh no, Colin thinks himself quite the master thief. See, whenever we confiscate certain items, he's quick to try and retrieve them from our armory.
At hearing that, I would like to check Hugh's pockets and to see if he's wearing anything outside of his class, you know?
Yeah, so as you go over him, there's just going to be like a dagger in a belt, and not much else. Maybe some like loose change, some copper, maybe like a few silver. but not really anything of note.
I have a working theory. Are there any other questions the rest of you would like to ask?
Yeah. You say you got a member of the little gang sitting right in the cell and you still don't know where the hideout is?
Well, Colin can be difficult at times.
You're one of those coppers, gotcha.
Well, I mean, he is a decent enough young man, but has quite an issue with authority figures.
Got it.
Constable Charles,
Yes, miss.
is there a bad guy around that you're concerned about? You keep locking and checking the doors.
Roll an insight check for me, Bird.
Vibe check.
Vibe check this girl.
Can I? Because I would have been trying. I've actually been like holding off asking about her and her demeanor. I'd like to help that check, please.
Okay, yeah. Bird, roll with advantage.
Okay, let me see. It was a 21.
Okay, yeah. So you ask that question, and her kind of posture this whole time has been very like standing at the ready, you know, arms behind her back, politely answering your questions. And when you ask that, there's a certain stiffness that kind of enters her body, and she pauses for maybe a little bit too long. And Elliot, since you're kind of also watching this, I think you get the sense that she is trying to keep some information from you. And then she'll look at Bird and say, there are some goings-ons in the city. I'm sure you've noticed there's not very many people here currently, as most of my staff has been called to the upper district to respond to an incident. I lock the door just as a general practice. And you get the sense she's full of shit.
Constable Charles, it's not very nice to lie to people that are here to help you.
She raises her eyebrow at that. I understand that my behavior might seem questionable. However, my job often requires that I not reveal everything that is happening in the city of Bellport at any given time. I'm trying to give you as much information that's relevant to the case as possible. The other goings-ons shouldn't have any influence over what we are dealing with here.
Constable, with all due respect, are you sure about that? I mean, I'm just the hired sword. I'm here to protect and keep the peace, but if there's something in the city that might affect our ability to do this or the safety of the people that I've found myself with, I think we should know.
Roll a persuasion check for me, Elliot.
Yeah, because I got great charisma. Yeah, nope. Even with advantage, that's a 6.
So, I was gonna try and do something to help with that.
Okay, what were you gonna do? Here's my thing.
Bird's gonna look at her and say, secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone. And she's gonna hand her out a small pebble and be like, here. This rock will help you choose better decisions in the future, so you don't lie and hurt your friends.
Yeah, so Dee will... is this a cast of any kind?
It's literally, she's handing a small little pebble with like a cool little fossil design on it that she
just keeps in her pocket.
Somewhere.
Okay, yeah. Did you roll? Go ahead and roll again.
I rolled at advantage.
Oh, you did?
Already?
Okay.
I did because chat got it.
Okay.
So.
Okay. she'll take the stone.
Still no dice.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, all good. All
It's
good.
okay.
She'll take the stone, and she'll look at you, and say, "Listen. I understand. Again, I must reiterate the nature of my job is to protect my community. So I can't tell you everything, but I will tell you, there has been a threat in the upper district. All of my men have been called there. My concern is that if things with this," she gestures to Hugh's body, "if they get out of hand, it might bring the full force and panic of the rest of, the city guards to the lower district, and those kids are going to get hurt. I'm trying to prevent that at all costs."
Like, absent mind, like, not really 100% engaged in the conversation,
Mm-hmm.
like, still kind of looking over the body.
Mhm.
Ryle's gonna say, crime is complex and it doesn't happen in a vacuum. A murder can be started from an embezzlement plot. Something that seems to have no effect on one thing could have an effect on everything. I'm not saying to give us the information or not. I'm simply saying that whatever we provide to you, you see the bigger picture. Put it all together and omit nothing. And I would very much like to talk to Colin.
Her jaw will she'll kind of grit her jaw a little bit when you say that, and she'll say, "I understand the desire to speak with Colin. However, in my experience, he will just say whatever he needs to say in order to be released from here. I don't believe that he is a reliable source of information for this investigation."
Perhaps if talking to you, that might be true. And perhaps if talking to me, that might be true as well. But I believe that a conversation between Hugh and Colin might give us something that neither of us are expecting.
Perhaps. She kind of sighs. If you insist on speaking with Colin, that's fine. Though I would like to be present for that conversation, just because there might be some inconsistencies with what Colin relays to you, specifically around his imprisonment, and I would not appreciate him, defaming my good name.
Now, can I do an insight check on her?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, that's gonna be 18.
18.
Yep.
Yeah, so you get this. She's being totally honest, and there's no you don't sense any dark motives. You legitimately think and believe her when she says she just thinks that Colin's gonna tell some fibs, and kind of like a mom with their kid in a principal's office. You know what I mean? She's trying to she's disappointed in his actions, but you don't get the sense that she's she's holding him for nefarious reasons.
All right, so as he responds, his skin is going to shimmer a little bit, and he's slowly starting to turn into Hugh, and he goes, "Don't worry, you have a badge. I trust you." And then by the time he's finished saying that, it's just Hugh standing in front of her.
Yeah, Dee's, the color's gonna kind of drain from her face. Players, do any of you have a response to his sudden change in appearance?
Bird is just standing wide-eyed, and her mouth is open, and she's gonna look, and then just look at him and be like, "This is a very good trick."
Fucking Asmodeus' balls, you're a changey.
In a perfect mimic of your voice, he goes, "Fucking hell, I am."
Fuck that.
I feel like Elliot would have seen a changeling before. I really do. For how much he's traveled, I really
Okay.
do think he would have seen it. So I would have taken it in stride.
Yeah, so Dee seeing this, she's going, again, the color's going to drain from her face, and she's going to go, this is a bit unorthodox, but I strongly suggest that you, if you interview Colin, that you do it as yourself. I'm afraid that this might cause undue trauma to him, and I'm not comfortable with this kind of interrogation. This feels awful, and I'm sorry, but no, I must insist that you do not
He
speak to
turns
Colin in
back.
this state.
Because
Okay.
I've solved plenty of cases using this method, but if it makes you uncomfortable,
I understand,
Well-
but I just
we'll go by the book.
excellent. Thank you. Okay.
Boring.
Yes. So you'd like to speak to him now?
No. I don't think he'll tell me anything different than he told you.
Oh, okay. Excellent. I should also mention, as Hugh lays there on the table, he doesn't have a jacket, hence the no jacket nickname.
I kind of figured.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
That was.
All right, players. Now, choice is yours. Where are we headed? Do we want to speak to Colin?
Yeah,
Or
Bird
to the
would
other-
like to go out. She's probably going to stop by Colin's cell, though she's hoping to try her best to get in a word before Constable Charles gets right up there.
Yeah.
She's gonna try and like whisper. She's like, "I heard you hunt for secret treasure."
Can you roll a stealth for me? Because
Yes.
she's on high alert.
Yeah, I was just gonna try and like go over there really quick and like very quickly whisper. But yeah, let me roll you a stealth. Oh, it's a 19.
Yeah, I'll allow that. You'll
She's
just
very small.
Yep. So as she kind of like, she'll duck out as they open the door, and Dee's gonna kind of move to position herself here in the room, and you'll get that out, and you'll see him kind of look over the edge of the hammock where he's kind of reclined back. And let me go ahead and introduce you guys to Colin Phillips.
Big fan of the facial hair. Just saying it right now.
A
Honestly,
slice,
the whole outfit.
right? A sly smile splits across the young man's roguish face, revealing perfect white teeth. His blue eyes dance with mirth as he reaches a gloved hand to rub his bearded chin, his heavy brow raised as if to ask, "Who, me?" Thick silver hoops dangle from his pierced ears. Everything about him seems sharp, from the bridge of his nose to the bottom of his pointed shoes. Though he leans in his hammock casually, you can sense that there's energy tightly winding itself inside him, readying him for his next move. Various belts weave across his waist, each adorned with small pouches, no doubt filled with various curiosities. And with that kind of smile on his face, he goes, "Yeah, I find treasures. What of it?" And then as behind you, he'll see Dee kind of getting out of the room, and he'll kind of start to get up and like awkwardly climb out of the hammock and move to the bars and be like, "So Dee, you're gonna let me out, right? You're gonna let me help these guys? You guys are helping, right?"
Attempting to?
"Oh, yes. Always an attempt. So you're gonna let me out, right? Like, Dee, seriously. What? Like, it's not... I get it. I'll stop breaking into the office. Just let me out."
Can I incite that?
Yes, you can.
Jeez. 18 plus.
Yeah, he never intends to try to stop
Yeah.
breaking in.
Are you trying to get in the office, Colin?
He looks at Bird and just kind of like curiously. And I think he'd actually like drop down to kind of be eye level with her, assuming that maybe she's like a kid, and go, "Well, sometimes the best things are places that you're not supposed to go." And then he'll stand back up. And in this instant, Dee, one of them happens supposedly to be one of my best friends.
She's gonna lean up closer to the cage. She's like, "Colin, did you find a spooky treasure?"
He's kind of staring at Dee as he says that last bit, and he'll look at her and be like, "Spooky treasure, what do you mean?"
Nothing. Sometimes you find cool treasures, and sometimes kids will fight over them. I was just wondering. Thank you.
Okay.
And she's gonna walk away from the bars.
Dee's just standing kind of in the middle of the room, away from you guys, in that same readied position with her hands, crossed behind her back, and just refusing to look at Colin, just kind of staring straight ahead. And he's, again, just up on the bars, holding them and looking at the rest of you. So you're not going to let me out?
Ryle, didn't you want to talk to the witnesses in the other room?
Yes, I do have one question for Colin, and I'll ask it as myself.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you trying to retrieve Hugh? He has nothing on him.
You watch Colin's face, kind of a flash of grief cross his face. So what you're telling me is it really
fuck,
is,
he didn't know.
really is Hugh in there. And, his eyes, they're just like the bottom of his eyes will start to kind of well with tears, and he'll just kind of glare daggers at Dee and be like, "So he's really in there, huh?" And Dee won't respond.
Whoopsie.
Any other questions?
That's it.
Bert's gonna head in to talk to June and Gribble.
Awesome. So
If we're moving to the other room, I kind of want to do something.
okay.
So I've been like gesturing for everybody to go past me.
Mm-hmm.
Has she let me do that every time?
Yes, but this time she'll wait. This time she's kind of positioned to push everybody into the next room.
I will come into the next room, but I'd like to stand as close to this little entranceway as possible.
Okay.
And still keeping at least part of my body in sight of Colin.
Great. What's Bootstrap up to?
I just give a small little tap of the forehead to him. My condolences, jailbird. And I'll move into the next room.
Colin's kind of got his head. He's like pressing them against the bar, looking down. And as you guys walk away, he'll slam his hand on the bars and move back to his hammock. Dee's gonna come in and she'll position herself just in the corner, giving you guys enough space to talk to June and Greville. So, Bird, as you approach them, Greville has now kind of assumed just a full, just think dude who's being, held, and he is annoyed. This is a waste. If he had a watch, he'd be checking it, just fully annoyed. And June has just continued to kind of, sit in the corner and, pick at this stew quietly every once in a while, just, as she's not really eating it.
Bird's gonna, she's got this, thing of string here, and she's gonna pull some off and loop it around into a quick little braid, and she's gonna hand it to Greville, and she's like, "Here, hold out your hand."
He'll look at you for a second, and then just slowly...
She's gonna loop the string around and tie it on his wrist. She's like, "I made you a friendship bracelet, so now we're friends, and I'm so sorry that it took a while in there. We're trying to solve a murder, you know."
Greville will look at the bracelet and then look across the room at Dee and go, "Some real talent you found yourself, Dee. Some real talent." Just
That's so
grumpy.
nice of you to say. We're already good friends.
He'll
Can you tell me about what happened?
He's just gonna grump, kind of to himself. As you ask, what happened, June across the table will kind of give another and Greville will sigh. "I mean, I already told Dee, so I don't see the point of me having to repeat myself. But if you must know, we were in the town square, wanted to open my stall. It's minding my own business. sure enough, those two youngins came marching through the square, just bickering like siblings that they are. They stopped and they kept yelling at each other. Suddenly, I heard Billy just yelling, "I'm never coming back," or something like that. And all of a sudden, there was this light, just crazy. And when we were finally all able to see again, just saw Billy just taking off, hoofing it as fast as that critter could go down an alley, and Hugh just laying there, deader than a stone, right in the middle of town. And as he says that, June kind of starts sniffling and starts crying a little bit more steadily.
Gravel, do you know how Hugh died?
Well, I couldn't rightly see what with the light and everything. One second he was up, next second he was down. I assume that Billy must have stabbed him or something.
Did you see any blood?
Well, I didn't approach the body. Didn't seem my place.
Interesting. Can I insight any of it?
Insight? Yeah. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
1. Never mind.
Well, even with a 1, he's fully telling the truth.
Okay.
Hi, June. Did the handkerchief help at all?
She looks up again, just wet red eyes. You can tell that she's been crying off and on for pretty much the whole day. She, thank you very much. It was very nice of you. She's gonna kind of dab at her cheeks.
Death is hard to see sometimes. I understand why your feelings are so hurt. Could you tell me what happened?
Well, I'm like Grevel. I didn't see much. It just, Hugh and Billy, and Billy seemed really upset. Normally he would stop and talk, but he didn't. He just kept storming by, and Hugh seemed really concerned, like he just wanted to talk, and they stopped and started talking, and it looked like right before the flash, maybe Billy tried to push Hugh. He yelled something like, "Get out of my way," and then, like Grevel said, there was that flash of light, and once it went away, Hugh was just, and again, she's just gonna start crying.
Okay, Bird's gonna put out her hand and cast Druidcraft and do a little blooming flower in her hand.
Awesome.
And just hand it to June, and she's like, "I'm so sorry for making you relive that memory. Were you part of their club?"
June's gonna furiously shake her head back and forth. No, I work at one of the shops in town. They generally only take kids or people that don't have anyone else. But I know them. I mean, everyone knows everyone in the lower district, and I mean, I would say that we knew each other, and Billy, and she, despite the crying, her cheeks get a little more flushed. I always really liked Billy. He was always so nice.
Do you know their friend Lily too?
She nods and says, "Yeah, Lily doesn't get out as much as the rest of them, but she seems all right."
You know where their clubhouse is?
She shakes her head.
I'm worried that their friends might be upset as well, and I wanted to help. Can I insight check her to see if she's telling the truth?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Can I help her so
Yes.
Bird has advantage?
Yes, correct.
19.
Yep, 100%.
Advantage.
You believe she is
Okay.
being fully honest with you. I wish I knew more, but I mean, I can never get Billy to really tell me the time of day, though I guess that's probably for the best since he's a murderer. And she just starts crying.
Okay, she's gonna just like kind of pat and stand there by her side, and just kind of like pat her shoulder, trying to get her to calm down.
Okay. Bootstrap, Elliot, are you guys up to anything else?
Not at the moment. Listen to these people drone on.
Elliot, who is normally like impeccable posture and like very attentive and paying attention,
Mm-hmm.
Elliot is making a little bit more of an effort to adjust his weaponry to
Okay.
make some noise, and not trying to like signal Colin,
Mm-hmm.
but definitely glancing over a couple times to see if I can catch his eye.
At this point, he's kind of like back in his cell, and I don't like you're making noise, and Dee might kind of look over at you just to see how you're moving your equipment.
Literally just shifting it
yeah.
on my body. And making
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
it's-
and not any concern, but she'll just kind of glance over every once in a while. But you won't get any read
Okay.
from Colin in the cell, and she'll actually kind of look at you. Did you leave your harness at the door?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. And she'll just look at you and kind of size up your gear, a very trained eye kind of moving across your armor, kind of checking out your specs, essentially, like seeing what you're working with, and just kind of
Sure.
nod, and then turn back to the rest of the room.
Okay.
And just for clarification, it was Billy who said, "I'm leaving. I'm not coming back." Okay.
And then he was also the one that yelled, "Get out of my way."
And I can't recall. Did they say that Hugh said anything in response?
Nope. They weren't
Bird-
able to make out anything that Hugh said.
Bird's gonna turn to Grevel and be like, "Grevel, friend, could you help me? And could you make sure today when you leave that you walk June home? She is very distraught.
He'll look across
I
the
don't think she should be alone."
Yeah, he'll look across the table at June, who's still just kind of a bit of a puddle of a person, and he'll nod curtly. Here in the
Thank
lower
you.
district, we take care of our own.
Did you hear that, June? Grevel's gonna make sure you get home, and you're going to go home and you're gonna make yourself some soup and you're gonna drink some water, okay?
June's gonna again wipe at her face with that handkerchief and just look at you a little bit in surprise and say, "You might be the nicest person I've ever met."
Thank you. Now make sure to stick with Grevel and he'll take care of you.
Excellent.
Okay, with a sense that she's gonna be okay and I'm not just leaving a crying woman, Bird will like kind of back off and like wait to see what the rest of the group is doing.
Like, I'm just eyeing the both of them still, just waiting for the group to make a move.
Okay. Dee's gonna actually see you guys kind of disengaging from June and Grevel, and she's gonna put her hand up and say, also, if you have everything that you need here, I have someone kind of protecting the crime scene. I'd be happy to escort you there. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay. I will need to return here for any orders that might be arriving. But I can at least take you to the crime scene if you would like to investigate there as well.
Of course.
Would you hold on just a second, Constable? And she's gonna run over to Colin and be like, "Colin." And she's gonna hand him a shiny marble through the bars, and she's like, "I have a treasure just for you that I found."
He's gonna be kind of like in the hammock with his back to the door, and
She's just gonna hold it there,
yeah.
like, awkwardly until he gets up.
I think you're gonna get the sense that he is not interested in talking to anybody, and that if you wanted him to have it, that you would need to actually just leave it in the cell.
Okay, she's gonna roll it on the ground. She's like, "It's a special treasure." And then she'll walk away.
Yeah, he's gonna shuffle kind of like uncomfortable, just like in his little hammock.
Okay.
Dee will watch you as you come back, and her face is she's gonna look like devastated, and she'll ask, "Did he say anything to you?"
No, I was trying to give him a treasure because you said that they look for treasures in the old part of town. And I also have searched for a lot of treasure before, so I wanted to share one of mine with him. But he didn't seem very interested.
She'll sigh and nod. Well, if that's everything here, I'm happy to escort you to the crime scene. And she'll move and kind of open this door and wait for you guys to pass through.
Barrett will go right through.
Yep.
I will again be last, but I will try to have a brief moment with Dee before I go through.
Okay. Yep. So she's just standing at the door waiting, and again, she looks disappointed, just like she's kicking herself about something.
So Elliot walks up and puts his hand right on her shoulder, and kind of waits for her to initiate eye contact with him.
Yeah, she'll look up and just kind of questioning.
And Elliot says, "Just know that you're doing the best you can."
She nods and says, "These are good kids, Elliot. They really are. And this breaks my heart that something like this would happen to them."
It's pretty clear what you want out of this. Just know that you've got to trust us to do the job that you hired us for. And if that means that you need to share something, it means you need to share something.
Okay, I'm gonna let you roll persuasion again. Come on.
I'm gonna set that D4 aside that I definitely am gonna need for this. It's not even gonna help. 7.
A 7.
Not in the room anymore. I cannot help you.
Hey, Noir, can I borrow your jail, please?
Exile the dice. She'll look at you for just a long, hard moment. And she'll repeat herself. These are good kids. And I want to protect them. I hope that that's clear. Anything you can do to help me protect them would be greatly, greatly appreciated.
Understood. One other thing. I know we haven't really talked about payment. I just want to make sure that that's all set so that all of the rest of them can get paid, because
yes,
they seem like pretty good kids too.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone will receive the 500 gold payment per adventurer as soon as we're able to find Billy and bring him safely into the office.
It's pretty clear you don't want us to mess with him. Thanks. And then Elliot goes right into the room.
Yep. And she'll follow you. She'll stride up to the door, unlock it, and open it up and says, "All right, well, then I suppose we're off." And she'll kind of lead you out into the street, making sure to close the door behind her. And you guys will enter into the streets of Bellport. Let me find the image that I need. And we'll show this to players. The air is damp as sunlight fades, turning the sky a murky blend of orange and yellow. Muddy roads narrowly wind through freshly but hastily constructed buildings. Shop lights dim as straggling customers take to the streets, hurrying to their engagements. As they pass you, they smile and toss up a friendly wave to Dee before disappearing into the evening. Conversations, laughter, and music drift from the windows and propped open doors. The ambiance feels warm, inviting, and familiar. Dee leads you to a small town square lined with merchant stalls that have closed for the night. Lamplighters have begun to light the streets, and you're able to see just the faintest, brief glimmer of white cobblestones under a thin layer of mud. She will stride up to an area where there's a young man kind of sitting on a barrel, idly kicking his legs back and forth. And when he sees Dee approaching, he'll hop off the barrel and run up and say, "Oh, Dee, I did it. I did exactly what you asked. I made sure nobody walked on this part of the dirt." and she'll say, "Thank you, Michael," and she'll kind of like rub his hair and turn to you and say, "Michael here was my helper for the day. He made sure that the crime scene remained as undisturbed as possible. A very big task, as this is a high-traffic area. But I'm sure that Michael did his best." And when she says that last line, he kind of puffs up his chest like, "Yeah, I'm awesome."
Ryle's
Good
just gonna
job, Michael.
smile, nod, and go, "Thank you, officer."
And he'll just get the biggest grin. He's like, "Well, I'm not really an officer. I'm just a helper."
One day, huh?
Well, maybe if Dee will let me. And Dee will just smile, and she'll turn to you and say, "I know it's less than ideal, but again, as I'm short-staffed, a proper scene quarantine is difficult at the moment." But she'll gesture behind you and say, "This is where it happened." She'll point off into one of the alleys that leads off, and say that's the alleyway that witnesses say that Billy ran down. My assumption is that's if you follow his trail, you might be able to find him. I regret that I cannot join you for the rest of the investigation, but I really must get back to the office. Greville and June have been there some time. I should let them home to their families. There's also Colin to consider, and again, anything else that might happen. I can't give this all the time it requires. Do you have any questions for me?
None at all.
Will you be there? What hours do you work?
I will do my best to remain there. My superiors might take issue with it, but that's the price I'm willing to pay. So as soon as you find Billy, please return him as safely and quickly as possible to the constable office. That's where you will find me.
Okay. Thank you, Constable.
She's gonna kind of bow and turn on her heel and say, "Michael, would you mind walking me home? It is getting rather dark." And Michael's gonna get really excited and be like, "Absolutely." And he'll put his little arm out like a proper gentleman, and she'll start walking back to the constable office.
As Michael passes, I will reach out my hand to shake it to thank him for guarding the scene.
Yeah, he'll do that, and again, just this kid is beaming. Like, he looks like if he were any happier, he would begin to levitate. He is just, this is the best day.
And there was a gold in my hand.
He'll take that and, Dee, look, Dee, as they walk off, and he's just thrilled.
I would like to immediately start investigating the area. I'd like to sweep for footprints, any loose tools, anything of that nature.
Yes, so I'm actually going to have all of you guys roll investigation checks.
Okay.
Elliot would be keeping an eye on the alley to make sure nobody's coming in. Would that
Should we
be
be on
investigation
a
or
new
perception?
map?
You can go
GM?
ahead and do perception. We are not on a new map.
Okay.
Gotta yeet this dice over there too.
Got myself a 13.
Okay. I
Okay.
rolled a 7 investigation.
Gotta
7
like-
perception.
Very new to this.
Okay, so
Your dice.
let's see. Let me
I
get
wish I could have just used my passive investigation. It's much better than what I rolled.
Okay, sorry, let me see. All right, so first I'm going to handle Elliot, who is looking down an alleyway.
7.
7? That's okay.
Yeah.
You're still, this is what you'll see. Just looking out, it's just a darkened kind of alleyway with, various crates and barrels that leads off down, and it looks like just into some shops or maybe residential buildings. You're not quite sure. Now, Rael, as you look around, it looks like Michael did a pretty good job. Like, there's some like footprints that look obviously a little bit newer, very Michael sized. But you do see kind of in this layer of mud, you see kind of where a body might have laid. And at the body's feet, there's this, you find kind of what looks like shards of red glass just littered kind of right in front of where the body lay.
I wanna take out clamps that I have from my tinkering tool
Mm-hmm.
and just take a look at it and see if I can figure out what this is. I guess I will try Arcana.
Perfect, yep.
Oh, Toki. 8 plus 7, so that's a 15. I
Okay.
think that's math. I think that's right
I think
math.
that's math.
Okay.
So you'll pick up one of those little shards of glass and you'll look at it. And as you look at it, it occurs to you that this was probably a cipher. It probably like something that had a charge, and when it was broken, it discharged whatever spell was in it. Unfortunately, you're not able to make out like the shape or anything of it because it's just broken glass. But you suspect that there was some sort of like spell that activated when this was broken.
I'd like to just take out a pouch and collect a few pieces of this glass.
Okay.
And I'll call out to everyone. I believe that I found something substantial towards our case.
But you found some glass scraps.
It's glass. It's red glass.
It's a particular sort of glass used to house arcane energy. So we call this a cipher. Well, I believe that whatever spell this cipher was containing was unleashed. Thus, the broken cipher glass. Supporting my theory that the cause of death was magical in nature.
Are there any spare pieces of this red glass around on the ground that Bird could pick up?
That's up to Rael if he picked them all
Yeah,
up.
he didn't pick it all up. He just picked up enough to kind
Bird
of be
would
able
like
to
to
shake
pick up
it.
a piece and just kind of look at it, and then put it in her pocket.
Perfect. A new treasure, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Awesome. Okay.
I'm not entirely sure that this is a homicide. I think this may have been a mistake, and we have a scared young man running from the consequences of this accident.
Worried that the boys found a bad treasure when
Exactly.
they were treasure hunting, which can sometimes happen, and maybe they didn't know how to use it.
Exactly my thoughts, Bird.
We're good ones, aren't we?
You're doing just fine. And he gets like reaches down for a high five.
High five. She'll absolutely high five him back.
Elliot definitely walks over and goes like,
She will absolutely high five everyone
Bootstraps?
that like puts their hands up.
Yeah. What's
Bootstrap, would you like a high five?
Certainly.
Does he put his hand
Most
out
do-
for a low five though?
No, he doesn't. Not yet.
She's gonna come up
Time-
and just like on his arm. Bird will just kind of like pat if he's not gonna actually high five. She will definitely not just leave her hand hanging. She's gonna use it.
I was just gonna do one of these numbers like.
Congrats.
Elliot puts his hand down. I'd like to know, Bootstrap, does Elliot get any sense of you being cagey, or like newfound freedom being out that you're going to run or do anything?
I mean, maybe a little bit
Okay.
touchy.
Elliot does
Not
not hide the
newfound.
fact that he's got his eye on you.
Yeah, well, shoot him and look back. Just what you looking at, Whippany boy?
Keeping an eye on what I'm paid to protect.
Oh, I'm touched.
Great.
Perhaps
Does
we should
anyone
take.
want to try and find the clubhouse?
I was going to suggest that first we look through the alley. Perhaps there's something more, and then we can go to the clubhouse if that's okay with it. With you, Bird,
That's okay with me.
and the rest of you.
Yeah, well, it's not murder anymore. was not much fun. Might as well get it over with.
All right, so okay.
Elliot chuckles and is like, "Go on."
So Ryle's just gonna do a quick sweep of the alleys, mainly looking to see if the footprints continue, what direction they're heading, and to see if anything was like quickly throw like a murder weapon or anything of that nature.
Yeah, so you're able to make out what you assume are Billy's, and you have pretty good reason to assume, are Billy's footprints. And sure enough, just like the witnesses say, they take off in the direction of the alleyway that Elliot had been looking. So you guys are going to go ahead and move in that direction, and I will drag you over there. Do you want to just like roll me another, like a perception check as you're kind of looking around on your way there for any discarded weapons?
21.
Yeah.
7.
15 plus 6.
So you're gonna, as you look around, you don't see those footprints don't lead off in any other direction. It looks like there's just a mad sprint, and you don't detect anything that might have been cast off in any of the like barrels or anything. It looks like this person was moving with extreme haste.
There is another thought that comes to mind, and I think that we should all be cautious if this thought is correct.
Really?
Perhaps it was not a spell that was being held by the siphon. Rather, perhaps it was an entity, something unleashed.
Entity.
Like a demon?
Sound like titty.
I don't purport to know what sort of creature would be held in such a prison. I just know that from the looks of these, perhaps.
Yes, a genie, and he wished his friend was dead. He was wanted for murder.
Oh.
I do it all the time.
From the looks of these footprints, and the utter lack of any attempt to hide anything, it looks as though this man was running for his life.
Can you follow them? Can Bird tell, like how apparent are the footsteps? Like, is Rael the only one that can see them?
Remind me of your check.
Oh, it was
so at this point, I'm actually gonna allow you guys to re-roll investigation because we're in a new kind of area. Yep. Okay. And as you do that, I'll just describe. So you follow this alleyway, and as you walk in, it becomes clear to you, just like as you're looking around,
12.
that this is mostly a dead end. Like, it seems like as you kind of step further in, that it kind of goes off in different ways, but a lot of the buildings come tightly together, or there's like things kinds of stacked on top of each other. So if there was something in here or that had gone in this direction, there might be. You'd have to investigate further to find out how they got out.
Would this still be investigation or perception?
I have a very strange idea. Go ahead.
So go ahead
Probably my fault.
No, you're good. If you go ahead and do perception, if you're just kind of like looking or just generally around, where Bird was specifically looking for footprints, investigation.
Sorry, Bird, go ahead.
Oh, Bird's just gonna look as she's gonna notice that this is kind of a dead end. She's gonna kind of look around at the barrels and the doors of the house, and she's gonna look like an idea occurs to her, and she's gonna be like, Ryle, I have an idea, but it might be a bad one.
Well, let's hear it.
What if you make yourself look like Hugh again, and you call out for your friend and say that everything's okay and that you were hurt, but you're better now, and that he can come out?
Well, I know how to look like him.
What if he's hiding in one of these barrels?
I know how to look like him. Unfortunately, I don't know what he sounds like, but I can try. And like when he says I can try, his facial features just kind of morph into Hugh, but the other thing he's gonna notice, and I only know what he looks like, dead. And then you'll notice the eyes are still like blackened, and there's the bruising on his the webs of his fingers.
Bird's gonna kind of reach up on her tippy toes and try and like brush hair, like kind of in front, like, you know, down in front of his face a little bit to try and like cover it up. She's like, okay, I'll try, because it looks like this is a dead end. I think he might still be here. That's what I would do. I would hide.
All right, I'm going to do it. So, everyone, here we go. Billy, bloody hell, where are you? Like he's clearly doing a Bootstraps voice.
Yeah, this is just gonna go right.
Quit hiding, Billy.
You don't hear any response. So I'm gonna handle Bootstrap. So you're with your investigation, and Rael, remind me your investigation really quick.
It was 19.
Yeah, so the two of you, Rael, you know this because you kind of followed the footprints in, and I think Bootstrap, you kind of come over and perceive at the same time. You see that same set of footprints kind of leading in this direction up into the alleyway. Elliot, you, like, as you're kind of looking around generally, you get the sense that this alleyway is, like, dark. As you came in from the main town square and there was some lamps that were lit, there was kind of a warmer glow, but here things feel and look a bit darker than they normally should or would. You just get a sense of like, it's kind of, you almost like mentally check the time of like, what time is it? Like, should it be this dark yet? As you guys walk in.
So I would be staying in front of the party at this point then.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And everyone else would notice that my demeanor has completely changed. I'm paying no attention to anyone else. And my body is like ramrod straight, but like really relaxed at the same time, like perfect posture, but like kind of like almost like flowing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like looking around and trying to pay attention to everything.
Awesome. So, and again, you should all be able to move your tokens kind of as you
Bird
walk.
is best she can. I rolled a 12 on my new investigation. Can she see the footprints?
Yes, she can.
She is going to follow them as best she can.
Great.
So
I would say in front of Bird.
here is about where you
Yep.
mentioned.
Yep.
Do they continue?
They do. So as you walk in here, I'm just really quickly, all of you notice two things. So the people who are still able to see the footprints see that they lead off kind of in this direction, but you also notice like over here where barrels have been stacked methodically, over there they seem to be stacked weird. Like they're just, something about them isn't, they're too organized. Like for the rest, everywhere else, these are very organized group of barrels. But you notice that the footprints lead over to this wall.
Bird is going to kind of walk over towards those barrels, and she's gonna cast Fairy Fire.
Check.
Okay, remind me how Fairy Fire works.
So I can see everything. Every object is outlined. It's like I've got radar vision of like every single object within 20-foot cube of myself. So I'm gonna walk over to those. So I can see the objects behind the objects within the objects, anything that's in those barrels, I can see their perfect outline shape, like I've got an X-ray vision scanner.
Okay, awesome. So you cast that, and as you walk over, what color is the Fairy Fire?
Purple.
Purple. So there's like kind of rippling out in front of you, things are outlined in this purple fire, and as you get to the edge of the barrels, you see something kind of wispy coming off the barrels. And as you get closer, you notice two things nearly simultaneously. The first is the barrels. They seem to be stacked kind of like up in a box shape, purposely hiding a small satchel behind that. And in there, you aren't close enough to tell, but you can see there are various items that are kind of stashed in that satchel. But that shadowy darkness, as you get closer and it more envelops the cube, you see what looks like a full figure that's just kind of wisping around in the shadows. And you hear a like screeching hissing sound as you like it that fiery fire fully envelops it to reveal this wispy figure, and it's kind of looks at its arms and screeches and moves to reach out and lash at you. And I'm gonna need everybody to roll initiative.
Okay. But yeah, that really quick, anyone that was within that 20-foot cube with me would have also been granted that vision.
Gotcha.
The fairy fire.
So they're outlined as well.
Yeah, they are outlined, and they can see all the outlines as well. So I guess Rael would have also seen all of this.
Yep. So,
with me.
so that Bird, you're looking out and you see that fire, and Rael, as that's happening, you hear like a hissing almost right next to you, as another shadowy form moves out from the wall, and they're both just kind of screeching. And yeah, we'll move to initiative.
Bird's gonna be like, Bootstrap, there's shadows attacking us from the walls. And she's gonna ready herself.
You're just gonna hear Ryle like with a little glee in his voice, which is kind of odd for the situation. He goes, "My theory might be right."
A 9 on initiative. This is not gonna go well for Bird.
Hey, 9 buddies.
Yeah, 6 for Elliot.
Oh no.
I'm rolling terribly today.
You might want to exercise.
So 9 for
whatever dice you
Bootstrap,
have.
6 for Elliot. Bird.
Bird also got a 9.
9. Yep.
Okay, will you guys do a roll off for me real quick?
Oh, how dare you!
22 for Ryle.
I think I beat a 1.
So
Okay, so it's gonna be Bootstrap first.
okay, perfect. And before we get into it, I think we're gonna take just a quick. We're gonna take a break here, because this seems like the perfect time. So we're gonna do a quick intermission. We'll be right back. Stick around, and we're back. Thank you, everybody, for sticking by. Our adventurers have found themselves in initiative. So we are going to kick it off. Rael, you are first.
All right, so this isn't exactly where I want it to be.
I find myself questioning choices.
I am not in a fun place. I am. This thing engaged with Bird?
No, not yet. It hasn't actually engaged. I think it's pulled away from the wall, and again, everything about it is like wispy and moving, and it's kind of screeching at Bird, or just like that hissy, like kind of, and coming out. Its huge claws, hands menacingly moving in her direction.
All right, so what's gonna happen is Ryle's gonna like stumble, like as soon as that thing becomes visible next to him, go, "Oh God!" and he's like gonna backpedal, and that's how I'm coloring his bonus action, his cutting action disengage.
Okay.
He's going to fire. 30. And he's going to yell. He's going to use the help action. Let's see how far. Nope, too far. Perfect. He's going to use the help action and yell at Bootstraps. For the love of God, stab those things. That's what you do, right?
Don't tell me I do my job.
And so you can get an advantage on, an action.
Oh, I knew you'd be my favorite.
Mhm.
And that is my entire turn.
Awesome. So you call out, Bootstrap responds. Elliot, you kind of look and you see Bird kind of this creature moving out towards her, but before you have any time to react to move towards her, you hear a hiss of your own from behind you, and as you turn around, you see kind of coming up out of those crates and the wagon, it moves forward at you, just screaming and hissing, huge clawed hands reaching out, and it hovers over the ground and moves over to you. Maybe if I can get the right layer. DMing hard. It's gonna move over to you, and it's gonna try and take a swipe at you with one of its clawed hands. Ooh, probably not. Let's see. What is your AC? 15, right?
Who? I'm sorry. Me?
Yes.
Who? Sorry. Yes. My AC. Yeah, that hits.
No. Is your AC is 15, right? I wrote
Yes.
everything down to try and help.
Yes,
speed.
AC is
Okay,
15.
Perfect. So it doesn't hit. So that clawed hand just kind of reaches out and swipes at you, but I think you're just able to move quickly out of the way, and just a few of the fingers like nick off the corner, and it gives a frustrated like yowl up into the night.
Okay.
Right, ill. Let me move.
Oh no! Oh
You
no!
kind of call out, and like you think that you've moved to an area that is safe, but again, out from the shadows, something. It's almost like it kind of falls off the wall, like like steam or dry ice at a Halloween party. How it just kind of like the
Yeah.
physics, it just kind of pours off the table. This thing kind of just pours off the wall and turns and looks at you and like cocks its head to the side, and again hovers softly over the ground, the bottom of its feet kind of licking at the dirt, and it approaches you and tries to swipe at you. Ooh, 16.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay.
My
I
AC is
thought
14.
that it might. Let's see. And we're gonna do this, and it's gonna do 7 necrotic damage. And as
Okey-dokey.
that hits you, I also am gonna need you to -1 from your overall strength score.
No,
Okay.
no, no,
Uh,
no, no.
I am
Oh,
also,
no.
in response, I'm going to use what the fuck, uncanny dodge just to half the damage.
Perfect. Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be 4 that I take, and then 1 towards from my strength, which is laughable.
Yes. So it's gonna come from like the overall number.
Yeah.
So as that
yeah, my
clock,
strength is 10.
yeah. So you're at 9 now. You're at 9 now.
Oops.
And as that hits, you feel like it's almost like when you have like really bad anxiety, how it like sucks at your chest. You just feel that from the point of contact where something like it feels like it's leaching out, and you find yourself kind of like gasping for breath as it pulls its claw away and it screams.
Can I ask for something really dumb?
Yes.
After that happens, and like I do the uncanny dodge to kind of get away from it. Can I just look at the webbing of my fingers to see if they darkened?
We can resolve that on your next turn, perhaps.
Awesome.
Maybe.
Cool.
Okay. And then next, Elliot, you've turned to this yellow one at your side, and you're looking at it. But again, it's just now the air is just full of hissing and screeching, and another one emerges quickly from the shadows and darts over to your side, trying to reach out and swipe at you. And cannot hit you.
Yes,
so
the
again,
tank.
it just like swipes and is unable to make any connection at all.
Yeah, so anybody that's seeing Elliot's like entire demeanor has completely changed. Like all sort of like cordialness, all sorts of like pleasantries or happiness is gone. And like he's standing there in the battlefield, like not even like trying to defend himself, and just like moving slightly out of the way as these things happen.
Bootstrap, it is now your turn.
Oh, yes. Oh, it was the dance before, but now it's the fucking party. I'm gonna just step over here, taking out the scimitar that's done on the front of his body, and he's just gonna reach out and kind of almost half a punch, half a slice, just go right at this thing.
Okay.
That's I'm gonna roll with advantage because I had my new best friend give me that thing. So that is 22 to hit.
That will hit.
Fantastic. Okay, so that is a d6 initially, and there's no one else around him, so I get to apply my sneak attack. Also, I'm advantaged, so I get sneak attack too. So
Double advantage.
8 off of the initial 8 slashing, and 8 plus 11, 19 damage.
Okay. Question just really quick. Is your
Yeah.
weapon magical?
No,
Okay.
I wish it was,
Okay.
but
As you hit into it, the shadow kind of like melts around your weapon, and it's you feel for a second that maybe you didn't actually hit it. You find yourself kind of questioning maybe your haste, but then suddenly it does connect, and you push that shadow like off to the side, and it just screams out loudly and evaporates into the air and disappears.
all right.
Next up, but as that shriek pierces the air, you hear from behind you a like responding screech, and away from the wall behind Rael, something just let me get this really quick. Oh my gosh, I can do multiple things at once. There we go. It again kind of sprints out of the darkness and heads straight for Rael.
I am having a bad time.
And here you thought you were being so clever. And is not going to be able to hit
more
it.
over there.
Rolling so bad, and it's gonna like reach out and try to like slice at your arm. But I think you're like, as you're yelling, "I'm having a bad time," you like raise your arm just in time as his claw kind of moves underneath it, and that there's
No, thank you. I have
shrieks
enough evidence.
crackle a little bit. Elliot, it is now your turn.
So whenever that thing had touched me and kind of grazed me,
Mm-hmm.
did Elliot get a sense that this was something that would respond to a physical attack or not? Trying not to, I'm not going to
Yes.
metagame the other information. I just don't know if I would have gotten anything from.
I don't think
it
you would have gotten
touching
that
me.
sense. Mm-mm.
Okay. Then,
Though I will say, just really quickly, you think to yourself, no wonder it's so dark in here. Like before, you had that impression that it was too dark, and as you
Sure.
watched these shadows kind of peel away, you saw the walls brighten, and you realized that these things were probably following you in.
okay. So I would pull my longsword out from the scabbard on my hip,
Mm-hmm.
and I would make an attack against the green shadow.
Perfect.
The weapon is not magical,
Okay.
but I do get dueling for that too. So, dirty 20.
That'll hit.
Okay. And then that is 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay. So again, you don't know this, but you get kind of the same sense as Bootstrap did. As you go to hit it, like it almost feels like you're just gonna cut right through it and nothing's actually gonna hit. But at the last second, that sword edge kind of catches and scrapes, and the thing reels back, just like screaming, like very much like from Lord of the Rings, the wraiths, right? That kind of high pitched, like hurt your ears scream, and it's gonna reel back, but it's gonna stay it fully intact.
Okay. So after I do that, register mentally, I would be attacking across my body
Okay.
and spinning around toward Bird to look at her.
Okay.
Her? Yes. Sorry.
Mhm,
Yes.
mhm.
Yes.
And then glancing over my shoulder to see Bootstrap and Rael,
Mm-hmm.
and then immediately start to cross over to Bird, and I'm aware of what I'm doing.
Okay. Yep. So let me just roll those really quick. Okay. So green, like as you move past and it's reeled up, it's just gonna bring a claw down and swipe and just kind of catch you in the shoulder as you're moving past it.
Okay.
And it is going to do, let's see, 9 necrotic damage. And your strength is also going to be reduced by 1. So again, you feel it kind of hit your shoulder, pushing you forward.
sorry.
And
Yep.
go ahead.
No, I'm trying to reduce my strength on D&D Beyond. I don't know how.
Gotcha.
Keep talking.
So yeah, you'll kind of, as your like next foot hits, it almost feels like maybe your knee is gonna give out just for a second as the air is kind of like taken out of your lungs, but you quickly recover and able to continue to move to bird.
One of them missed me, right?
The other missed you, correct?
I'm gonna spend my superiority die for that and take an attack on them.
Okay, on green.
Whichever one missed me.
Oh yeah, that's yellow.
Okay. So that is a 13 to hit.
That'll hit.
Damn. Okay. So 10 points of slashing damage on the one that missed me.
Okay. It will take that damage, and you're good to continue forward.
Okay. I walk directly over to Bird, avoiding melee range of Blue.
Okay.
And I would like to grab Bird and pull her towards Rael and Bootstrap with a shove action as my second attack.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to do that. The creature hasn't engaged yet, so you're totally fine.
So where am I going?
5 feet toward Rael and Bootstrap. Unless you resist.
Just 5 feet. Well, no, probably not. Also, I'm like 85 pounds.
Sure.
I'm just getting thrown.
I mean, it's very much like functional, like not even paying attention to you, just going up and grabbing you and trading places with you, and standing right in front between you and this person.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Perfect. Next up is the one that you just. So you're gonna pull Bird out of the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Purple, seeing its quarry kind of be removed from a sight, is gonna screech out and kind of come at you with both hands, trying to get you. It is not gonna be. I rolled a 3. It's not gonna be able to do it, and it's gonna again swipe at you, and this time it will just kind of like again hairs away from your chest, just swipe and scream out. Blue from the wall is going to move quickly over, and seeing that you're trying to protect Bird they're going to try and tag team and take you out in order to get to her. Let's see, that's a 9 plus 4. That's not going to do it. And again, just the screams have turned from just like sinister to frustrated as they just can't quite seem to connect with you, which puts us back at the top of the order with Rael.
All right. And really quickly for D&D Beyond.
Did I get a turn?
Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, shit. No, you didn't. It is your turn. Where did I miss you?
Actually,
I think because we rolled the same.
That's right.
As
but
Bootstrap.
actually, technically, Bird should have been before me, I think.
Okay, I will fix
Which would
that.
probably have changed that.
We're just going to roll with it. Go ahead, Bird.
Sure.
Take your turn.
Yeah, so she is just going to she's like started singing to herself in kind of like a little like, you know, like when a little kid is out like in the dark, just like, I'm singing and it's totally gonna help to like keep the monsters away. She's started singing and she is just going like this, and she's gonna produce flame.
Okay.
And just shoot it towards, I guess, Blue after he, like, throws her back. And she's going to shoot it at Blue. And then as a bonus action, and it was a 19 to hit and
that
5
hit.
fire damage.
Okay.
And then as a bonus action, she's going to reach down and just and pick up 3 stones and just, like, blow on them.
Okay.
And they are now magic pebbles that next turn she or someone she gives the pebble to can use as a magic ammunition that she can use in her sling, or someone could even throw potentially.
Okay. Gotcha. Let me.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And I can display that in the chat. But I touch 1 to 3 pebbles, and she's gonna get 3. She's just gonna grab a handful and imbue them with magic, and then they can be used in a ranged spell attack as by throwing one of the pebbles or using them as a sling. But the bonus action is just magicifying them, picking them up, and
Okay.
so next time she can use them to attack with.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, as you throw out that fire, you watch it just kind of splash around that shadow that it makes up, and it kind of like gives that like a skittering sound. But the flames seem to kind of be absorbed into the shadow, and the shadow flips up like the rest of it, and it kind of looks at you, still ready to attack. Rael, now it is your turn.
I was just gonna say really quickly to temporarily adjust your ability score on D&D Beyond. Go to Edit Character, Abilities, and then Override Score.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome.
Alrighty.
And then Rael, I'm gonna, whatever you choose to do, as you reach out your hand, you notice just the faintest graying in the webbing between your fingers.
My theory. I know what killed him. It was you. And with that, he takes a short sword. It's just, and let's see, that is 9 plus number. 1 second. 9 plus 7, so 16.
That will hit.
Okay, and he's engaged with bootstraps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That is a sneak attack.
Ew, yeah, rogues supporting rogues.
So that's so for short sword damage, that's gonna be 10.
Okay.
Yay. And then for the sneak attack damage, how many do I roll for sneak attack? Oh, 1 second. I'm sorry. 3d6. Cool. I need another d6. I'll just roll this one. Okay, look, I'm not making this up. It's 2 6s.
Oh hell yeah. Okay, yeah. So you take that
hold on.
short.
There's one more.
Oh, go for it. But the result's
And that-
gonna be the same.
Can I get
Okay.
your dice? Jesus.
So yeah,
Ever since I got the dice jail, they've been behaving.
you
They
call
know.
you call out like did you say that out loud? Is like
Yeah.
I know who did it. You did.
You did it.
Yeah. So you do that, and you bring your sword across the shadowy figure, and it just hits. Like you just hit hard, and it cuts through cleanly, and the thing shrieks. And again, it's almost as if whatever it's made out of just melts back into harmless mist, taking him out. Next up, this guy over here is gonna be.
There's one last thing I
Oh,
want to
go
do.
for
with
it,
my
go
bonus
for it.
action. With my bonus action, I am going to yell at, and I still have movement. I'm just gonna move 5, 10, so that puts me in 30. Yes. So that puts me well within 30. I'm going to yell to Elliot. Elliot, don't let them touch you. They drain your strength. That's what killed Hugh. And that is the help action. You get advantage on an attack.
Sure.
Nice.
Love the mastermind.
You do notice that Elliot, like, as he's focused on these guys, kind of looks to the side like that for a brief second. So he did hear you.
Awesome. And as Rael's running forward, like yelling that, Yellow's head is going to snap to him and just surge in his directions, claws outstretched, trying to grab, like he's trying to just claw his face off. And a 10 is not going to hit. So I think it's like it's going to move and like scrape at you. And just again, like you're able to move to the side, or just your natural movement moves you out of the way, and it's just gonna scream out and maybe even do another like con kind of moves.
As the claw comes near me, he just goes, "Please, sir, no."
Green, seeing that Elliot's rushed down to help Bird, he's also going to move down and actually seeing kind of like the quarry and that his fellow comrades have, you guys pretty well cornered. He's going to swipe at Bird. I'm going to murder my dice and not
Curse
hit.
of the DM.
And
Curse
not
of the DM.
hit. Are you kidding me?
I got
Hey.
a dice jail for you if you want.
I'm
Lock 'em
working
up.
through all my d20s. I'm like, nope, that one sucks. Nope, that one sucks. And it's not
Put him in
able
jail.
to connect. Bootstrap,
Yeah.
it is now your turn.
Oh, yes, it is. Right, you're gonna turn around. And he's gonna look at him and says, "Oh no, you're my dance partner today." And I'm gonna begin a rage. And
Hell
then
yeah.
I'm gonna swipe at him.
What
for
are
it.
you?
What am I? I don't know. Uh, that is, oh boy. That I can do math. I'm really good at math. 14.
14 will hit.
Frankincense.
The rogue
Yes.
barbarian. That's dope.
It is dope because I get to do this. So that is 10 on the initial hit, slashing, and 7. So 17 damage as I just rip into him.
Mm-hmm. And again, you get that sense like as you're going, like there's a second where you just are convinced that you're not actually hurting it, but then out of nowhere it connects. It's a little jarring, and you're able to like push through, and it just melts over the sides of your weapon with like a screech.
I just jump through him blade first, and
'Kay.
I'm going to keep moving to here.
Awesome.
And then as a free action, I'm also going to unhook from my back a warhammer.
Okay.
I have one in each hand just for funs.
Awesome. Okay, and because is that everything?
Yes, I just beyond that, I was have no fear, the fucking cavalry's here.
Awesome. I love it. Okay, and because I goofed initiative, Bird, it is now your turn.
I love bootstraps.
She is going to put that magic pebble in her sling.
Mm-hmm.
And she is going to hit it. So, and just like shoot it off at this
Is it a
shadow.
Is it a ranged
It's
attack?
ranged. Yep.
So you'll roll with disadvantage because it's right on you.
Yes.
Okay.
But I have advantage because of the fairy fire.
'Kay,
Because
so
I
yeah,
haven't taken
just
any damage
then
yet, so
straight
that's
roll.
still up.
Straight roll then. Mhm.
So
Totally
okay.
forgot about fairy fire.
Well, you weren't next to me
No,
when it
no,
was
I
cast.
wasn't. No. It was more
So I
just me
don't know if it
realizing
would
now.
affect you.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, okay. So, let's see. Plus my. Can I? Plus 3. So 8 damage.
What
Yeah,
did you roll to
'cause my
hit?
s-
I forgot.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not sure what to click on to get it to go. There we go. Okay, 19 to hit.
Yep, that will hit.
There we go. I clicked on the wrong thing. And then 8 bludgeoning. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so you'll load that sling up, and it's a bit of a tight situation because it's at you, but you're able to get just like a good like clunk, and as you fling it up, it's gonna like slam into the bottom of where you assume there should be a face, and as that stone like hits, it's just gonna kind of melt through like the shadow, and like the stone will kind of fly off into the rooftops, and that thing's just gonna like a you know the slow-mo, you pop a balloon and the water kind of sits there and then gushes like out. That's what it's gonna look like.
Yeah.
It'll just like cock its head back and then melt into the floor. Is there anything else that you want to do?
No. Well, I guess I'm gonna be like, would anyone like a magic stone? And if no one responds, she'll just be like, okay, and just continue, like, kind of go back to softly singing to herself.
Save it, buddy.
All right, Elliot, it is now your turn.
Does Bird look uncomfortable or frightened?
She's keeping it together. She looks like there's creepy shadow creatures attacking us from the walls.
Right, but like not like freaking out, like not like I need to be concerned about you kind of situation.
No, she's got her little song and she's singing and she's fighting, and so she's keeping it together.
Okay. Yeah, I'd take swings.
Okay, who are you swinging at?
First one's gonna be my longsword.
Okay.
And it's gonna be at the purple one.
Excellent.
So to attack, that is 19. It's 24.
That will hit. Yep.
And dueling, not flanking. I don't even know if you do flanking. Do you do flanking or no?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So dueling, not flanking is 6 damage to purple.
Okay.
And then in the same swipe through,
okay,
as it connects, Bootstrap and Bird, you'll see him drop the longsword and bonus action weapon bond the short sword from his back to his hand and continue around for his second attack.
Dope as hell.
To hit
yeah.
the blue one.
Let's do it. I want it to hit so bad.
17 to hit.
That fucking hits.
Woo!
Okay. It's 4, 5, 6, 8 points of damage to that one.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's just gonna stand there.
Okay.
There's nothing else he can do. He's in a good position for everybody.
Okay, awesome. So you hit those things, and again, there's like that hesitation and then connection. And purple's actually gonna kind of like hunch over its stomach and like look up and like screech and leer at you over its like it's grabbing itself. And blue is gonna be kind of surprised that you were able to hit it. Like it might have been like trying to move to kind of like get at your back, and as you bring it down, it's gonna freak out, and your hit is gonna kind of knock it a little bit towards the ground, and it's gonna not be ready. Let me make sure that this worked. Really
no
quick.
reaction from Elliot to any of that, by the way.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. All right. And then purple, as it's hunched over, it's going to try and dart a hand up and try to claw up as like you're moving past, like just trying to catch you on the side. Come on, man. Here we go. Fuck yeah, that's a 16. And it's going to do 4 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And you're going to minus 2 from your strength score.
Okay.
And then...
So that's a total of 3 total loss?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god!
And then blue...
Oh.
I'm weak.
Blue is up, and it's going to do the same, but it's not going to hit. I think that as you hit it, it took it off balance, and it just tried to get up too quickly to lash out at your foot, but was unable to do so. Rael, it is now your turn.
Okay, he's just going to yell out at Bootstraps. Remember, don't let them touch you. And then he's gonna like take his bow off of his back and take an arrow from the quiver. He's like, okay, Rael, remember, up, point to the chin, aim, steady breath. And then he's gonna fire his bow.
Awesome. I'm assuming he's aiming for blue, right?
He's aiming for blue.
Okay.
That's 14 plus.
That will hit.
Okay. And blue is engaged, so that is also another sneak attack. Let me just get the D6s out of the bag. Sorry.
I love getting more dice. That means things are happening in our favor.
Alright, so the game whole con is going to be the weapon die, and the other 3 are the sneak attack. Okay, that's not bad. So for weapon damage, that's going to be 9. And then for sneak attack damage, that's going to be 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. So that
19 damage.
Perfect. That arrow, as you gave yourself the pep talk, right? It's gonna slam right into its chest, and it's just gonna like curl over it, and your arrow is just gonna like thunk, just a sturdy hit, and it's just.
Did I hit it?
Whoosh. It's gonna like cease to exist, and your arrow's actually just gonna fall and clatter on the cobblestones below. Next is Bootstrap, unless you have more stuff.
Bootstraps that me telling you to make sure it doesn't hit you is the help action, so you do have advantage.
I got you. I love you for it. Thank you very much. Right, he's gonna try and finish this fella off with a smack of his warhammer, because fuck it, at this point. Okay, so that's a 15. Let's get the other d20 in here and make it a real party. 17 plus 7 is in most circles a 24.
That will hit.
And those weirdos don't consider that a 24. Okay. So that is going to be a total of. It's actually going to be less damage when I think about it. 11 damage.
Yep.
Of smashing.
Okay.
Smashing.
It's the hammer, right? So you bring that up over your shoulder, and as you bring it down, you catch it because it's hunched over. You're going to catch it right in the middle of its back, and you're going to hear this weird crack, and your hammer is just going to keep going through to the cobblestone as it just like melts around and disappears, but the echoes of screams just kind of like linger in the air around you. And you are all out of initiative.
Ryle's immediately gonna stumble onto his knees. Could someone bring me that arrow back, please?
Bert's gonna look at Elliot and, are you hurt?
What?
Are you hurt, Elliot?
Better me than you, as he's sheathing his sword, his long sword in the belt.
Thank you, but I meant I can make you a little better.
I don't think it's the kind of hurt that you can help with. And while he's talking, the other sword like manifests in his hand and then goes to his sheath in his back.
Can I find the arrow that Rael
Yep,
launched?
it's just on the cobblestones. It looks like someone just dropped it there.
I grab it and chug it towards him.
Thank you. Ow.
Bird will call out to Rael and be like, Rael, are you hurt?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. I can help you.
Of course, if you can. A very strange question for all of you, if you don't mind. Could you all show me your hands? So I'm assuming everyone that got hit has the bruising.
Yeah, so it's just you and Elliot. But as you look at Elliot's, you notice that the webbing of his fingers is darker, and beneath his eyes, like it's a little dark, but you're starting to see like it just looks like maybe he hasn't slept in too long of a time. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, it's just the hollows are starting to go like a light purple.
You'd also notice as you see my eyes, though, I'm like staring off into like 1,000-yard stare, not really paying attention to anything.
Rael, you're gonna see some green leaves kind of flutter around you in the air, and you will be healed 6 hit points.
That puts me back to max.
And Bird will be like, that should help, and then she's gonna kind of duck down and crawl behind the barrels and try and get that satchel.
Awesome. So yeah, you're able to like kind of figure out how to move everything, and you pick up the satchel, and inside there's a couple of items. So you find a glass bottle. Smoke leaks from the lead-stoppered mouth of this stained glass bottle, which weighs about a pound. The air around you smells faintly of campfire, and your eyes begin to sting ever so slightly.
She's gonna stop her that.
You also just make sure it's like extra on.
Yeah, she's gonna just really, so there's nothing shadowy or smoky leaking from it.
Yep.
What color is the glass? Sorry, did it say?
It's stained glass. It's pretty much what the picture looks like. It's just kind of like black and gray stained glass. You're also going to find a potion of healing, Just a common one. Let's not get crazy. You'll find 100 GP in the bag as well, and also a pewter brooch. A worn pewter brooch, blackened with algae. It has 4 points that looks like they once depicted faces of toads. However, with the passage of time and water, it's kind of worn away the details. And Bird, you probably aren't the best to determine its worth, but if you hand it around to the other players, they would determine that it's probably worth 25 gold pieces.
She's gonna look around and make sure that there's nothing else, though I guess the fairy fire would tell her still.
Yeah. As you
if
look
there's
around,
nothing else around there.
As you look around, you don't see. It just looks like barrels with like grain and everything, like that. Nothing too crazy. But you do.
She's gonna.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna. She's gonna call out and be like, "I think we found some treasure that he left here."
Might I have a look?
Of course. And she'll just hand the satchel to him, all the contents.
Okay.
He's just gonna look at the pewter brooch.
Mhm.
Brooch?
That's
Brooch.
the weirdest
One
word.
of them.
It's a weird word, yeah.
Should I roll an investigation check to see if he knows the value?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, because I am good at those. Very good at those. And that 20 on something that absolutely does not matter.
Yeah,
I
so-
appreciate that.
so-
Thanks, Di. That's awesome.
You assume, but you figure if you could figure out the origins of this, you might be able to push and get 45 gold points to the right seller.
He's gonna explain that this, with little to no research, you can acquire 25 gold from it. But if you do the work, I think you'll be able to find from its origin that it could be worth a little bit more. We could divvy this up now or later. I think we're still hot on the trails of exactly what's going on. I think reporting
If I
to
want to
D.
sell it,
Oh
I
yeah.
think I'd rather keep it.
Oh, it would look lovely on you. And can I just say, wonderful work, repairing me. That was amazing. I don't have any.
You feel better?
I feel as good as when I woke up this morning.
Very good.
Though I feel as though my lifting will suffer. I was never strong to begin with. But you, my friend, and he points to Elliot, the symptoms of what ails me seem to be much worse on you. You look more akin to Hugh than me. Perhaps you might need assistance.
So as you say that and kind of call his attention, there's like at least 3 beats more than there probably should have been before he kind of looks at Bootstrap, and then turns to you, Rael, grabs you by the shoulder, like right on your shirt, and said, "How did you do that? How did you do that?"
How did I do what? I did many a thing. Oh, sorry. Lady Magdalene taught me how to shoot a bow. It's something that I'm still attempting to master. I'm not quite as proficient as you are with the blade, sir. But it's a simple breathing exercise. You breathe in, and once
Did a
you
very good job.
Thank you. Once you exhale, your muscles stop shaking so much, and you can get a steady shot.
DM
Is that what
question,
you're
because the player is confused. Was the arrow shot the one after he said it was you guys that did this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it was.
But really quick, because one other DM note, Rael, though you heal the full HP, you are still diminished in your strength. You still
he recognizes that.
Perfect. Just making sure. Like you did heal,
that's what
but the strength
I
is
can't
still
lift
there.
as much as I did before, but
Yeah. So as you say that, Elliot kind of is staring you dead in the eyes, and like he's got like silver gray eyes, and then kind of just lets his hand go, brushes your shirt out a little bit, and then steps back, and is very quiet and keeping to himself, and seems lost in thought.
I I don't believe that these creatures affect the mental capacities of one, but I'm only limited on my knowledge of what they are. Speaking of, exactly what were they? Can I roll an Arcana check to see if see if he's read anything about what these creatures are?
Yep, go for it.
I could have used the 20, but that'll do. 17 plus 7. No, yeah, plus 7. So 1 second. 18, 19, 20.
Yeah,
24.
it's enough. So describe your like reading environment. Like, were you just kind of in libraries perusing different books, or?
So his backstory really quickly is just that as a changeling you could either be a thief or you could be an assassin, and he decided he'll be the person that catches thieves and assassins.
Okay.
So he's been going to town to town to town, solving crimes and murders and mysteries, and he's been reading up on anything necessary to solve a case. So if he's run into some supernatural stuff before, and he'd go to the nearest library, it just kind of
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm dealing with.
Okay. Yeah, so you're actually going to recall a previous job that you did where the village that you like the job was in, the townspeople were convinced that shadows themselves were like snatching up villagers and doing away with them. And you're going to like remember that at first maybe you dismissed it, but over time you're realizing like, no, these are literal shadows that had been summoned by some force to some end, not a good one. But you identify them as shadows.
Okay, so this place, like, he's just kind of talking it all out loud, just walking in circles. So this makes sense, okay, because we still have the cipher, and the cipher would be a material component needed to summon shadows. Of course, it's all coming together. These are shadows, everyone, and they were summoned, I think, by accidents. But I can tell you, oh yes.
Can you, since you know more magic stuff, do you know what that bottle is with the smoke?
Here, let me and he just kind of takes it, and then like smoke comes out. It's like, oh, and I'll roll an Arcana check.
Okay, awesome. Let me find it really quick.
And that's gonna be a 22.
A 22. Yeah, so as you hold it, and again, you're gonna have that same thing as she hands it over to you. The longer you hold it, everything around kind of smells faintly of campfire. And you're gonna realize that this is an ever smoking bottle, and I'm gonna show it to you now.
I recognize this case 3 years back. A burglar would just slide these in, come in while everything was all disoriented. He really interesting fellow. He counted his steps. He would walk into a place, case the joint, count how many steps.
I'm so sorry, Ryle. I'm so sorry to interrupt your story, and I welcome you to continue it as we walk, but could I have the satchel back? I'd like to carry the items, if that's
of course.
okay.
Of course. Here, I'll take all of it.
She's gonna tuck away the brooch, like just away in like a squirreled away in a little pocket. But the rest of the items she'll just have in that satchel, and she'll sling over her shoulder.
Perfect. I want to move really quickly. Bootstrap, what is he up to during this like exchange?
Oh, he's just watching them all, and he's coming down off his little high here.
Okay.
Little rage high.
Awesome. As he's standing there kind of listening to Rael, solve the case or portray that he's solving the case, you're going to recall the footprints that you had followed in initially led to the opposite side of this little courtyard.
Yeah, I'll start heading up that way.
Awesome. Will you go ahead and roll me an investigation check?
Sure, I don't see why not. I'm really
I love
good at those.
the image of him just walking past Raheel going da 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 da.
This is actually a 19, so.
Oh, awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, so you follow those footprints over and you see kind of an opening in the crates that's room just enough for one person to fit in. And you see some scrawling on the wall. And due to your roguish nature, you recognize it as thieves' cant. And you are able to make out the following. I'm just going to share it with you for now. And then if you share it with everybody else, we can reveal it.
As Bird is going to cross over towards Bootstrap, because I noticed you moving, Elliot's been looking down the alleyway that we came from and the other direction that Bootstrap is towards, and seems to kind of shake out a little bit of his stupor, and kind of reaches down and goes over to Bird and hands Bird a pebble and says, I hope you understand why I did that, and I hope this is something you like.
Thank you for the treasure, and she will hand him a 4-leaf clover.
He takes it and puts it into his kind of like tucked into his armor.
Awesome.
She's gonna tuck that away and seem very, very pleased that she got another pebble.
Very good. Bootstrap, what are you doing?
I should check if I steer his message. Oi! There's some writing here.
Oh, wonderful! He just comes running along.
So, do me a favor, Turk. Go ahead and read it out. Players, I am going to share it to you, but I just really love the moment of Bootstrap reading this.
Alright. Lily's gone too far, now Hugh's dead. Well, of course he is. Came out of nowhere. They came for me, oh boo-hoo. But they got Hugh instead. Oh. I never meant to do anything wrong. They won't stop looking for me. I'll have to hide, I lost my number, so I had to take yours. That sounds about right. Sorry about that, Colin. Find me and you can get it. Ah, it's Colin, lad. So I got one out in his name. That's weird. Ah, find me, you get back. Yeah.
Written in the language of thieves. Interesting. There's more to this Genesis group than we thought.
Yeah, well.
Every secret club has its own special language.
Yeah, well, it really just means they're criminals of sorts, or at least associate with the type.
Do you have a secret language, Byron?
I got plenty of secret languages.
Club once, and we had a special language, yeah. Though it's not a club anymore.
In that silence, Bird, you are gonna hear, like, from the alleyway where you came in, the sound of, like, running footsteps in your direction. And as you kind of turn to look, you're going to see the figure
Someone's coming.
of Colin kind of round the corner, and he's gonna look around and then start lightly jogging in all of your direction.
Elliot will cross over to the alley to stop him with his hand on Colin's chest.
Oh, hey, whoa, ha, hi. Seems like I found the right place. You find you guys, and he's gonna try and like look over your shoulders at whatever you're investigating. You guys, you find any clues? You sleuths?
Yeah, Colin, are you here to get your number back?
He looks. How do you know about my number?
Well,
Oh, we know about all sorts of things.
Do you? Do you mind
Well-
telling me?
well,
No.
we know certain things, but Colin, friends share stuff with each other. Are
Okay.
you my friend?
Maybe later, sweet cheeks. Right now I'm kind of busy, already helping a friend. So, did you find anything. And again, he's like got his hands up and he's like looking at
Well,
Elliot, but actively trying to peek
Colin,
in.
My hand is still on his chest,
I don't
and if he tries to go, I'm grappling.
share that with you, Colin, if we're not friends.
Oh yeah, sure. All right, yeah, we're friends. We're totally friends. What was your name?
Colin, do you have your marble that I gave you?
Oh yeah. And he actually rummages around in a little pouch and pulls out a marble, and he's like, did you want it back, friend?
No, you keep it. I'm so glad we're friends.
Cool. And he like totally just trying to appease you, like puts it back in his pocket. Yeah, we're totally friends. Totally friends. And he gestures to Elliot's hand on his chest, and he's like, listen, and friends help each other. Full disclosure, I'm just trying to find Billy. Like, period.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Billy made a mistake, and he had to borrow your number.
I'm sorry, did you find Billy? How do you know this?
Well, he left us a message.
Oh, great.
Bootstrap read it.
Oh, well, can you show me the message?
Well, you'd have to talk to Bootstrap. I can't read it.
Colin's gonna look at Elliot and say, do you mind? I'm just trying to find my friend here, pal.
Colin, were you released or did you escape?
I don't see how that's important right now. The important
Colin,
thing
is Constable Charles okay?
Oh, she's fine. She's thrilled. I have she's used to my, shenanigans. I'm kind of one of those lovable scoundrels, but again, just really trying to find my friend here.
Does Elliot believe him about the constable?
Yeah, roll an insight for me.
And
Bert's also questioning, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you advantage because I think you guys are doing the same line of inquiry.
Thank God. Nat 20.
Hell yeah. So
Finally, 25.
So he's telling the truth. In that he didn't. D is fine. He's not lying about that.
Okay.
There didn't seem to be any kerfuffle there. But you
May just
suspect
be
that
tied
he's
up
trying to.
somewhere.
He's just kind of brushed over, how
Sure.
he's gotten here.
Sure. I mean, the fact that he was detained and now is suddenly not was why Elliot was so
Yes.
prickly.
Mhm.
So the hand goes down and Elliot takes a step back.
Awesome. Yeah, and which one of you? And he sees Bootstrap. He's like, you look like a Bootstrap, and he's gonna stride over, be like, you found a message or something? Talks about my number.
Yeah, suppose I did.
Do you mind showing me, or?
Oh, I don't know about that. Seems pretty unprofessional like for you to get involved in investigations, but supposing I like you, supposing this makes you a bit in my debt, it might be behind me.
Colin's gonna turn and look at everybody. Can anyone summarize the message?
Well, first, you have to tell us what the number is and how to get one.
Well, funny thing. So listen, Billy and I go back, just like way back, and inside jokes, they develop. My number is a dagger. He has my dagger, which is unfortunate because very much want it. And it's a joke. Some guy that was upset with us when we were kids told us that he had our number in a real threatening way, and we thought it was a joke, so we've got our numbers. It's a dumb kid's joke. It doesn't make sense. He had to have been there. Anyways, he has my dagger. Cool. Did he say anything else?
Can I insight check to see if number is the dagger?
Yeah. Go ahead, roll an insight.
15 plus a number. 6, 21.
Yep. Yep. He's telling the truth. It's his dagger. He's like, if you could show me the message, I could confirm and like give you information. Because again, I just want to find my friend before he gets in trouble. I believe that he didn't hurt anybody, but it'll get so much worse if he waits too long. We have to find him.
I think he meant to hurt anyone. I think Lily did it.
I'm sorry, what?
I think this is Lily's fault. Your friend Lily, the leader of your secret club. The
Okay.
note said Lily did something bad.
Can I just see the note? And he's gonna glance around, trying to find it himself.
I'm going to step aside and point towards the note to him. The note's right here.
Okay, and he's just gonna quickly, almost like lightning speed, move over, and check it and just quickly like read. Oh, Lily's in it.
While he's doing that, I'd like to sleight a hand, and I'm going to try and go through his pouch, and I want to take his thieves' tools.
Okay. Roll a sleight of hand check.
25.
Okay, yeah, he's so clued into like finding this message that he doesn't like if notice, and you're able to successfully retrieve his thieves tool, and you also like unwittingly, like kind of caught up in it, you find another item that's like, it's as you're like picking it up, it kind of gets caught in between all the different tools, and as you pull it out and you look in the palm of your hand, you find a small glass red orb that's totally intact, and you recognize that it might be the same as the glass that you found in the earlier in the town square.
I'm just gonna take a quick look, tuck that in, and then I'm gonna tap Colin on the shoulder.
He's like, yeah. Let me just finish. Oh, God damn it, Billy. And he's gonna turn around.
Anyone else notice that Ryle did this? Any of us standing behind see him like rifling through his pockets?
I rolled a 10 perception, so no, definitely not me.
Try to roll perception. It's gonna be pretty high because that was a pretty slick sleight of hand.
23.
16.
Okay, Bootstrap, you saw that Ryle maybe had like a movement that, given your roguish intelligence, you suspect that he has pickpocketed Colin.
I'm gonna give Bootstraps one of these.
I give him a nod.
Colin. Yep, Colin's kind of frustrated and frantic. He's like, okay, all right, so, cool. Have you found anything else? Do you know anything else? Was there something at the crime scene? I'm assuming Dee took you to the crime scene.
Yes, I was gonna ask for your expertise on something.
Okay, yep. Mm-hmm.
See, I found pieces of a cipher, and I'm gonna open up the pouch that has the broken pieces. Would you happen to know what this is?
He kind of pulls out the shards and looks at it. He goes, oh, yeah, and he goes to reach in his pouch and rummages around. He's like, wait, where's my tools? I had them. I just had them. God, I must have left them back in the office, and I thought I had one of those. Yeah, that's a bright light.
A bright light?
Yeah, a bright light. It's probably called something else, but we found just a whole horde of them in one of the ruins we investigated. It's kind of neat. You crush them, and it's just this big, bright light. Comes just
like a flash.
Yeah.
Of light.
Yeah.
And what happens after the flash?
It's just a flash. We had to hide them from the littles because they kept just like throwing them around because they thought they were kind of fun, like fireworks.
Did you hear the testimony of the witnesses, June and Greville?
No, Dee wouldn't let me to talk to any of them, and I tried to be pretty. I mean, when I was let out, they were totally not there. So
yeah.
No.
In their testimony, they stated that Hugh and Billy got into an argument, and then there was a flash of light. It sounds very similar to this bright light. And when Greville checked, Hugh was dead. Does this sound like something that a bright light is capable of?
Well, no. No. It's just like a party trick. It's not anything. Nobody could get hurt by that. But this is such a mess. And he's gonna like rub his forehead and be like, Billy.
If there's something that you know, you need to tell us.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, here's the deal. Things have been kind of messy lately. Nobody's fault. Just been a little bit, dramatic. Billy, Billy's been was kind of pissed. He was kind of ticked. Left the hideout in a bit of a fuss.
Yes, I believe I'm leaving. I'm not coming back, and get out of my way were the last words he ever spoke.
Yeah, he probably was telling Hugh to just, fuck right off. Like he didn't want to be with us anymore. Billy can get like that, when he gets the wrong ideas in his head. He's stubborn guy. So I think it was possible that Hugh went after him, just trying to convince him to come home so we could talk things out. But I mean, gosh, I don't understand why he would use him, or Hugh would use a bright light in like, that doesn't make sense. Maybe it doesn't make sense why they would use that. But anyways, Hugh was probably trying to bring him back, and I gotta find Billy before Dee or anybody else, because if they really think that he murdered him, like, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. So we gotta find him and keep him out of trouble. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen shadows attacking from the walls?
Come again?
I think that your friends used the bright light because there were shadow creatures attacking them. And this happened just a minute ago before you showed up. We also got attacked.
Shadow creatures? Like fairy
That would-
tales?
Came right out of the walls.
That would make sense, because I noticed the alley was darker than normal.
I mean, sometimes there's weird stuff going on. I've never heard or seen any shadows, and he kind of sits for a second. Billy did mention something about darkness, though. I mean, he was mad. He probably meant it in a more
What did he
metaphorical
mention
sense.
about darkness?
Oh, he was just he's going off about, our group and the direction we're heading in, and I think he had some sort of fallout with Lily. He was just ranting about how she's doing stuff wrong, and mentioned, like, darkness, but I assumed he was just in dramatics.
Where can we find Lily? Where's the Genesis
Lily's
hideout?
making good choices.
Well, you don't really know Lily, so cool it. I can send you to the hideout, I guess, and I can keep. There's a couple places that maybe I could go search. We changed hideouts recently. We found a good cache of items. We decided to just kind of pick up and move there permanently. It was kind of nice since Dee and her folks had found the last hideout, so it was time to move anyways. So yeah, I can tell you how to get to the hideout, but on one condition.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, how much did Dee tell you about our family?
Just that you were a found family.
Right. So, listen, there's a lot of kids like me, who were, lost families. And as you're looking at Colin, he's probably like around 21, so he's not really a kid, but it just most of us are kids. So, like, I'll tell you where to go. Maybe don't mention that I sent you, just because if things did get weird and Lily is up to something, I don't know why she would. They might not let you in. I don't know. I'm probably overthinking it, but just don't hurt my family.
We have
No,
no
we are your
intentions
friends.
to hurt anybody.
Great.
Can you give us a physical description of Lily so that we can recognize her when we see her?
Yeah, and he's gonna kind of she's do the whole thing. This tall, dark hair, pale skin, she's been wearing a lot of like robes lately. So she'd probably be in that. Ears are just kind of a little pointed. She's probably at the heart of the hideout, if I had to guess. She's been studying something in there. She gets in these moods where she just hyper focuses, and I actually haven't seen her. I think Billy was the last to see her, probably. So I'm sorry I can't give you much more than just, you know, what she generally looks like, but
a dark-haired woman of elven descent in robes.
I think she's probably actually half elf.
Me too.
Oh, well, you should get her along smashing then.
Well, do we want to go there? Did he give us a map, or was he just gonna explain it to us, or
Yeah, he's just gonna he's just gonna describe very specific instructions of how you can navigate to the city. It's actually not too far away from here, but he gives you a level of instructions that you're confident that you can arrive at your destination.
Okay. And where are you going, Colin?
There's a couple places I can maybe check out. I mean, the message says I need to find him. So I have some ideas. So I'll just scout around up here. And if I can't find him, I'll try to meet you up at the hideout, I guess. Hopefully I just find his dumb ass so we can like put this to bed, because this is ridiculous.
I would recommend you find a torch.
He smiles, and thank you for that. And he kind of gestures at all of his pouches. But I've got a lot of stuff that I think work a little bit better.
Just try and keep near light in case those shadow creatures try and find you too.
He gives you just kind of like a sly salute. And he turns to the buildings behind him and starts kind of like sizing up the ceilings or the roofs. Any other questions?
Oh, that'll be all for me.
Awesome. And yeah, he's gonna be like, well, catch you later, I guess. And he's just gonna like launch himself, like just with surprising dexterity. He's gonna clamber up onto the boxes and barrels and like catch up and swing up onto the roofs and just run off into the night.
Colin is a nice friend. I am worried about his friend Lily, though.
Well, let's go have a conversation with Lily.
Let's have a nice long talk.
And like when he says that, after Colin leaves, you just see Rael pull out the bright light and just kind of examine it. Can I roll an arcade check to see if that's what this actually is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
While he's rolling, Elliot is staring at where Colin went.
That is going to be a 19.
Yeah, so as you look at it, in its like fully like put together form, you see just like at the center of it what appears like a kind of like small like flickering light inside that's like a little bit obscured by like the glass. And you get the intention that yes, it's exactly what Colin told you it was.
Very well. Let's continue. Just
all right.
Keeps following the directions.
Okay, perfect. So you are able to follow the directions easily enough. Let me swap over my stuff real quick. And find yourself at the tunnel of the Genesis hideout. Let me just get this handout thrown up for you guys. You stand at the entrance of a long tunnel. Several torches gleam off smooth granite walls, and rocky debris lays in organized piles, clear signs of excavation. The air smells of stagnant water, smoke, and moss. You hear the sound of metal scraping stone echoing from a hall that juts off the main stretch before you. And as you can see, there's a couple of torches just right in this entrance next to you.
Sorry, I was switching my headset really quick. We are in a sewer tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It seems like maybe this is a sewer, but like the walls are kind of carved out in a way that maybe like a sewer wouldn't be.
Okay.
Elliot's keeping toward the front, but is waiting for some sort of signal from everyone else for what they want to do.
Well, is it well lit in here, or is it dark?
Kind of in the entranceway, I'm gonna have to reveal as you guys go, but there's like, you can see here, and I'll actually reveal this up to here. You can kind of see there's a glow coming from right here, and that seems to be that jut off where the scraping of metal on stone sounds is, and then the hall just continues out into darkness.
Okay. Bird's just gonna produce flame and just kind of hold it above her hand as they walk forward.
Perfect.
Try and light the way.
Awesome.
Okay. And
Actively staying in front of Bird.
yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so as you get further down, you see that this tunnel kind of continues. It looks like it kind of branches off in another direction, but seems to keep going. And as you approach that initial jut, the sounds of scraping shovel gets a little louder, and you hear kind of soft voices talking back and forth. And one of them goes, "I don't want to hear it, you guys."
Did he? We don't have any. We're just coming in. Okay. She's gonna kind of look to her companions and whisper like, "Do we just want to show up and say hi, or do we want to pretend something?"
Like, as you're saying that, you see the skin on Rael start to shift, and Colin looks back at you and goes, "I was just gonna walk in to say hi."
Fix, can you introduce us as your new friends that want to be part of the club?
Don't see why not.
Okay,
Seem nice
So
enough.
good to everyone else.
I'm just gonna put a little thing on your token real quick, Ryle, to help me remember that he's.
Haha!
Like
No,
Colin.
just kidding.
Stop moving, gosh dang it. Okay, let me just get that real quick.
You'll never catch me.
Maybe. Oh,
He's
it's this.
evasive.
Does anyone respond to her asking if they're cool with that plan? If not, she'll just kind of like nod and, okay. Here we go, and she's gonna continue walking.
Awesome.
Elliot is actively looking at the whole group for a decision and just being in a protective place.
Alright,
Okay.
so yeah, Rael starts to take the lead. Quick question: he's gonna open up and examine Colin's thieves' tools. Are there any sort of etchings, any sort of mark on them that makes them unique to him?
Yeah, actually there is. Kind of like in the band that holds it together, you see the number 9102 etched into the like leather band that's kind of holding it all together.
And 102. So he's gonna take a beat and just remember that, and then you guys are just gonna see him just kind of la 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 la. Okay, got the character. Let's go.
Okay, awesome. Okay, you're gonna walk in. Let me get my sizing right really quick. You're gonna walk into this room, and as you walk in, you're gonna see a couple of things. So this room's gonna open up into a larger section, and over to your right, you'll see two young boys, probably like 12, 13 years old, with shovels, trying to kind of like push and move what looks like just kind of caved in debris. And over, like next to the door as you come in, there's going to be a young woman of about 15, kind of leaned back against the wall, observing them working and checking her nails. And the boys kind of seem frustrated. And she's gonna look over and see you and go, Colin, like, where have you been? Who are these people?
So I got caught again. Long story, you know how she is. But I couldn't help but overhear. You know, look, everything's going crazy on the upper levels, so they brought in help, and these are the help. And
Help for what? They look
look,
old.
Yeah, they're old, but look, they're gonna help us with some stuff.
What stuff? Colin, you haven't been here for like days, so like, what do you mean? Did you hear about Hugh? Do you know about Hugh?
Yeah, he went missing.
No.
Hi, I'm Bird.
She just like looks at
Bird's
you.
gonna just try and cut in. She's gonna try and get a name.
She's just gonna look her up and down and not respond. Hi. No, Colin, Hugh's dead.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Look, that's the big case.
Yeah.
That Dee's working on, and she got these guys to check it out.
We already know who did it. It was totally Billy.
Yeah, but I don't want them to look into deep on us. You know, she brings in a bunch of outsiders. They come in here, starts shit with Lily, and you know how Lily is.
Well, I mean, not really. She's been like super weird, but I guess it's a good thing that you're back because like there's something that's like totally going down tonight and you should probably like talk to her about it.
Oh, what's going down now?
Well, I don't know. She wouldn't tell us.
All right, well, just
Bird walked over to these two boys and she has the feature easy friendship. Do
Okay.
you think they would be within the age range that would work on?
They're gonna eye her as they walk over.
Immediately makes friends with children wherever she goes.
Yeah. What's your opening line?
She'll be like, "Hi, can I help?"
They're gonna look, and the younger, let's go ahead. This guy is gonna go. Finally, Stacy over there refuses to help, and he's gonna like reach down and pick up a shovel and hand it over. Just kind of assuming from your size and demeanor that you're like a kid like him. He's like, we're just kind of shovel it and move it to the side so we can like go down here or whatever.
What's it for? What's down there?
Well, we're just, I mean, did you not get the like whole spiel? We're just trying to find like treasure that we can sell, you know, to like buy food and stuff.
I had someone telling me about treasure, and she's gonna just kind of start shoveling.
Mm-hmm.
I had someone tell me about this cool treasure that was like a piece of jewelry with like frog heads on it. Have you ever heard of something like that?
Oh yeah, I think yeah, we found like a whole bunch of stuff like that back at, gosh. And he turns to the other boys. Do you remember where that was? All the, like the weird, creepy frog stuff. And the little boy's just gonna kind of shake his head and look really bashfully at Bird and like not say anything.
Do you know if it's magic stuff?
I mean, a lot of this stuff's magic. We get more money for the magic stuff.
What's happening tonight?
I mean, we're just gonna be like here doing this. Like it's kind of just like our job, I guess. And I mean, if you're joining too, this is probably what you'll be doing at least till curfew. Then we'll like
Want to
eat.
hear a scary story?
When you say that, the other kid kind of like shudders and like his eyes get really big and he looks at you. And the kid that you're talking to goes, probably not. He gets real freaked out.
Oh, okay. And she's gonna like just kind of pass the flame that she's like got just hovering next to her, like over to kind of like nearer them. Be like, there, that should help.
Blue's gonna kind of like, his eyes are gonna get wide and nervous, but again, he's gonna just kind of keep looking at her and then like trying to make it so she doesn't notice. And Red's gonna be like, "Oh, hey, that's cool. Do you have like a necklace that like does that or something?"
No, I have fairy magic.
Oh, like Lily, that's pretty cool.
Does she have it too?
I mean, she can do all sorts of stuff. It's like pretty sick.
That's very cool. What have you seen her do? I can do lots of things too.
Well, like, she like, I don't know, when there's big stuff that needs like burning. I don't know. I don't get to see her like too much, except she like reads us stories sometimes, which is pretty cool. But we haven't seen her in a while. At this point, Stacy is still kind of accosting like Colin, like, so like, where have you even been? Like, you got caught again? Like, caught doing what?
I was trying to break in.
Break in where? Like, why are you always doing this? It doesn't
Station.
make any sense.
Because, everybody acts like, the only people that can do justice shit is the, D. And I'm like, I can do it too, or whatever.
Whatever, Colin. It's so stupid. Listener, so you're
Yep.
here to talk to Lily? Because she's probably not going to see you.
She'll see me. You know how I am. People don't want to give me stuff, but then they give it to me. That's just how it is.
She's gonna eye the rest of your friends. She's like, okay, well, like, go talk to her, but I think like these old people need to stay here.
Elliot has not stopped staring her down the second he walked in, by the way.
She just like gives you just like a shitty like teenager like, what?
Like, as I see that, just ask Colin,
Perfectly
I just
calm.
kind of, like, as I see that, ask Colin, I just kind of tap Elliot in the chest, like, hey, knock it off.
There is literally no reaction to you whatsoever.
Then he's just gonna like lean in, go, knock it the fuck off.
It takes a couple moments, but he does eventually kind of relax a little bit and kind of step back. And he is very unhappy that he's doing it.
He's gonna go, all right, so yeah, I'm just gonna go check in on Lily. Look, I'm gonna take them as far as Lily will let me as soon as she tells.
I'm telling you, Colin, like, they have to stay here. You know the rules. No non-members in the hideout. Why are you being so weird?
Why are you being so difficult? I didn't know that you were such a bootlicker.
Excuse you?
Excuse you.
Oh my god, Colin, you're such an ass. What is Bootstrap doing during this whole interaction?
I'm just waiting for someone to pull a blade on me, and then I'll be fucking kids.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Bird.
Screw both of you.
Bird, are you still just like talking to these kids?
Yep, I am just their friends, and I'm helping shovel, and I'm talking about magic, and just doing friend talk. You know how you talk to friends long enough, and eventually you're finding out that like their parents are getting a divorce.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, because they just start like letting everything go.
Yep.
Yeah, she's just doing that.
Okay.
All right.
As you're talking to them, you'll learn that the kids with the red dot, his name is literally Red. And the kid next to him is Charles. And Charles is just, he doesn't say anything this whole time. He's just kind of like looking at you. But Red is pretty talkative as he kind of like is shoveling, and he explains to you that like this is pretty standard procedure. I mean, we come in, we go to the ruins, and like, you know, if someone, and he kind of like directs that at Stacy, would help, it'd go faster. But we find treasure, and then like the bigs take them out and like sell them, and we just kind of live wherever we can find. We actually just found this place pretty recently, and he looks up like at the vaulted ceilings and stuff. He's like, it's way nicer than the old hideout. But
As Colin, I'm gonna start to head towards where Stacy pointed, showing where Lily is.
okay. So you're gonna you noticed a couple things. There's like a door this way, a hallway, and she didn't really like point any particular. She just waved in that general direction. There's a hall that goes this way, and a door that open entryway that goes that way. But as you walk past this door, you'll see a small note that's like tacked to the wall, and it's just gonna say shiny storage, kind of just like written in what's clearly little kid handwriting.
Okay. As Colin, I'm gonna turn back and go. Yeah, it's been a minute. Where's she at again?
She's. Are you kidding me, Colin? Seriously? Why are you acting so weird?
I had a long couple of days, okay?
Okay, but like, and she's gonna start moving in your direction.
Oh, here we go.
But like,
actively trying to keep myself between the two of them.
she's gonna put up her hands. She's like, "Can I help you?"
I mean, not like close.
Oh,
I'm gonna
gotcha.
back up a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Like it's more like just like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna like I'm going this way too. Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
She's gonna be like, "Okay, Colin, your new friend is like giving me weird vibes, and I don't like any of this. And it's like my job to make sure that like weirdos don't get in the hideout. So like, I don't like. What am I supposed to do with them? Like, I don't even know. And you're being sketch, like really sketch, like Colin, like so sketch."
Listen, your friend here, Colin, kind of looks at Braille for a second, like doubting himself. Hired me for protection because of everything that's been going on.
What do you mean?
I'm just trying to.
Oh my
make
God,
sure that
Colin!
he's
Did Billy
okay.
threaten to kill you too?
Said he had my number, okay?
Well, yeah, like that's like we all have each other's like numbers. Like, what do you mean?
No, like a threat. Like he had like my time was up, you know?
Like what?
Like, I don't know. It's fucking weird. He was acting weird.
Yeah, like he straight up murdered Hugh. Like he's so
Yeah,
out of the
and now he
club.
might come after me too, right?
Okay, I guess, or whatever. But listen, fine. I guess. And she like stomps her feet. She's like, "Okay, here's the deal. I guess I can like let you go, and I guess these guys can go with you because like they're boring, and I don't want to talk to them. So you can take them. You're just gonna have to let Marcy know that like I gave you the go ahead to like go in there or whatever. And like she points over in this direction and says, you can go through there really quick. But first, do you have any like shinies that you need to store or whatever? Like, I don't even know what you're up to, but you know the rules. If you brought shinies, you have to store them.
Yes, we did pretty good shiny.
Okay, great. Like, whatever. And she's gonna walk over to this door and unlock it and kind of like push it open and be like, okay, just like put them in there and then you can like go see whatever. Like, I don't even care anymore. And she's gonna go back to her position. As she walks back over, she's like, are you guys even done yet? Like, oh my God.
So we go into the shiny storage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. And I'm just gonna see what's in there.
Awesome.
Also very interested in shiny storage.
Okay.
And also give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
You're good. So, Bootstrap, as you kind of walk in there, it's just, there's like, it looks like there's just kind of, they've recently moved in. So it doesn't appear like there are too many items. It looks like this also might act as a pantry of sort, like just general storage. But what you do find is kind of in the corner, you find a stained long sword. And as you open the door, the sword winks as the light flashes across its honed edge. Its blade is mottled with deep purples and swirling blacks, the colors tugging at your attention. If you were to go over and hold the sword, you would hear kind of a din rising in your ears, building up to a scream behind you. But before you could like look, the blade will kind of flash again, and you're kind of disoriented, just like you just feel like you just want to keep looking at the sword. You'll also find 2 more potions, common potions of healing.
I'll swipe those immediately.
That's a pretty stabber. That there's a pretty stabber, isn't it?
Let's close these out. And other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything else.
Okay. Awesome. So there is the sword and the 2 potions.
Correct.
Alright, I have no interest in the sword, so I'm just taking the potions. So yeah, after that, I'm gonna head towards Lily with my bodyguards.
Awesome. Bird, are you going with the rest of the party, or are you staying put with the kiddos?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, as I see them all moving, I'll have to excuse myself and be like, well, I think it's time for me to go with my other new friends. But she'll leave them with a few different fossil rocks
Cool.
that she has from her pockets.
Cool. Red's just gonna kind of keep digging happily, and Charles is gonna look at you and get kind of nervous. And as you make it halfway across the room, he's gonna just like stop and put his shovel down and run over to you and kind of grab at your hand, and just wide-eyed look at you and go, and he's gonna look nervously back at Stacy and just put his hand up to your ear and just be like, "Be careful." And he's gonna run back and start digging again.
Does Elliot see Bootstrap picking up the sword, by the way? Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't try to hide it or anything. Just kind of
Just comes striding out with his sword.
tapping it on my shoulder. Put it on the other side of my head.
Bird's gonna kind of sidle up close to Bootstrap and Elliot, and she's gonna tell them, I think we're walking into danger.
It's about time.
Awesome. So let me just do some. You guys are gonna walk that way.
Yep.
Elliot is now following Bootstrap instead of being in the lead.
Okay. Sorry, give me just a second. I gotta move these where they need to
As
be.
they continue to walk, she's gonna say, I am pretty sure that Lily is capable of casting large fire spells. So, and also, we've been warned to be careful. And she's just kind of gonna whisper that so that they are on alert since they've established themselves as the 2 fighters.
Elliot nods in understanding.
Yeah, well, you know, I got me new pretty stabber here.
It is very pretty, though it seems to be screaming.
Yeah, well, most things around me are.
All right. So you're walking, and again, you're gonna find. It looks like 2 kids sitting in the middle of the room playing some sort of game, and another younger woman around, 16 years old, leaning against the wall, and she's actually flipping through a book. And she's gonna look up and see you guys coming in and be like, "Whoa, hey, whoa, Colin, hi."
Hey, I already got the green light, and I was told to tell you that they're cool to come with me. They're my bodyguards. Billy's out here saying he's gonna kill people. I can't. Hey, look, he's gonna come after me next. I need to talk to Lily.
Okay, cool, but I don't know if she's gonna see you or whatever. She's been really weird.
Yeah, I know. That's why I need to talk to her.
No, Colin, really weird. She hasn't left there in, days. She hasn't eaten in days.
Then let me go in and see what's up.
Okay, but, and the 2 kids on the floor kind of looking at you, and the orange dot kid is gonna look at Bootstrap and be like, "Hey, where'd you get that sword?"
Who, me?
All right.
Yeah, we found a sword like that the other day. It's kind of crazy you have one.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Elliot relaxes.
Okay.
What about it, little man?
I think it's kind of crazy, right? Don't you think it's crazy? And he looks over at his friend who's just kind of squinting. Yeah, we found that.
Okay. Hey, like ask out loud. I'm gonna be like, all right, don't narc. All right, here. And he gives them 5 gold pieces each. Billy's
Uh,
gonna come. Billy's gonna come for me, and I need to make sure that the guys who got my back are armed. Went into the shiny room. We're not taking it. We're just borrowing it.
I guess that's fine if you're just borrowing it, because like that's how we make money for food, isn't that right, Marcy? And Marcy's gonna be looking at you guys like, yeah, I guess. Hey, Colin, can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's talk.
She's gonna kind of move you over to here, and from this direction, you can see. Let me make sure. Kind of this room that opens up to kind of like a altar situation. She's gonna be like, Colin, listen, you have bodyguards. That seems pretty intense. Is everything okay? Like, I don't understand. And like, I'd be careful with that sword. It like screams. I don't know. Like, we've been trying really hard not to touch it.
Look, Billy killed Hugh, and then when I got out of the prison, there were like these weird shadow things that attacked me, and like these thugs saw it and they helped me out, and I'm like, I got some extra currency from my visit in the pen, and I gave them a couple of coins to have my back.
Okay. Will you roll a deception check? Because at this point,
Yes.
you're like pretending to be someone, and we're in like an extended.
Oh no, absolutely.
Is this something
absolutely.
Colin would do?
Let's see. Ba 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 ba. Oh hell yeah. 1 second. I think we're gonna be all right, folks. 23.
Yeah.
18 plus 5.
Her like concern's gonna cross her face, just like, it doesn't really seem like something you do, but listen, do you really think Billy did it?
Honestly, I don't know what's going on. That's why I need to talk to Lily.
Okay, that's fine, but like I said, it's been really weird. I'm like glad you're back, because it's been hard enough keeping the littles from like losing it,
Like maybe you should get them out for the night. You take everybody here, you take them out, get them some food here, and he gives her his sack of 50 gold. Just
whoa,
take 'em.
Colin,
Hey,
where did you find this? Is this great?
I told you I did pretty well. That's why I've been gone so long. Get all the kids out of here. Get them some food, get them some stuff, take them somewhere nice. Let me talk to Lily and see if we can figure out what's going on.
Okay, cool. Just like a side note too, though. I was like here because this is when Billy left, like all mad, and Hugh followed. But he like spent some time up, and she points up towards the altar. He spent some time over there, before he left. I don't know if that matters, but like, it seemed out of character for him. I tried to talk to him, but he didn't seem like talking at all. I'm worried about him, but I don't know. This is such a mess, Colin.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put it right. Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the other room, Orange is now kind of turned to Bird. Hey, you're really short.
Thank you.
No, like
you're really short too.
Like really short. Like I have like a growth deficiency, but like you're really short.
Yeah, I am.
But like, what's your name?
My name is Bird.
Hi, Bird. And he's gonna put his hand out to very seriously shake your hand.
What's your name?
It's really nice to meet you. My name's John.
Hi, John.
Yeah, hi. So like, are you joining the crew or are you a bodyguard? Because you seem pretty short for a bodyguard.
I would like to join the secret club. I love secret clubs.
Well, you have to pick a number, like a favorite number, and you can't have mine because mine's like 6679.
Yeah, I so like Billy is 7891, right?
Well, yeah. I think that, yeah.
I heard about that. My friend, and she's gonna point to big Bootstrap. She's like, that big guy right there. He was the one that discovered everyone had cool numbers, and that's what made me want to join your club. Do you know what numbers are already taken up?
He looks over at Bootstrap and he goes, he figured it out. Just like,
yeah, he can read sneaky writing.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll tell you all the numbers. And he just starts listing, just like, this person's this number, and this person's this number, and this person's this number. Like, a gross, like, there's probably, all told, there's probably around, like, 20-ish kids. And he just lists it. And this kid used to be this number, but then he got found out, and, like, just wrote from memory. Meanwhile, Green is just kind of, like, pushing at his little dice. Kind of sad that his like playmates like stopped playing.
She's gonna like get out a thing of marbles and a little shooter marble and like set them in front of and some in front of herself and like try and get a marble game going while she talks to Orange.
Okay. Bootstrap, Elliot, are you guys just kind of watching this? You looking around the room? What's your deals?
So I was paying attention to Rael. And I rolled a perception check and got a nat 20, so total of 22 for him giving the sack of gold over.
Okay.
Elliot would immediately cross over and almost sheepishly like take out 2 gold coins and also pass them over.
Okay, to Marcy.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. As you do that too, like, because you've been looking around and like watching them, you'll notice too, like in the corners in this, it looks like kind of a quick campsite. Like this seems like where the kids kind of come. There's a few sleeping bags scattered, but one of them seems like a bit of a weird shape, and you just make mental note of that and go over. And Marcy,
can you point out which one is weird shape?
Yeah,
Sorry.
this one right here in the corner.
Okay.
And you'll walk over and Marcy will be kind of like nervously and she'll take it and she'll be like, thank you. This is really great. And she just kind of adds it to the coin purse.
Yeah, for the kids.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks. She gets a little flustered and uncomfortable, but she accepts it, no problem.
Okay.
Bootstrap, are you just kind of chilling?
I'm leaning back on the wall here, looking at my new sword.
Okay, cool.
Should be fine. Super not cursed.
Pretty
Bird
nice
is Bird is gonna try and take special note of Lily's number. If Orange lists it, if John lists it.
Okay. Yeah. So her number is going to be 3354.
And then she is going to ask if they heard the news about Billy and what they thought about it.
Green's gonna like get visibly upset. He's like, we don't want to talk about Billy. Yeah, we don't want to talk about Billy because it's kind of depressing.
Yeah, I don't think he did it either. I think he was framed. She'll say kind of like dramatically, like in that kid way.
They put him on the wall, and Green's just gonna burst into tears.
They put him on the wall?
Oh, see, he's not so good at words. I'm great at words and math. He thinks that you mean that they put him in a frame.
Oh yeah, no, like someone tried to like pin it on him. Okay, so someone tried to blame. Since I realized I was using another idiom.
Yeah, Green is just like full sobbing, and Marcy kind of hears the sobbing, and she goes, "Whoa, like what's going what's going on? She's just gonna look and see Green just like sitting there, just like sobbing, and Orange like still talking to Bird, and not really respond. And Orange is gonna be like, I don't know who to do that, because that seems like that's kind of weird.
So Bird is going to take out Mr. Bun Bun
Okay,
and hand it to the boy.
who's crying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, you'll reach out to hand it to him, and
And it is a tattered looking stuffed rabbit toy, which seems to be on the verge of forever falling apart. But if you hold it and like stroke it, it'll calm your emotions.
okay, yeah, he'll take that into his arms and just clutch it to his chest and let out like one more good like, ah! And then like deep breathe, and like just kind of hold it and go like then, like after he's like done crying, and Orange is gonna look at it and look back at you and be like, did you find that here and like in the ruins? Because that's a pretty cool one.
No, I didn't find it. It used to be my friend's.
Your friend?
Yeah, my best friend.
Was she little like you?
She was even littler.
Oh.
That's why I'm so little.
Oh, was she like a gnome or something? Like, what's that make?
No, she was just a girl. She was a human girl.
Well, where's she at? Can I meet your friend? And he's gonna kind of like look out into the hallway to be like checking for another person.
It's gonna swallow real hard. And she's gonna be like, no, she isn't alive anymore.
Oh, did she die in the earthquake?
No, she got very sick.
Oh,
And I couldn't help her.
my mom and dad died in the earthquake. So did my brother.
When was the earthquake again, DM? How many
10
years
10 years.
ago?
Yeah,
10 years ago?
Mhm.
Okay. How old are these kids?
This kid looks pretty young. This guy's like 11 at the most.
Okay.
He's little.
Okay.
And the kid next to him's probably around the same. So they would like been babies almost when this happened.
Well, I'm sorry about that. You have a good family now, though.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like that we get to like find treasure, and he like gestures down to like a little belt where he has a dagger. He's like, someday I hope I get to get in a fight.
Do you want to fight?
Well, yeah, because I found this,
you
and
want-
he just pulls out his little dagger, and it's just a wicked looking thing. He's like, I found this, and the big said we could keep it, so I got to keep it. And he's like, do you want to see it? And he just like shoves it in your face, like uncomfortably close to your face, like dangerously. And he's like, I'm pretty sure that it does tricks.
Can I hold it?
He froze his brow for a second. Yeah, but only for 24 seconds, and he hands it to you and starts.
She's gonna count out loud. 1, 2, 3, and she's just examining it and trying to become as familiar with it as possible, and try and figure out if it's a special dagger. So...
Roll an Arcana check for me.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So that was a 3.
yeah, so
and honestly, she's not very good at this sort of thing.
Yeah, totally fine. So as you're holding it, and like looking at it and counting down, it just looks like a dagger. There might be some intricate like work on the handle, like so you're like, oh, this is like surprisingly nice. But you don't get any like impression.
She's gonna take a break from in between counting and be like, oh, I bet this does all sorts of cool magical things.
Yeah, I bet you have to stab somebody with first.
I bet it would be really good at also convincing people to not stab you.
That seems boring. He just kind of shrugs it and like puts his hand back out.
She'll hand it back.
This kid's smart.
Okay, I want to go back to Rael and Elliot.
Okay.
Marcy has just kind of been talking and mentioned this antechamber. And where do you want to do?
He's just gonna go, take the kids, do something nice. I'm gonna go check out this chamber, then I'm gonna go talk to Lily, alright?
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. and she'll stride back into the room.
Okay. And I'm gonna go in here and check out this altar.
Okay, let me.
Elliot follows and kind of stays toward the door to kind of keep an eye on anyone coming in to
Perfect.
mess with Rael.
Yes. So you're gonna stride over there, and you'll see. Let me find it really quick.
Yeah. And Rael, you would have probably caught like a little like exaggerated wink, like I get what you're doing,
And
and
like,
I'm gonna try to play along.
like he's doing the whole right
Yeah,
back at.
yeah. Like it's he makes sure that like nobody's looking, like he's like facing only you, but he definitely does it like out in the open.
Hit him with the double wink.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you're gonna walk in, and first thing that's gonna you're gonna notice is the sound of kind of like faint dripping water. It looks like the kids have lit some of the braziers that are around the room, and they gutter and wane in the damp air. It looks like this room might have been a place of worship, and there's 2 stone benches that sit resolutely, and a rising statue of a tiefling woman at the front of the room. She stands defensively, knees slightly bent, and arm outstretched against some invisible danger. In her other hand, she readies a staff with a black gem set in its pommel. Her face is frozen in a straight stare, expressionless except for the faintest upturn in the corner of her lips. Bony wings jut out from her shoulder blades, stretching open to lift her off the ground at a moment's notice. And there's an inscription at her feet that reads, "The Keeper of Shadows, dance into the light."
Can I do something real fast?
Mm-hmm.
So from what you know of Elliot's background and what he might have been studying,
Mm-hmm.
is there a chance that he would have seen anything like this?
Go ahead and roll a history check for me.
I was just about to ask if I could roll one of those.
Yep.
as well.
Fucking dice jail. Not one.
Okay, yeah, no.
For
Yep.
history, I'm not perfect at history, so that's a 17. 13 plus 4.
Okay, 17. Okay, yeah. Rael, so you've read kind of like as you came in, you know some general history about Belport. And you know that in its heyday, it was a huge bastion for different like magic beliefs, and that checks out with like the kids being able to find so many like magic artifacts kind of in the ruins. And as you're looking at this statue, you seem to recall there being, you don't remember particulars, but you seem to recall there was kind of a strange religion that existed in Belport that had some kind of shadier dealings. Again, you can't call any specifics, but you remember like the founder, the head of that religion, was like a tiefling woman, and that's about as much as you can recall.
The next thing I'd like to do is I'd like to take a look over at this statue to see if there's any kind of arcane markings, any sort of telltale signs that there's magic present here.
Okay, so are you investigating or are you doing Arcana?
I'll do Arcana.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not great. 3 plus 7, 10.
10. Okay, so as you're investigating around the statue, there's like a pool of just stagnant water like beneath it. And as you're kind of like sensing for magic, you feel like a muted like light ping coming from like the water under the statue. But you're not quite sure, just maybe something's there, but you're not sure.
I am going to take my short sword and kind of stab at the water a little bit, to disturb the water to see if anything.
Yeah. You stab in the water and it just ripples harmlessly out.
If it's for science.
Okay, are you just reaching your hand in?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a sip.
Okay, awesome. So you put your hand in and kind of feel around where you got that ping of magic. And I'm gonna need you to take
Yep, here we go.
just take 1 damage as you're sliding around, and something in the water like cuts your finger as you like slide it past it. And you withdraw, kind of like, ooh, ow, but it just looks like you've just cut your finger on whatever it was in the water.
Ow. That was unpleasant. All right.
I've seen this movie. Nope. This is not going to end well. Oh, God.
Elliot, I think there's something in the water.
What? Elliot was
I
paying
think-
attention to the other room.
It says, I think there might be something in the water. And he just walks out.
Did you want me to look
Oh,
at it?
Just informing you, in case you're interested.
Elliot takes up position in the hallway between everyone else in the water.
All right. He just announces. Like he starts to announce in his voice, but then he's like, he sees Mars. It's like, I'm gonna go talk to Lily.
Cool. Did you find anything? Did like Billy leave anything in there? He was in there a long time.
All I found was something that pricked me in the finger in the water there.
She's like, oh, maybe the kids dropped something in there. They were playing in there earlier. They probably
You let
left
the kids
something.
in here?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, we checked it first. God, Colin.
I mean, fine, whatever. I'll go check again. now I'll just do a general investigate on the room.
Okay. Yeah. So on the room or like on the water?
I'll do the water. I'm sorry. I should.
Yeah.
decide.
Yeah. So, how are you just putting your hands in and just like moving them around, or
No, well,
just
not
more,
again. No.
Okay, you're just
no.
more closely looking at it. Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
This time was much better. 16 plus 7.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say 6.
No.
Yeah, so you're gonna look in the water and you're just gonna kind of like peer, and you're gonna see a couple of things. You're gonna like
Okay.
be able to make out underneath, just when the torch is flashing just the right way. It looks like there's some like dark spots under the water, and where you like cut your finger, there's just like a dark long shadow, and you're able to kind of make out what looks like a pommel of like maybe like a sword or dagger.
Now, seeing that my issue was that of light, I'm gonna take a torch, light it on the brazier, and then just illuminate it, and then just reach in and grab it.
Yeah, so as you bring it over, you fully see, like, because the water's not that deep, you're able
Yeah.
to see a dagger. Let me see if I have. I'm going to describe it first. And you're able to reach in and pull it out. And it's a small, wicked-looking dagger. There's a sapphire set in its pommel. And it also looks like there's something kind of clumsily scratched into the blade. And as you kind of look closer, it looks like the number 7891. And those dark, like, patches that are also in the water, as you bring it over, you realize they're like stones or rocks of some kind that are just kind of resting in the pool.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm going to just kind of hold the dagger. Hey, what else did you say was there? Like a weird stone thing?
There looks like there's about like 10 black rocks. You can't really tell because they're still in the water, but 10 black rocks just kind of resting in the water.
I'm gonna try and pick one up.
All right, yeah, you're just gonna reach in and pick it up and realize that it's a black jasper.
I know what that is.
It's a
And I'm
stone.
sure it's
A stone worth money.
Prove to me that you do. I know what that is.
I'm going to pick them all up.
Yeah, so you're just gonna find 10 black jaspers, and they're worth about 5 gold each.
Okay, cool. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna look. There's nothing else in the water after that.
Nope, nothing else in the water.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna put them in my pouch. I'm gonna put the dagger in the hilt. I'm gonna walk out and go. Mars. I did find something in there. I found a couple of these guys that I pass out the black jaspers to her, and to
Oh, cool.
green and to orange.
Okay.
That should get us. That should get you some more money to keep everyone out for the night.
Oh,
Yeah?
great. It's kind of weird that Billy would just like put those in there,
Yeah,
right? Why
You're
didn't you just
supposed
put
to
them
share
in
the shinies. Exactly.
It's
So
kind of weird.
I'm gonna go let Lily know about that. I'm gonna put the rest of them in the shiny room. But yeah, you should all skedaddle.
Bird's gonna look at the two boys and she's gonna be like, "Can I trade you for one of those? I have a glass eye."
Orange eyes are gonna get just really wide. I'm sorry, you have what now? A glass eye? Did you take it out of the person? Did you find it in a person?
I'm only gonna show you if we can trade for one of your shiny black rocks.
The other kid's just kind of like pulling at Bun Bun's ear, and he has and he kind of like hides his rock and shakes his head at you. The other kid kind of calculates. Okay, fine, but like only if it's like really cool. So show me first.
Okay, and she's gonna pull out like legit. It was at one point some dude's glass eye.
Yeah, and he's just gonna snatch it and replace it, and he's just gonna hold it and like just be like looking at it and running over it. Like
She's gonna tuck away the black jasper.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
But yeah, so with that, as soon as Mars and the kids start to leave, that's when he'll like show everybody all the stuff.
Okay, perfect.
Before they leave, though, she's gonna ask if she can have Mr. Bun Bun back.
He's gonna look at you and go, "Oh, Tim, it was really nice." And he's gonna hand it back
It's really
to you.
nice. I'm glad you made friends with him.
And he'll kind of look back, and Orange is gonna stop and be like, "You know, maybe you are grown up, even though you're really short. Because I don't think a kid would just have this." And he like holds up the glass eye, and then gets up and be like, "Okay, bye now," and they're just gonna leave.
So as soon as they do, I'm gonna say Jasper. Jeez, Briel's gonna go. All right, so that was 1, 2, 3. There's 7 more of those Jasper stones, and he just puts them all out.
Elliot goes right over as this is happening to the thing.
To the
That he
sleeping
noticed.
bag?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Earlier. Do whatever Ryle was gonna do first though.
So there are 7 of these stones, and then there's this, and he pulls out the wicked-looking dagger.
Perfect. And he shows it to everybody.
Yeah, he's gonna show it to everybody, and then kind of roll an arcana, do an arcana check on it.
Okay. Roll Arcana.
Yeah.
If Bird comes over and
23.
looks at it, she'll note that the number is Billy's. Since she just
Okay.
got the whole rundown.
Nice.
And at that point, I will
Numbers.
show it to everybody.
Oh,
That's a nice looking dagger right there.
I'm pretty sure that is Billy's dagger, because his number is 7891.
I don't even. How do you know that?
Well, John told me.
Oh.
Yeah,
Billy's is 3354.
Noir, remind me what you got for the Arcana check. Sorry.
16 plus 7.
Okay.
So 7.
Yeah, you get the sense that it is a magical item.
Would anyone mind too terribly if I held on to this?
Oh,
Okay, thank you. And with that, he's gonna say, well, we've made sure that whatever happens in our confrontation with Lily today, the children will be safe, and I think that was everyone's priority, correct?
Yes, and she's gonna scoop up her marbles that she had on the floor and put them back in her pockets.
Elliot,
Mhm.
so you go over to the sleeping bag,
Yes.
and the reason that it's oddly shaped is it looks like someone has just like put like something too long in the side that's like holding this fabric taut, but just like on one side. And if you were to like look in and reach in, you would realize that someone stuffed an oak staff just like down in the sleeping bag.
Okay.
And wedged it in there. Let me go ahead and show it to you. This oak staff is intricately carved. Its edge is smooth to the touch. The head of the staff curls into a large python head, where orange garnet eyes glimmer coldly. Scaly notches run the full length in a coiling pattern, and as you hold the staff, you swear you can feel the scales writhe against your palm. A single word is carved in fine lettering along the grip. Susudio.
Thanks for putting that in my head for the rest of the night. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I leave the staff there and
Someone,
cover
wait,
back up.
out of game, someone has to explain this reference to me.
Phil Collins.
Just say the word. Oh, studio. Phil Collins, 80s song.
Or if you like Desus and Mero, the Bodega Boys, Susio Boys.
Okay,
Yeah, I leave it there. I don't touch it. I
okay.
cover it back up.
Okay, perfect.
Do I see him pick? Do I see?
Yeah, Bird will
Fucking
ask,
staff?
like, what are you? Is there something in the sleeping bag, Elliot?
You can check yourself. It's just a stick.
Just a stick.
Just a stick.
What kind of words would you? Okay, yeah, you saying just a stick, Bird's gonna be like, a stick? Is it a cool stick? Does it have cool shapes?
You can check for yourself, but I mean, it's in.
We'll go over and check.
It's in somebody's sleeping bag, so it's clearly theirs.
Yeah, so you go over and check in again. Bird, you see that. Do you touch it at all? Okay, yeah,
she's gonna pick it up and look at it.
Okay, are you running any checks?
This is a wonderful stick. Yeah, she'll do her best.
Okay. Perfect.
She rolled a 4.
Okay,
This is a great stick. What are these words? Susudio. She's gonna say that out loud
okay.
as she reads it out.
Okay.
Over.
I gotta decide something. Okay, yeah. You
Sorry.
say that, and the staff, the staff kind of like pushes back against your hand, and right where you're holding it, you feel the staff turn into like, it feels like it actually turns into snakeskin under your hand, and then reverts back to like wood. Actually, roll me,
Elliot.
roll me, I don't even know what this would be. Roll me a dex check to see if you hold it, if you keep holding it as it changes in your hand.
Wait a second. The gang's name is Genesis, and you have Susudio in here. How dare you?
Listen,
so
I'm a fan.
As
I am so out of the loop.
So as it kind of rises, you against your hand, you kind of freak out and it drops. And as that staff hits the floor, instead of clattering, it kind of plops to the floor as it has transformed into a giant constrictor snake. And it kind of like looks up around and it turns back to you and hisses expectantly.
Do I get the sense with my animal handling that this is a real snake now, or just stick pretending to be a snake.
Go ahead and roll me a check.
A 12.
You seem to believe that this is like, with your knowledge that they like find magic items and the fact that it was a stick just a second ago, you determined that this is actually like a magical, like the staff turned into the snake. Like it's not a real snake.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm about to do something really weird. She's turned into a snake.
Hell yeah.
She is going to turn into a snake
Okay,
in front of everyone.
Hell yeah.
And she is going to attempt to hiss back at it.
Okay.
Oh, fucking Christ, they're all changing now.
Elliot is just staring at this like, I can't believe, and like blink, 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 blink.
Bootstrap points to Dilly. If you start
Before she does,
changing
she'll be
fucking
like,
shapes.
Just again, then she'll change into a snake and she's gonna hiss at it and be like, hi. As best she can in snake.
Yeah. Does she have like speak with animals?
I have animal friendship. But like, I was hoping just her being a snake, she's able to communicate with another snake.
Yeah. So, you realize like as you do that, there's like a bond, and the snake looks at you and just says, "They normally don't do that."
The people.
Right. The people.
Who do you belong to?
Probably you now.
I like that answer. We're friends now?
Yes, friends. And then it breaks into the song from the Jungle Book.
Okay. She's gonna be like, okay, well, I'm gonna take you with me.
As much as a snake can, it shrugs.
Okay. Alright, she's gonna turn back into her half-elf self, and
Okay.
she's gonna reach down and pick it up and say, Susudio.
And it will return back to its staff form. Bird,
yeah.
you now find yourself in the possession of a staff of the python.
Awesome. She's like, I have a new friend. As she turns holding it to the rest of the group.
Right.
So just for chat, so they know what the deal is, you can use the action to speak the staff's command word and throw the staff on the ground within 10 feet of you. The staff becomes a giant constrictor snake under your control and acts with its own initiative count. By using a bonus action to speak the command word again, you can return the staff to its normal form in the space formerly occupied by the snake. On your turn, you can mentally command the snake if it's within 60 feet of you and you are incapacitated. You decide what action the snake takes and where it moves during its next turn, or you can issue it a general command such as attack your enemies or guard a location. If it's reduced to 0 hit points, it reverts to the staff. The staff is then shattered and destroyed. If the snake reverts to the staff before losing all its hit points, it will regain all of them. And you're the one class, this was the decision I had to roll, you're the one class that can attune to it. So the fact that you like held it and like said the word, I was like, I really want to turn it into a snake. Okay, great.
Awesome. She is in love with this. She's gonna actually take her current quarterstaff and put it back in the pack, the
Okay.
sleeping bag, as well as a few little marbles.
Okay, awesome. And you're just gonna continue on?
Yep.
Elliot makes no hiding of the fact that he is noting that you're doing that.
Okay.
Alright, so everyone's got a little magic thing now.
She'll turn him. She's like, I talked to it and it said it's mine now. But I didn't want to leave them without a cool stick.
I understand.
Ryle's just gonna pull out his dagger and just go, Do you talk? Okay.
Yes, it is I.
Alright, and with that, he's going to take back up the posture and everything of Colin, and head on down to see if he can find Lily.
Oh, let me switch back. 1 second.
No problem.
Elliot's back into his position of pretending he is Rael's guard.
Okay.
Carrying him back, shaking my sword. Why do you just scream?
All right. So yeah, you guys are able to move forward into the room. It's you can see kind of a glow coming from this direction. Off to the side here, as you enter into that room. Let me see. It's there. It is. You see that the cave has kind of like rocks have ended this direction, so there's only one other way that you can go.
Cool. I'm gonna go that direction.
Okay, awesome. So you're gonna walk in, and it's gonna be a large open room. And give me just like 3 seconds.
No
Move
problem.
over for chat.
Players suddenly start to sweat. Sorry, what?
In this massive room, it's this huge, like, vaulted ceiling room, and there are several torches that just kind of gutter and flick. And the thing that you noticed first is how quiet it is in here. There doesn't seem to be any movement. In the center of the room, there's a large pool, and at the very center is a figure hunched over, clasping at a staff and swaying back and forth slightly in the middle of the pool. The water's about like knee height.
Time check. Can we do a quick break?
We absolutely can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This isn't ominous or spooky at all.
Listen, can I do a vibe check on whether there were a whole bunch of potions and chests and stuff out in that little antechamber there?
Yeah.
Like
When we
Yeah.
get back.
signifying that this is a boss room.
This seems like if it was Dark Souls, I would nope out of it real quick.
Gonna just go hit a save point.
Yeah.
And we are back.
Yay. We're
all
gonna
right.
die.
So
We're all
again,
gonna die.
again, you guys have all walked in to a eerily quiet chamber.
Mhm.
Let me switch over, make sure. Yep. With a figure standing in a pool of water, hunched and swaying over a staff. What do you do?
Elliot is physically relaxing.
I am going to step forward a bit and go, Lily, everybody's worried about you. What are you doing in here?
As you say that, the figure looks up and you're able to see her face. Hopeless eyes peer out from under the young woman's wispy bangs. The rest of her blunt, dark mane swarms around her slightly pointed ears and narrow face. Her full lips have begun to tinge blue, a stark contrast against her pale complexion. The high-necked tunic engulfs her slim form, threatening to swallow her completely. Her thin hand clings desperately to a dark staff as she shifts her weight. She stands there, swaying, eyes darting back and forth as she sizes you up. She stretches a thin brown brow upwards and hisses out a response. There you are, Colin.
Does the hiss sound similar to the shadows that we had seen before?
No.
Okay.
Wait, what did she say?
There you are, Colin.
Yeah, I'm here. And where have you been? You've been in here for days. You haven't come out to eat, according to Mars. What are you doing?
She just stares at you. What are you doing here, Colin?
I'm worried about you. We all are.
Again, she doesn't seem to respond to that at all. And she says, well, it's almost time. So we should get going.
Time for what? What are we doing here?
It's time for the plan. I didn't tell you because I don't have to tell you anything anymore. And she kind of sways a little bit more.
I'd like for you to tell me. That's what Genesis is all about. We're a family.
She looks at you and kind of lets out a low, rolling laugh. Colin. Oh, such naivety. That's not what we're about.
Then what are we about?
Power.
I am going to dare to try and get closer.
As you take a step into the water, it will ripple out from you. And she'll look at you and be like, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Lily, things are going wrong with everyone. With Billy, with you.
Billy. Oh, Billy thought he could tell me what to do. Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm trying to ask you to stop this.
For us, you say that, and there's a second where her face flickers, and you can see, like, just for a split second, fear kind of cross her face, but then get enveloped back again into that dead-eye stare and, like, sinister grin that she's giving you, and she's like, I'm not gonna have to be afraid anymore. And she taps the staff twice in the water, and there's a loud booming sound of a drum. And on each of her shoulders, at each of her shoulders, two forms shimmer into view in front of you.
Oh yeah, can't wait for this. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Can't wait. Nope. Can't wait. Yep. Okay.
See?
And you see these two shadowy figures emerge almost like out of nowhere to come at her side. And she's again swaying with the staff in her hand, and she looks at it, and she looks at you, at the face of who she believes is Colin. And she says, since I found this, I won't need anyone. Go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah, let's go.
Can I do? Is there any way that while they were talking, I could have leaned over and just put a hand on Elliot and like made eye contact with him?
Sure.
Okay. While they were talking, I would have done that, and I would have cast heroism on him.
Elliot at the same time would have been reaching his hand behind to grab the bow so that she couldn't see and be ready to like pull it out.
Okay, perfect. Let's check those initiative rolls.
No, we're going
Ugh. The one time I actually needed the high one.
Rael and Bootstrap, I need you guys to do a roll off.
All right.
Just regular D20?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta beat a 9. Well, you beat a 9.
Okay.
You
So
didn't
my
have to double
initiative
me like
was 11.
Perfect. And Bootstrap we'll just put as... Okay, so let me just write this out.
Okay,
Elliot,
thank
you are up first.
What's my temporary hit points for heroism?
Here, let me. It's 2.
Okay.
But it's per your turn.
I'm sorry, what? Per my turn? What?
You're immune to being frightened.
Yeah, got
and
it.
you gain temporary hit points at the start of each of your turns.
Okay, got it.
So each turn, if you've taken damage, add back 2.
Got it.
As long as I maintain concentration, that is.
Yeah. This is clearly aggression. Yes?
Yes.
In one fluid motion, as Bird touches Elliot's shoulder, he flicks the bow and it releases from the harness immediately. And in the same gesture, pulls out an arrow from his thigh, knocks back, and shoots straight at Lily.
Okay.
Which is 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
So that is 8. 12 points of piercing damage as the arrow shoots across.
Okay.
How does that land?
Yeah, so you catch her in the shoulder, and the force of it is hard enough to, like, push her back, but you see her hands just, like, clutching that staff, and, like, the force pushes her, and she scrapes along the ground, but she, like, uses the staff to, like, hold up, and she looks at you, and that arrow's just, like, protruding out of her shoulder, and she says, "Oh, that's how it's gonna be." Did you do anything else with your turn?
Yeah, no, we've got some more things to do. I'm burning a second superiority die.
Okay.
To activate evasive footwork.
Okay.
And the AC addition is 7, so my AC is 7 higher.
Okay.
Until I stop moving.
Okay.
And I am moving past Rael and, like, just touching my hand on his shoulder and pushing him behind me without moving him, and going straight up to her as I pull my sword out. And for my second attack, I'm gonna swing my longsword at her from the water.
Okay, go for it.
As this is happening, you just hear Rael go, "No!"
So the hit itself is 14, 15... Hang on, 14, 15, 16, 17... it's 18 to hit.
That does not hit.
I'm going to spend another superiority die for a precision attack.
Okay, remind me what that does.
It adds a d8 to the attack roll.
Okay. As you do that and you bring it down, she kind of just, like, takes one of her fingers and flips it out, just, like, at the second it happens, and a shield kind of, like, throws up as you try to come down and hit her, and so it doesn't hit.
Even, like, I can't, like, 8 more is not going to hit with a shield? Okay. Got it. Yeah, that ends my turn. Just going to hang out down here for a second. Hold up. Hope everybody was paying attention to that AC there.
What does it look like when he attempts to do this? The rest of us.
It looks like she's effectively cast shield.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Elliot seems very, like, so you've seen Elliot in combat at least one other time, and he was very calm and, like, focused and, like, almost like Neo in the Matrix, like, just like not even paying attention. He seems visibly frustrated right now.
Who's next?
Wait, remind me your roll on the attack. It was 16, right? I'm double checking my math now because I'm freaked.
Yeah. I think it was 16 for the attack roll, and I was going to roll an additional D8 to add to it potentially.
Oh, a D8.
Yeah. So the max it could have been is 24.
Go ahead and roll it.
It was a 2.
Yeah, it doesn't hit.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me roll it anyway.
Yep.
I feel like I've done something.
You did it. Okay, is that his turn?
Yeah, that's it. He's done.
Okay, sick. So, let me get to where I need to be. She looks at you. and just kind of like laughs as you try to like hit her a couple times. She goes, "Don't you think you should protect your friends?" And she takes the staff, and it just kind of lights up in the top, and she calls forward a fireball. Bird, Rael, I'm gonna need you to make me a dex save, please.
Okie dokie.
I mean,
Woo!
let's be honest.
Yes.
Elliot couldn't have prevented that.
That is gonna be a 26.
That will save, yep.
It's a mate.
Okay. All right. Cool. Let me
Goodbye,
see.
friends.
Goodbye forever now. Let's see. Apologies in advance. Yep, that's right. Ooh.
It's so many dice. What's happening
It
over
is.
there?
It is. So
Oh,
Bird, you're gonna take 20 fire damage.
Okay.
Rael, you'll take half as much.
I am also gonna take half of that with fucking uncanny dodge.
Okay, cool. And so that again, that thing's just gonna light up, boom, and hit both of you. And Elliot, Lily does not break eye contact with you when that happens. She just stares at you, and that sinister grin just stays on her face. Over her shoulder, this guy comes up, and again sneering at you, just like it thinks it knows something you don't. It's going to try and claw at you. 15 does not. Wait,
Does not
15
hit.
doesn't hit. God damn it!
Does
So
not hit.
close. Okay, yeah, he tries to claw at you.
Reminder: until I stop moving, my AC is buffed by that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. So he tries to hit you, but to no avail. Bird, it is now your turn.
I thought I knew what I was gonna do.
Wait, did
and
I get skipped?
I
no,
think
I have a 14
I also had a 4.
Wait a.
for initiative.
Oh, so it will be
I'm
Rael.
last.
Sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
Then
She was trying to
Alright.
make up for earlier where Bird got lost.
I'm sorry. Okay. So, 5, 10. He's going to run past Elliot and kind of shove him back and go, "Not her, you fool! The staff!" And I am going to reach for the staff and make a grapple check to try and take it from her.
Okay. Yeah. Let's roll strength. Let's do this, dude.
Oh. Okay, let's go. And by the way, him saying "not her," the staff, that was his help action that he could do as a bonus action.
Yep.
Motherfucking 20, let's go!
I rolled a critical miss. So yeah, you're able to like wrench this staff from her grasp, and she's just gonna scream like no. And as she's screaming, her eyes are gonna roll back, and she's gonna faint into the water behind her. I'm gonna need you to make a Constitution save for me, please.
Yes, God, well, you know what?
New
That's
BB.
we're all about to fight, right?
Wait, hold up. I'm right next to him. Do I need to too, or just
Nope,
him?
just him.
Okay, thank God.
Oh boy. So that's I rolled a 4, so my total is 3.
Oh God, we're about to fight, Rael.
Okay.
This seems uncannily familiar.
Okay. This is how this is gonna go.
Sorry, Rael.
Rael, as you do that, as you take the staff, your eyesight is just gonna go pitch black, and you're gonna hear voices speaking in your mind, just like clawing at your brain, and you're gonna become overtaken by the thrall of this staff. Like, it's just the staff is now controlling you.
Awesome.
And when this happens, the two shadow figures are gonna like look at Lily's corpse. It's like now just kind of like in the water. I should say corpse. Her body.
Oh,
She's dead. Is she dead? Like, is she actually
She just
dead?
straight up died. No, like her
Okay.
passed out form.
Okay.
But I will mention that she's probably fully submerged in the water because it's up to knee deep, and she just full out passed out in it. And they're gonna look at Rael and just kind of like smile largely, and turn back to
Good
the
news,
fight.
y'all. I only got 17 hit points. This is the way. This is the way a lawful good character is supposed to go out. Let's go.
And that's gonna be your turn, my guy. Bootstrap, you are up.
Oh boy. Okay.
Please, dear God.
Well, I don't know nothing about no shadow beast or nothing, but these guys look stabbable. I'm gonna wade in and I'm gonna smack at him with my new shiny longsword.
Okay.
Oh, that's a natural one.
Okay, yeah, you don't hit him. I had to think about it. Well, let me roll a check.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you don't hit him.
That's fair.
Anything else you want to do?
Gosh. I'll draw my my scimitar in my other hand
Okay.
and get ready.
Okay. Perfect. Bird, it is now your turn.
Bird's gonna rush over and pull her up out of the water.
Okay. Pull Lily out of the water. Okay, sick. Will you make me a strength check?
Shit. I super duper will.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna run over. For chat, she rolled a 2. You're gonna run
Rolled a
over
2.
and like splash through the water and kind of like get down on your knees and like find where her shoulders would be. And you're gonna try and like lift her up, but her dead weight combined with the water, you're just not able to get a good hold. So you kind of like slip to try and pull her out. Is there any bonus action you want to take?
Yeah. Okay. So my bonus action,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to use
shoot.
my pool of my balm of the summer court.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pull from my Fey energy pool and attempt to heal myself with 2 of my 5d6.
Perfect.
And I got 7 hit points back.
Better than no hit points, am I right?
Should be fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Okay, that's it for me, I guess.
Okay, awesome. I'm so angry at all of my D20s right now.
I'm not. I like them.
They are
I am
so
big
in
fan.
trouble. Okay, well, Red's gonna try and come over to Elliot, and he's gonna try and take a swipe, and he's just gonna not hit at all, and it's gonna be really embarrassing for me, the DM.
That's just Rael subconscious fighting.
uh,
Don't hurt my friends.
and then it is Elliot's turn.
So as Red pushed over to Elliot like subconsciously like reached his hand out and shoved him away to make him miss.
Okay,
And
perfect.
there's a fucking snarl on his face as he's looking
Hell
over at
yeah.
him. Okay, I need to know how the party looks health wise to me.
I think everyone but Bird is A-okay.
Don't forget, I gave you advantage.
I'm in the
No.
red. I'm in the red zone. Like there's green,
Yeah.
there's yellow, there's red. I'm in the red zone.
Okay. I also need to know if it's clear to me what has happened to Rael.
Yeah, so he would be standing there, and again, it seems like both of his hands just snapped to the staff, and he's gonna have his head kind of lulled back, like he's completely not with it, but he's just, and his hands are just holding that staff as tightly as they can.
So it's clear to me that whatever happened to Lily is now happening to him.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I would like to, and I don't know how exactly to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to turn to Rael, knowing and looking over Rael's shoulder at Bird, who is in the fucking red, as we said.
Yep.
I'd like to grab onto the staff
Okay.
and let loose a guttural howl from the depths of my fucking soul and cause fear on him to
Okay.
push him away from the staff.
Okay, let's read that out. What does that mean?
All right, so cause fear, which would be at level 1. You awaken the sense of mortality in one creature you can see within range. The target must succeed a wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you until the spell ends. The frightened target must repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I'm trying to use this to gain advantage on the strength check
Okay.
to get the staff from him.
Okay.
Yeah, you already have advantage from the help
Mhm.
action, but that's cool too.
Go ahead and roll a wisdom save for me, Rael.
I suck at these. That's awesome. 8.
Yeah, I don't think that does it.
Nope.
Okay.
And then
I'd like to wrestle it from him.
Yep. Strength checks, yo. And at this point, Rael, you would resist. Like you do not want to give up the staff.
19. Please tell me it's an nat 20. Please tell me it's an nat 20.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
No, it's good.
I'm not trying to do this.
No, it's a great fucking story. I love it.
I'm so
I
happy.
mean, technically, he should still win. I think I get a negative
No.
1 to strength.
I'd say, like, from a narrative perspective for Elliot, I don't want to make... No, you know what? It's not my call. No, I'm gonna back off. It's not my call.
Don't
Yep.
critical in the chat for that.
It's not my call.
What's wrong with you, Breezy?
Yeah, no, So you try to remove it, and again, I think Rael uses his full strength. Like he's trying to get away from you, but he is like not letting you take that staff from him, and so he's gonna just pull back with his full strength. And you almost felt like you had it, but just at the last second, your hand breaks away. Do you have any other actions?
I don't, actually, because I can't take a second action. That would also burn one of my needs, too.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Next in the turn order, Bird, you're kind of feeling around trying to lift Lily out of the water, and as you're doing that, you get the sense that she's just like completely passed out and remains totally submerged.
Is it her turn or my turn?
It was her turn. So she's just like out. Next up, Blue is going to turn to you, but Bootstrap, seeing that you've kind of joined the fray and have attacked it, and it's just going to angrily like claw back out at you in retribution for a 15. Does that hit?
That is exactly my IC.
Hell yeah. My bad guys are gonna do some damage. And that is a 9, 11, 12 psychic damage as it claws at you and lets out kind of like a sound. Next is Rael. Okay, so how does the fear work? Is it at the start of his
that's far
turn?
away from his.
So he rolls at the end of his turn to see
Okay.
if he breaks it.
Okay, but
he
during...
can't take any movement toward me.
Okay.
He can still attack me.
Okay.
But with disadvantage, right?
Yes, disadvantage.
Okay.
Well, actually, Rael has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls as long as I'm in his line of sight.
Okay. Okay. got it.
Surprise.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, this was unexpected. I should have expected it.
Sorry, I
Ryo,
knew I was going to be the curveball in the equation.
here's what's gonna happen for you, my friend.
Yeah, what am I doing?
You're in your mind. You're gonna hear voices, and the voices are just gonna be. It's gonna be a deep, like dark sound, and all the voices are really just echoing one, and that one voice is going to just say, "Fly, you idiot." And the staff is going to kind of like just channeling you. You're going to cast levitate. And you're just going to kind of like shoot up into the air 10 feet. And again, this room is huge. It has massive domed like ceilings. And you're just going to
Am I still holding on to the staff?
Yeah.
Fuck.
But I think, let's see. How does this work? Are you gonna keep holding?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, yes.
I'd let go.
Okay, yeah, so it lets go, and Ryo's gonna levitate up, 10 feet into the air, and you're just, in your mind, you're gonna hear a deep laugh that says, "And just when I thought I'd found a new toy." And that, let's see, I think it's gonna be your turn.
Better me than her.
Next up is Bootstrap.
Okay, as this thing laughs at me, I just drop my longsword because it's not doing what I want it to do. Fucking you, and I just kind of look back at him and just start laughing back. Ah, yeah, it's a fight now, and I'll rage. And I suppose none of his allies are around him now that Rael is even his ally, but he's also 10 feet up in the air, so that is going to be a mighty 16.
That will hit. Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. First off, 5 plus. Oh, that's actually pretty low. 14 slashing damage. As I
Okay.
kind of cut into him and bash into him with my other hand.
Okay, so you do that, and you feel like it's very similar to when you fought the shadows. As you feel it kind of cut across, except this time, that like catching sensation doesn't happen for a really long time. And as you think that you're getting kind of like a somewhat decent hit, it like barely seems to kind of like scrape along it, and it like its smile somehow gets wider, revealing even more sharp pointed teeth, and its laugh grows.
I'm getting fucking sick of all these goddamn shadow shits. Well, I'm going to stay there. Yeah, I'll brace myself for another attack. Doesn't do anything, but
Okay.
I'm ready for it.
Perfect. Bird, it is your turn.
So I am going to say Susudio
Okay.
and have the giant constrictor snake show up.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to say to it, please get her out of the water, and point to Lily.
Okay.
It's a giant beast, a giant constrictor, so I would assume it has the strength to wrap around her and get her out of that water.
Yes, let me see. I know I've got in here somewhere. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find a snake. Snake.
Giant constrictor stat block.
Oh, hell yeah, here we go. I do have that stat block pulled up for me, Luca.
Have it. Yes.
Okay. Will you just have it roll strength for me?
The 19.
Yeah.
Or is sorry, 19 is what its strength is. There we go. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have rolled.
Okay, so
Why did I roll?
So-
11.
okay, so here's what I will have happen. So the snake will kind of move out and like wrap in under the water, kind of wrap itself around Lily, and what it is able to do is get her head above water, but it's just taking time for it to like fully be able to like envelop her, to like actually move her any meaningful distance, but it is able to get her face out of the water so she can breathe.
Okay. I will say thank you, and then bonus action, I'm gonna reach down
Okay.
and try and find some sort of loose gravel, rocks, pebbles, anything small and stone-like.
Yeah, so you're able to find as you feel along, it's like it's actual stone in the water. Like this was like a man-made thing, but over what you suspect is the earthquake, there's a couple of chunks of rock that you're able to kind of pick up that have appeared to have fallen from the ceiling during the earthquake. So you're able to find some stones.
I'm gonna pick them up and blow on them and make them magic stones.
Excellent.
And that's my turn.
Okay, awesome. Red is going to just try to do his very best and make his mom proud and fail her miserably and try to hit Elliot, whose AC is still 22, correct?
Yeah, because I moved on my last turn
Yep,
and I
yep,
haven't
yep.
had another turn yet.
Yep, and is not going to be able to do it, which takes us to Elliot, the unhittable man.
Similar situation as before.
Elliot, are you remembering to add your 2 HP? Every
Yeah,
time?
I am. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm at. This is 6 this turn.
Making sure.
Which actually temporary hit points are above regular hit points, so they don't replenish what I've lost. Correct?
I thought it just fills up
Yeah,
until you
they
get...
don't replenish your regular hit
okay.
points.
Yeah,
They're
because
like
the
a
temporary goes down,
overshield.
then it's back to regular. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
got it. So yeah, I have 6 temporary hit points currently at this turn. These things look like the shadows we had experienced before. Yeah.
They look similar but different. These have huge wings and horns. Unlike the other ones where they were kind of shrouded in cloaks, these you can make out long arms, and they're where their feet should be is kind of wispy. But so they're similar but definitely not the same.
Okay. I have my longsword out currently, so I would take a swipe at red.
Okay, do it.
That is a 10.
That will not hit.
And spinning around, I would do the same thing. Drop the sword, bonus action, summon the short sword
Perfect.
to attack blue.
Okay.
That is 18 to hit.
That will hit. Yep.
Yay! I hit something. That's not gonna work. 9 points of damage with the short sword.
Okay. And again, you're gonna pull that across, and as you do, it's not a magical short sword, right?
It is not.
Meta. As you pull it
Correct.
across again, with the shadows, you had felt a hit. This one just takes longer, and you just get the sense that it's not working as well. And it catches the blue on the side, who's been kind of like bulldogging Bootstrap, and it kind of flinches, but doesn't stop from going at Bootstrap.
I will also take movement too.
Okay.
I'm going to circle around Bootstrap. I'm aware of what I'm doing.
Yep. Oh, don't worry. They're probably not going to be... Ooh, maybe they will. 22. Hell
That
yes.
hits, exactly. How many strength do I lose?
You're going to take 11 psychic damage.
Okay.
But you will... No strength drain.
Okay.
I did did it. Okay, next up. Bird, that your constrictor is still trying to, like, get Lily up out of the water. And as she's doing that, here, one sec. Stream looks like it's struggling. I want to make sure we don't lose it.
I lost it.
Yeah, they're totally legit. Are we back? It looks like we're back. Okay, sick. Oh, maybe?
Wait.
Maybe.
We're gonna roll with it. Sorry about that, guys. Looks like Twitch hates us. Okay, so Blue tried to swipe at Bootstrap to no avail. Couldn't be done. Rael, it is now your turn.
All right, what am I doing?
You're gonna hear a voice, that same deep voice, in the back of your head, and it's gonna say, I hope you're not attached to those things down below. And you're gonna, actually, I forgot to do this on your last turn. Roll a Constitution save for me.
Oh, heck yeah.
Should be a wisdom save for me too for the fear.
All right, so that's a 9 on the Constitution. Wait, hold on, sorry. That's not a 9 on the Constitution check. I rolled a 9. That's an 8.
Okay.
And for the wisdom check, that's a 10. So I'm still spooked.
Yeah.
In my head, in response, if I can just respond to the thing, I'll just say, I am quite attached, actually. They're good friends of mine. That is why I have no qualms in them killing me to be free of you.
It laughs, and you feel the staff in your hand, kind of, it seems to be acting almost of its own accord and just channeling you a bit. And it's gonna cast Ray of Enfeeblement at Elliot. Let's see. So let's see if we can land it. Probably not.
Oh no.
What is your spell casting modifier there, Rael?
Oh, sorry.
I don't have one. I can cast spells.
Okay, sick. Yeah, so the staff kind of like shoots out this ray that just kind of fizzles out on its way to the target, and you hear the voice kind of click its tongue and says, I liked that other vessel better. And
I know.
that's gonna be your turn.
If I could just do one thing, can I just at least have him shift back to Rael?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And then Bootstrap, it is now your turn.
Oh, fantastic. All right, we're picking up the longsword again. With my free hand. As a kind of like sweep back to avoid the guy, I kind of almost like back bridge partially, grab it out of the water, and just wildly swing. I don't suppose Bird's providing a flank.
She's standing up, and yeah, she would be.
Well, you know what? We'll make it reckless anyway.
Either way, wouldn't Elliot as well?
Oh, yeah.
Not for Bootstrap, I don't think. Because we're not on opposite sides.
Gotcha.
Okay. Without knowing whatever else this thing, longsword would add to it, that is 14 plus 7 is 21.
21 will hit.
Okay. Just a D8.
Sorry, I have to make a choice.
Oh, okay. I am concerned.
Okay. Here's the deal. So you pull that back, and like go to hit, and you feel the sword like vibrate almost gleefully in your hands. And let me go ahead and find it in my thing. I'm just going to show it to everybody so you can understand what it does. And as it hits, so it is a magic sword. So it gives you a +1. But as you like strike down this enemy, the sword, it almost seems to respond in just like an excited fashion. And you feel like that scream that you heard earlier, like it kind of fills your ears for a moment. And you are now attuned to a cursed sword, possessed by a vengeful spirit. Becoming attuned to it extends the curse to you. Yes, as long as you remain cursed, you are unwilling to part from the sword, keeping it on your person at all times. While attuned to the weapon, you have disadvantage on attack rolls made with weapons that are not this one. In addition, while the sword's on your person, you must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw whenever you take damage in combat. On a failed save, you must attack the creature that damaged you until it drops to 0 hit points, or until you die, or it does. Or you can't reach it. You can break the curse in usual ways, but that's the deal with that. So it's a +1 longsword.
Sweet. So in that case, it's going to take 8 damage
Okay.
from a magic sword. No, 10 because I'm raging.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and as you hit, you finally get that full, satisfying, like, slash that you feel like you've been missing this whole time, as it cuts across it. And the look on its face kind of shifts in surprise.
Oh, no smiling no more, are you? I'm about to feed you every one of your fucking teeth.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay,
Feels
awesome.
about right.
Bird, you are now up.
Okay. Sure. I am going to attempt to hit blue as well with my magic stone.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Do it.
13 to hit.
That will hit. Nice work.
Oh, and 5 bludgeoning, and it is magic.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and that's just gonna whack it in the back of its head, and it's gonna like its head will snap forward, bootstrap, and it's gonna look up at you, and you're gonna see in its eyes just complete and unbridled anger. Are you doing anything else?
Bonus action. I'm gonna try and heal myself a little bit more.
Do it.
I'm going to use just one of my dice. I rolled a 6, so I get 6 hit
Hell
points
yeah.
back. And I have 2 more dice to use. Okay. All right. Put those back. That's it for me.
Okay. And let me double check. I'm pretty sure Snick gets its turn.
You heartbeat dice.
Let me see.
Those are the first dice that have been nice to me all night.
Okay, let's see. Is Snake just still trying to lift?
Yeah, Snake's gonna. I believe they just try and continue to follow my last command.
Okay, awesome. Strength roll for me, please.
Yeah. Where did I put that? I don't know where I put that. Hold on just a second.
I know, tab.
There it is. Okay. Strength again. A 5.
Okay, yeah, it kind of is struggling to get her out of the water. It's doing its very best to follow your command. But as it's struggling, Lily's head is going to kind of dip back under the water.
God damn it. Okay.
Red, kind of seeing you flounder, is going to move in your direction and try to take a swipe at you with its little clawed hand. A 19.
That'll hit.
Okay. Oh, man. It does 7 psychic damage. Next up is Elliot.
So when I have swiped at this thing, I know that it's not connecting like I want it to. Does it seem like it's connecting at all?
It is connecting, yes. It's
Okay.
just like it's, as you're pulling through, it's like it
Sure.
kind of shapes around it, but eventually catches.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna move through the space that blue is in,
Okay.
taking a swipe with my short sword as I do, like in
Okay.
kind of a spinning motion between Bootstrap and whatever this thing is. That is for the short sword, 25 to hit.
That will hit.
And one weapon dueling is 2, 6, 8 points of piercing damage, non-magical.
Awesome. Yep.
Bonus action, summon the longsword from the ground while I drop the short sword.
Okay.
And in the same spinning motion, go for the other one.
For red.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, do it.
17 plus 21 to hit.
Yep, that will do it.
And that is 4, 5, 6, 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay, I'm gonna move Ryle just a little bit because we're all just smushed on top of each other. Remind me again that number. 7?
7 points of slashing
Okay.
damage, yeah. And as I come to a stop, I'd like to come to a stop facing Rael and stare him right down.
Okay, awesome. Next up is Lily. The snake's kind of like wrapped around her, and she's kind of fallen back in the water. But you see the water kind of stir, and because the snake is trying to help her, her head kind of suddenly pops out of the water, and just like a huge like gasping sound as she kind of comes to, and she looks horrified at all of you. There are huge, like, water's just dripping. Her hair is plastered to her head. She has like deep circles under her eyes, and she's just and like pulling at the snake that's like kind of wrapped around her and trying to push back in the water away from you all, as she kind of like breathes heavy. Let me get to her token, and then the snake will just kind of go with her. And she sees the two demons just looming above her, and she'll scream and put out a hand and cast Firebolts.
Let's fucking go, Lily!
Let me go to her character sheet. There it is. Boom. Oh, that's a 22. She gonna hit real good.
Let's go!
Shit, she can hit Elliot with that. What's up?
Shit, dog. Aren't you glad she don't have that staff?
Yes,
Y'all
very
will.
much so.
Let's see. And it's just gonna like, let's see. Yep. And she's gonna blast that at red and just screaming the whole time as she does it. Next in the turn order is Blue, who just is gonna continue his tirade against Bootstrap for 14. I don't think that
Not
hits.
gonna hit.
Okay, and that will be his turn, which moves us to Rael. Rael, give me that con save, though.
Okay. I rolled a 19, so with my constitution, that is an 18.
That's gonna be enough. So as you're having that darkness and that voice in the back of your mind, and it's clouding, but you're pushing back against it, pushing back, like seeing your friends below and wanting to protect them, you're able to just kind of shove this presence out of your mind. Do you say anything to it?
Final theory. You can be defeated.
Perfect. And as it just kind of borks out of your consciousness, you are fully aware of yourself and levitating 10 feet above the ground. What do you do?
If I can, I would like to throw the staff in this direction and just willingly fall.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Go ahead and make me a strength just to see how far you're actually able to throw it. Oh no.
I rolled a 1.
Yeah, so you just drop it.
So with my strength, that's a 0.
Yeah, you just drop it into the water below, and it plunks, splashes down, and you actually kind of tumble out of the air into the water on top of it. You're
make another constitution.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. But you are gonna take 2 bludgeoning damage just as you kind of fall down into the water. And I'm not gonna make you like use an action to like kind of get back up, but because I think the action was spent on your throw. Do you have any bonus actions you want to do?
Yeah, I would like to kind of dust myself off a little bit and look to Bootstrap and go, did you kill that thing already? And that's gonna be my help action to give him advantage on the next attack.
Nice.
Seeing him have this thing release and like try to throw the thing away, I would drop fear instantly.
Okay, perfect. Bootstrap, you are up.
Yes. All right, I'll keep slashing into this thing with this weapon that I now am attached to. Oh boy.
I have a feeling you won't be borrowing it.
Yeah. So,
Glad
17.
we got the kids out.
17 will hit.
All right. 8.
You gotta give that back, mister.
Take it from my hands. Oh boy, that's gonna be fun to explain to everybody. That is 9 damage.
Okay. Yeah, again, you're getting that satisfying, like, actual combat experience, right? Like
crunching through with one
Yep.
hand.
Do you do anything else?
You know what? I'm gonna step over here. I'm gonna circle around him.
Okay, awesome. It is now Bird's turn.
Lily seems to be making her way to. She's up. She's fine. She's casting firebolt. She's good.
She's not all the way up. Like, she's like kind of hands and knees crab crawling out of the water. She looks completely freaked out. Just like, she looks like just out of her mind, and just kind of blasting that shadow demon and doing whatever she can to get as far away from all this as possible.
Okay, Bird is going to attack Blue again.
Okay, perfect.
With another one of her magic rocks.
Do it.
And then let's see here, a 16 to hit.
It'll do it.
And 6 magical bludgeoning, and then just mentally tell the snake to attack Blue as well.
Okay, awesome. Will you let me know what that does?
Is he right after? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he's gonna leap up out of the water and attempt to bite.
That will do
and
it.
It's gonna be a 14 to hit and 10 piercing.
Yep, and that will do it. And it's gonna launch on and like bite him, and like just kind of sink in, and the demon's gonna let out just like a guttural scream that's like deep, and like arch back and trying to like grab at the snake, but the snake's able to kind of let go and slither into the water. And that demon, like that, whatever that snake did, it looked like it hurt. That demon is not looking fresh.
Awesome.
It's now Red's turn. It watched Rael kind of drop from the ceiling and saw the staff. And Rael, it turns to you, and you can see that in its eyes, it's like confused at what it exactly it should do. It's gonna try and like push you out of like where it thinks the staff is.
Can I try to resist?
Yes, you can.
I am going to try and cover the staff. What am I rolling against you?
You have got to be kidding me. You
What am I rolling? Let's go.
roll strength. It's not gonna fucking matter, but do it anyway.
Are you sure about that?
I am so positive.
I rolled a 3, and with my modifier, that drops it to a 2.
He rolled a 1 with a modifier of -5.
Holy shit!
Yeah, no, that's not gonna do it. So you're able to push him off, and that's fine. Let's all right, that's its turn. Elliot, let's go.
So how are these two things looking?
Blue looks bad. Red looks just real confused at its life choices.
How's Bird looking?
She's in the yellow.
Okay.
She's looking about the same as everyone else.
Okay. Yeah, he would absolutely know, based on the battlefield, that Blue is looking terrible, and he would take both of his attacks with his bonus action to resummon the sword.
Perfect.
First one will be, I think the longsword was the last sword he had. So add advantage because flanking, yes?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. That is for the longsword. I'm on the wrong page. 17.
That'll hit.
That is... Wow. Thanks, one. Appreciate it. It's 4 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Bonus action, drop summon.
Okay.
24.
That will hit.
And for the short sword, that will be 8, 9, 10 points of slashing damage.
Would you like to describe it?
As the longsword, well, Elliot's standing there watching Rael fall down and kind of get pushed a little bit by this demon, and hearing Bootstrap on the right, just going to town on it, and realizing that I had an opportunity. It would have been like a swirl around like opposite direction, and angling the sword so that it would go into the creature's gut, and then leaving it there and continuing to swing around. The other sword would slice right through the chest cavity, hopefully dislodging the long sword, which would fall to the ground.
Perfect. Yeah, so you do that, and its corpse just splashes down into the water. Bootstrap, as its head cocks back, you just see like its dead eyes wide open as it plummets into the pool beneath you.
Stomp on it.
Hell yeah. You show him.
As
Right
you
on
look
his
up at
fucking
Elliot, there's a rage in his eyes you have not seen yet.
Lily is now kind of like pushing back and seeing Elliot dispatch of the foe. There's like a moment of clarity in her terrified eyes as she realizes that whatever is happening here, like, you are more like her than these horrifying creatures are. And she's gonna kind of get a moment of just like, okay, And she is going to cast Magic Missile
Let's go, Lily.
at red. Let's see, but she's gonna do it big time style. Let's see. She's gonna, yep. Let me do 1d4. Oh, big rolls. Hell yeah. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11,
Making up for the rest of us.
14, 15. So she casts Magic Missile, and 5 darts just fly out from her hand. What was the number I just said?
15.
15?
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure I'm tracking this. And just slam into this guy. Absorbing into him. Let's see, is that right? Oh, that doesn't seem right. So we're at this. Okay, perfect. That's better. Okay, and absorbing into his shoulder. And she kind of like keeps pushing out of the water, and looks over at you, Bird, eyes just terrified, and yells like, I'll keep trying. Next up
Good job.
is Rael's turn.
Rael is going to, I'm guessing he has his back against the staff, so he's just gonna scoot back, trying to push the staff further.
With his feet.
Yeah, just
'Kay.
just moving it further away from the shadow.
Okay.
And like the whole time he's doing that, he pulls an arrow out of the quiver. Unorthodox stance, but the fundamentals should remain the same. Thumb to the corner of your lip, and breathe in, release. And he's going to take a shot.
Okay. Roll me an
12
attack.
plus 7.
12 plus 7 will hit.
And he is engaged, so this is a sneak attack as well. Game hold con is weapon die, and the 3d6. So here we go. So that is 9 with the weapon damage, and then for the sneak attack, 9. So 18 total.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, so it clunks into his shoulder, and it kind of like stumbles forward a little bit and looks up and just bares its teeth at you. Bootstrap, it is your turn.
Last thing, I'm so
sorry, I keep forgetting. You're good.
It's every turn he's just gonna use his bonus action for the help action.
Perfect.
He's just gonna be like, please quickly kill this thing, Elliot. Wait, no, Bootstrap is next.
Mhm,
Bootstrap.
Bootstrap.
Please kill this thing, Bootstrap.
You are up.
Right. I'm gonna grip the sword with 2 hands.
Hell
First,
yeah.
I mean, might
Let's
as well.
bring the thunder.
So that is a 15 to hit.
That will hit.
And did you roll with advantage?
I did. That's the only reason I rolled a 15.
Okay.
If I did not, it would not have been good. Okay. Oh wait, it's a D10, not a D8. Oh. Okay. That is going to be a resounding +4 +2. Wait, 12, 13, 15.
15.
Just go straight overhead and smack at this thing.
Okay, yeah, you do that, and it drops, like visibly kind of drops down into the water a little bit. And Rael, it's still looking at you, baring its teeth, and it seems like it's gonna try and like keep moving in your direction. Bootstrap, do you have any other actions?
No, other than snarling at this thing.
Okay, perfect. Bird, it is now your turn.
Okay. My last magic stone, I'm going to try and just hit red. Is that what color it is? Red. Okay. Then 24 to hit with 7 bludgeoning.
Yep, so you'll crack it on the side of its head, and it'll like turn, and you'll just hear it as that snaps its head to the side, and it kind of stumbles in the water from the force of it, But again, it's going to look up at Rael and kind of keep trying to move in his direction. It is Snick's turn.
Yeah. Though, can I bonus action try and find more stones?
Yeah.
Okay, I will do that and blow on them to make them magic.
Yep, you're able to kind of
Okay.
like reach
Okay.
down and find some.
Okay, Snaky is going to roll a 7 to hit.
Yeah, so it tries to coil up and like try to get at it, but I think the force of the stone just knocked the demon out of its way. So when it goes to attack, it just kind of doesn't land.
Right. Yep.
It's now
Okay.
its turn. It's gonna try and move away from you, Elliot, and Bootstrap.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
True story.
Oh.
So let's roll it, guys.
Short sword's in my hand,
Mm-hmm.
which is very unfortunate for that thing. How many for you, Bootstrap?
That's just one attack for me, but that's a natural 20.
That's a dirty 20 for me.
Hell yeah!
Let's fucking go.
Just roll damage, boys.
Gonna get me some 2d20s.
Are you? Come on, with the.
Oh.
Come on.
So 14, 8,
7 from Elliot.
21.
Okay, this is like a synchronized response. Both of your training just kicks in at the same time, and without even saying anything, not a word to each other, you're both able to just like gracefully move and cut in opposite directions, fully severing this creature into multiple parts, and gracefully, like not getting in each other's way, bring up your swords in the most ultimate of, as Brizzy puts it, X slashes. And its chunks fall into the water, and you guys are out of initiative.
God.
If we're out of initiative, bonus action summon the sword back. Immediately cross over to Lily. Action surge, push her against a wall.
Okay.
Bird's
Riot.
gonna try and get in the way.
Yeah, Ryle is going to limp over to Elliot and go, stop it.
So before you're able to do that, I know that there's these like pillar looking things, but in order to get her to a wall, you're literally gonna have to go like.
I meant the pillar. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I shows like a pillar, but it's not really like a full wall. It just comes up a little bit out of the water. Like,
something that I can back her into so that I can interrogate her and ask her a question with some sort of threatening stance.
okay.
Normally Ryle has been like pretty calm and chill, just mainly about solving the case, but this is the first time like he takes his short sword out and he goes,
Sure.
unhand her now.
Bird would have fully tried to get in between him and Lily.
And I'm not gonna make us roll anything out because I think Elliot, sure, you're able to like catch her, but if you try to do physical harm, because they haven't stated their intent, we'll handle it that way. She's just gonna look up at you, terrified, clawing at your hand, and just being like, let go of me, and just screaming, let go of me, let go of me.
Staring right into her eyes, knowing that everybody's stopping you from pushing her further.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
Is that an accident, or did you mean to summon that?
Like he presses the blade like
Elliot,
against skin.
I think it was just
said
bad treasure.
now.
I think it was bad treasure, Elliot.
I didn't mean to do. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to do it.
Are we fighting more? Oh, let's have it
I
out
did
there.
not make that sacrifice
Bootstrap,
you
we
to
don't fight friends.
bully a traumatized girl.
Fuck you.
Elliot,
Release
Elliot, let's go.
She like collapses into the water and kind of pushes herself, like she's
Right.
fully sitting in this water, her knees drawn up, and she's looking at you guys like, I don't know who you are.
Like,
I know where I am. I don't know who you are. I don't know what those were, but I promise I'm not gonna hurt anybody. I would never hurt anybody. I'm so confused. What
Ryle is
happening?
going
Who
to
are you?
shift into Colin.
She's gonna see that happening, and she's just gonna get terrified and just say,
Hey,
"Oh my
boss.
god!"
Boss, relax. It's a trick that I learned. It's a thing.
It's not
me.
okay. Oh, you're
I
not
know.
Colin. Oh my god. Who are
I
you?
know. I'm totally Colin. Please
Who
relax.
are you? Oh my god. And tears are gonna start welling in the corners of her eyes. She's like, you need to. Who are you? Where's Hugh? Oh my god. Who are you? Where's Hugh? Oh my god. Oh my god. And she's just fully scared.
Oh,
Okay,
she
so
don't know.
The comforting didn't work.
Bird's gonna look at Lily and be like, I'm so sorry, Lily. I think you found some bad treasure and it took over your mind. You have not been you for a while. And it maybe made you do some bad things, but it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
She's just looking at you, and those tears are starting to like pool over her cheeks. And she's, I don't understand. What do you mean, bad treasure? What do you mean?
Yeah.
And
it did it to him too when he touched it. So definitely don't touch that staff over there again. But I think
staff?
maybe you found some treasure that's bad and it took control. So don't worry. But the most important thing you need to remember right now is that none of this was your fault.
Bird?
She's looking, like you pointed and you said the word staff, and you see her like kind of a moment of recognition kind of like cross her mind, and just kind of fear again, just like her face drops and she goes, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I should have, wait, where is it? I promise, I swear I won't touch it, but where is it?
I have it under control. I have the staff, and more importantly, everyone in Genesis is out and safe. They're not around here. Let us take you to D. Bird, you remember what you did for me in the alley that made me feel a lot better? Could you do that to Lily here? And he just points to the shoulder.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I was typing.
Could you? He goes. You remember what you did when I was hurt in the alley?
Yes.
Are you able to do that to? Can you do it for Lily? She's a little bit banged up.
Hold on, sweetie. And I'm going to use 2 of them. 7 healing on her, as I just kind of reach out and touch her. And again, I'm going to say, it's not your fault.
We're detectives, and we're just here to help.
So Rael, is the staff still in the water? Like, is
yes.
It okay? She'll breathe, and with that healing, like it's kind of soothing, comes over her. She'll look at you and go, okay, I think some of this is starting to make sense, but no offense, I just would really like to see my friends. Do you know where Hugh is?
Yeah, hold on just 1 second before we get to that, Lily. Do you remember what the plan was tonight?
Plan?
The staff was making you talk about a plan. And I am just wondering if we need to stop something.
She kind of puts her hands on her head and just tries to like think really. I don't
Try to remember.
I don't remember. There was a voice.
Do I remember?
No, I don't think you would. You would remember.
Okay.
You would remember that like the staff like spoke to you. You would remember the voice. But Lily was so overtaken by the staff for so long, like she lost herself a bit in it.
Gotcha.
So she's struggling to pull the memories out of what to her just seemed like kind of a stasis. I remember flashes. There's a couple things. I remember Billy and he was mad. I remember a voice saying, promising me that I could protect everyone. I remember, gosh, I wish I could remember more. There was something about this, we're gonna cause something, but I don't know what, but I get the distinct impression that, like, it doesn't really matter anymore. But that staff, we need to make sure that no one ever touches it again.
I'm on it. And he makes his way to the staff and he pulls out his tinker tools and there's a clamp.
Okay.
He just clamps the staff. And he actually put on a glove first, and he clamps the staff, and he just
Okay.
Bird's gonna hand Mr. Bun Bun to Lily, and she's like, I'm gonna need you to pet him for a second while I tell you some very upsetting news.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, she'll reach out confused and she'll
This is
take
Mr.
it.
Bun Bun. He was a special friend of my best friend, and he will help you in the next few moments.
Yeah, she rolled a 10.
Okay. So she's going to feel very nice and calm
Okay.
and peaceful.
Okay.
And she and Bird's gonna be like, Hugh has passed. He was attacked and killed by shadows sent by the evil controlling that treasure.
She looks at you as you tell her that, and kind of those tears that have been in her eyes just like fall down her face. But like she doesn't seem like frantic or anything, just a wave of sadness crosses her face, and she goes, oh,
It's important to remember that it's not your fault.
She clutches it tightly and just kind of nods and lets kind of grief, course through her. And she kind of looks at the ceiling and says, and saying to no one in particular, I hate losing people. I swore I would never lose anyone again. And those tears are just going to kind of stream down her face.
Bird's just going to sit there with her for
Perfect.
as long as she needs.
Bootstrap Elliot, tell me what you're up to.
Just real glad my sword just makes cool screams. Kind of poking at the snake with it.
Elliot has moved off from the group and is sitting with his feet in the water on the edge, with his legs kind of straddled apart and his head down and his arms like on his knees.
Awesome. Okay. So, Lily's gonna she'll cry for just about a minute. Eventually, at this point, Bird, the snake has kind of returned to your side and is just kind of coiled up near you, just awaiting your next command.
Yeah, she'll quietly just say, Susudio.
Awesome.
Is that it?
Yep, Susudio. Yep, and it will return to its staff form.
Yeah.
Just say the word. Just say the word.
Just say the word.
Susudio. I don't know the song.
I know. It's great.
That makes it even better, honestly.
I
though,
know.
that the one person that has
I don't know.
doesn't know.
You'll get there. We'll get there.
Sorry.
We'll get there. So Lily's gonna look at Bird and say, "Okay, let's go talk to Dee. I guess
Everybody give me a wide berth, and you just see him walking with the staff and these
Perfect.
clamps. He just
Awesome. And are you guys cool to just head back to the constable office?
Yeah.
Yeah, though, Bird is going to cast locate object on a certain marble that she gave to Colin.
Okay. How far is that? How does that work?
1,000
Remind me.
feet.
1,000 feet.
1,000 feet, so like, what is that? Close to a.
How far is a mile? I'm bad at distances, you
Yeah,
guys.
About 5,000.
Okay.
so a quarter of a mile out in surrounding direction.
Okay. And you can just sense if it's in that general area.
Can hold on, let me just.
Oh, a mile is 1,000. Okay, yeah, no.
Is it seriously?
No,
Okay.
a mile is 5,280.
Oh, he's sorry.
No, it's like 5,000.
Okay, we're good. We're
Okay.
fine.
Yeah,
Either way-
So it's a quarter of a mile is I can detect
Okay.
it in a quarter of a mile.
Okay.
I sense the direction. I know if it's in motion. I know the direction it's moving in. Like it's like a little,
Okay.
and I know like where it is and where it's going.
Yeah, so you feel that pull in your mind, and it's beelining in your general direction.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm just gonna kind of turn us narratively. I'm not gonna make you guys carry tokens out and stuff. As you reach the front of the hideout, Colin comes like breathlessly breathing into the hideout, and he kind of hunches over, asks for a second, and sees that you have Lily.
Hi, Colin.
And
Colin,
I
here.
couldn't find him. I couldn't find him.
It's fine. Here you go. And I give him the thieves tool and his bright light back.
Oh my god, I thought you were just about to say I give him the staff.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh my god.
What's
I
that?
just have-
Round two, motherfuckers, let's go!
Let's do this. You see, and he. Oh, okay, that's weird. And when Lily sees Colin, she's just clutching Bun, and she sees Colin, and tears just start flowing from her eyes, and she just kind of walks over and presses her face into the hollow of his shoulder, and he instinctively like wraps his arms around you and looks at you all super confused as her body kind of shakes with sobs, and he looks at you like, what the
I just give him one of these and I just go, case closed. Follow us.
Bird will whisper, "It was bad treasure. It had control of her."
He kind of looks down and starts murmuring to Lily and just kind of like comforting her as she clutches Mr. Bun, and you guys head in the direction of the constable's office.
Elliot's taking up the rear, lost in his own thoughts. Not really paying much attention, just following along.
Okay, awesome. You are able to return to the constable office. No issues whatsoever. Dee is in the front room, pacing back and forth as you enter. And when the door opens and she sees you all coming in, she quickly, oh, okay, where did you find him? Were you able to find him? What?
Could you move the map for street?
Yes.
Yeah. Bird will say, "No, we have not found Billy yet, but we did find the problem responsible."
Okay. And she sees Colin kind of bringing Lily in, and concern flashes across Dee's face. Okay. I'm going to need you all to explain everything just from the top.
Of course. Billy did not murder Hugh. Those creatures of shadow that were attracted to this staff. Do you have anywhere we can put confiscated magical items that should be touched by no one ever, under any circumstances?
Yes, absolutely. For now, we'll just keep it here.
He just
but yes.
he just leans it in the corner.
Okay, perfect.
Creatures of shadow are what killed Hugh. You can tell by the same discoloration that Hugh's corpse has is on my fingers and is on my compatriot here to a greater extent. That's why there was no puncture wounds, lacerations. It was ethereal creatures made of darkness. Billy is innocent.
Behind you, you hear Colin, kind of who's holding Lily, speak up. D, we found this a couple weeks ago. He's holding Lily tight. Lily took it to try and figure out how much it was worth. She was able to withstand it for a while, but it seems that it overtook her, and she's just completely distraught, tears streaming down her face and on the floor. Dee's gonna walk over and just kind of wrap her arms around both of them and hug them just tightly, and kind of pat the back of Lily's head and step back and hold her face and look at her and say, "We will make this right." And she's gonna turn to the rest of you and say, "Thank you for bringing this weapon in. We will work with the proper authorities to make sure that it is destroyed. However, I am still concerned. Were you able to find anything about the location of Billy? Perhaps a clue as to where he might have gone? Anything of any sort?"
Raya will then quote the message that Billy left in the alley.
Dee will turn back and look at Colin. "Colin, can you make sense of this?" And he'll shake his head and say, "Well, I mean, Billy always did want to get the heck out of Bellport. If I had my number or his number, I could probably find him, but I can't. Without it, I mean, he might be gone by now. I have no idea."
I believe Billy's number is 7891.
Right, but I mean the dagger. If I had the dagger, I could find him.
Ryle, he means the dagger you have.
Oh, of
Colin
course, this.
looks over.
I wanted to keep it. My one selfish thing.
Okay, yeah, so he sees that and he eagerly takes out and grabs it. And it's just, oh my god. Oh, okay, as long as he didn't lose my number, I can find him. And he turns and he looks at Lily and Dee. Dee's now holding Lily, and Lily's just softly crying. But I don't know if I should go right now. And Lily will look up at Colin and say, "You need to find him, and if he's gone, you need to make sure he knows that everything's okay here. We owe it to him." And Dee kind of pulls Lily under her arms and says, "Do what you gotta do, Colin. I'll take care of the family." Colin takes the dagger and turns and looks at you all. And you can see that he's conflicted. But as he looks at you, he holds the dagger up and says, "I know where he is. Thank you." And he presses in the sapphire on the hilt and disappears.
I did not think to do that.
Good thing you didn't think to do that.
Dee kind of settles Lily onto the bench and strides over to a desk where she retrieves 4 small pouches, your reward money. She hands them to you and thanks you for your service. You're able to leave the constable office and return to whatever lodgings you've arranged for the evening successfully.
When she hands me the pouch, I like to have a moment with her too.
Okay, go for
Here,
it.
both can go first.
There's just a little Mr. Bun Bun.
You are able to retrieve Mr. Bun Bun just fine.
Okay, Because I mean, I wouldn't.
You
Bird
would not leave it.
Mr. Bun Bun
Mhm.
with her for as long as she needed,
Mhm.
but Bird will not leave that building without
Mhm.
Mr. Bun Bun. So,
Mhm.
but if that is all there and everyone's still there, I think Bird would like stand around to see what everyone's doing.
Awesome.
So
Let's go ahead and resolve Elliot's conversation with Dee really quick.
I would want to pull her completely away from the group.
Okay, she would kind of go willingly, knowing that like she
Okay.
fully trusts you guys.
Okay. So to the back of the room, I'd kind of pull her aside, and I would have my back to the rest of the group.
Okay.
And be talking in a very quiet voice so that they couldn't hear me.
Okay.
And I would say, what is it exactly that Bootstrap did?
I mean, I got to be clear. I didn't read the file. I just wanted him to know that I meant business, and you know, hopefully convince him to help. I don't know if he really needed it. And she looks across the room and says, "But whatever he did, it seems like he's paying his dues and he's doing what's right. He helped you guys, right?"
Mm-hmm.
I am fully reading her lips right now. I
Okay.
have to observe it feet.
Perfect.
Fine. Elliot kind of nods and puts his head down and is kind of weighing the sack of gold in his hand, and said, "What's the price of his freedom?"
That I can't say. It's above my head. I could look into it if you'd like. I could let you know. Perhaps you could ask him yourself.
Those two friends of yours that you just got back,
Mm-hmm.
they're in this room because of him. And I want you to know that. And I hand her the sack of 500 gold.
She takes it reverently in her hand and nods, just very seriously at you. I will make sure that they are aware of the good work that you did here today.
Elliot kind of nods and turns back around and then stops for a second, turns back to her and said, I also gave him a sword. It's pretty special to me. I'd really appreciate if you could keep it.
I'll see what I can do. If it seems his arrangement allows for certain accommodations, well, I'll see what I can do.
Appreciate it.
Right. I was just going to walk over to Lily,
Mm-hmm.
and go, what you're doing with these children, this Genesis group, I admire it. Just a bit more caution next time, yeah?
Mm-hmm. She nods. After the earthquakes, we had to do with what we had, and I was lucky to have friends like Billy, Colin, and Hugh. We were able to pull through. She looks across the room at Dee. She's been after me for a while to get it properly enrolled in an academy to kind of help me learn more about the things that I'm dealing with. I think if I've learned anything, it's that I don't know enough and that I need to know more so I can actually keep people safe. Thank you. And she looks at all of you in the room. Thank you for saving me, saving us. I can't imagine what would have happened if you hadn't been there.
He opens his bag and he pulls out the 2 potions of healing and his reward money, and he goes, "Schooling is expensive."
She smiles and takes them and sets them on the bench. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And sorry about the whole, and he switches from Colin to him, and then he switches back. Sorry about that.
I see now that it's something you can do. I mean, it's really freaking me out. And again, I don't know if I'll see my friend again, so.
He'll be back. He's clever.
Bootstrap Bird.
You know,
Bird's just waiting around to see what's happening with her friends.
He's Bootstrap's just looking over the sword. So, suppose everything's in there is cursed, or just the Star Voice?
Well, it does scream a lot, so it's
Oh, it's a
probably
nice
bad
scream.
treasure.
Ah, it's a good scream.
That's good for now, maybe. But I bet it's bad treasure.
Oh, you just
I think
jealous,
a
ain't
lot
you?
of people probably died in that earthquake, so anything they had is probably tied to them somehow.
I don't think so.
Well, you might want to get it checked.
Oh, this ain't going to anybody.
And with
Okay.
that conversation, unless there's anything expedient, you're all able to depart to your separate lodgings. And we're gonna skip forward in time a little bit. To several months have passed since your encounter in the dark catacombs beneath Bellport. Perhaps you remained together on your journey, or maybe you decided it was time to part ways, but one thing is certain. You find yourselves weary from travel, looking for respite and relaxation. You're drawn to the welcoming warmth of a tavern. Your body's sore, and feet and mind's tired from travel. You settle down into a comfortable seat, order something to eat, and take a moment to breathe. A clear voice cuts brightly across the low murmur of drink, food, and conversation. Hail and well met, travelers! Come join us as we regale you with a tale of mystery, betrayal, friendship, and hope. I am Frank Saris, your humble entertainer and guide. With me is my merry band of players, lined up for your convenience. A low chuckle breaks across the room, and our adventurers sit for a moment. Sure, they've heard this somewhere before. They turn and face a low stage where a group of bards fiddle with their instruments. A man, Frank, stands proudly at the edge of the stage, arms outstretched invitingly. Together we will perform the Ballad of the Lost Number. I hope you will listen, and listen well, for like most tales, the devil is in the details. The bards begin to play, and Frank begins to sing. He sings of shadows on the ground, of blinding lights, of no evidence to be found. He sings of intent, of never meaning to do anything wrong, of a search for someone who simply can't be found. His voice soars as he implores, Billy, Billy, don't you lose my number, 'cause you're not anywhere that I can find you. And thus ends our adventure. Thank you everyone for joining us for this one shot, The Lost
I can't
Number.
believe you.
It is designed and crafted, if you
can't.
can't tell by now, by yours truly. It's inspired by Phil Collins' 1985 single, Don't Lose My Number, from his album No Jacket Required.
I hate you.
It has been my pleasure to DM for this wonderful cast of players, of characters. I have been thrilled. And we will go ahead and go into outros in order of the overlay.
Refuse.
Turk, will you kick us off?
All right, I am Turk. I was Bootstrap, the barbarian rogue, whatever the hell you want to call that combo, with now the cursed sword that I'm really concerned about what happens when he goes back to prison with that briefly.
Elliot too.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll figure that out for next time. But yeah, this was super exciting. Super honored to be a part of this absolutely fantastic group. And I will be on more TPK stuff, so that's where you can find me next time.
I was DMF Saint. That was amazing, first of all. Second of all, you can find me at DMF Saint on Twitter and on Twitch. I also DM D&D 2. And yeah, this better turn into a campaign at some point. That's all I'm saying. I'm just gonna go on the record right now and just say that, because there's a lot that I feel is unresolved that I want to get into.
Absolutely. Noir, kicking it over to you.
Hey, I'm Noir. You can find me on all the socials as Noir. I love this. Like, you gave me the chance to play like a detective, like Ichabod Crane in Sleepy Hollow. It's my fucking favorite.
I love it.
Oh, holy we just played a Phil Collins song, y'all.
Yep.
Like, I don't know if y'all are fully appreciating.
If
We turned the song into a one shot. That's baller.
if folks are willing, I would love to have like a post-session debrief where we can talk through a bunch of the plot points and everything. If folks are interested
Yeah,
and want to stick
definitely.
around,
Down.
Definitely.
I would love that. But I also recognize it's super late.
I just need 5 minutes.
Just really quickly going over it. You can find me tomorrow at Chromatic Chimera for Clockwork Vines, where we're playing a Call of Cthulhu game where we're hunting down an eldritch chipmunk. It's a good time. Not doing the rest. Fuck it. This was amazing. Thank you.
I'm Luke Locke, and I played Bird, a half-elf druid, and if we are going to be playing more with this, I will refrain from saying any more about her.
Yay! Secret. I got a secret.
Didn't get any single reference to Collins.
That's okay. That's
Luke has got
okay.
so much homework right now. So much homework.
Music illiterate.
Him is the
I
guy
need
that
to
wrote
look
the
everything up.
Lion King song. No,
Oh my
that's
God.
No,
Elton
that's
John.
Elton John.
Tarzan. He
Yeah,
wrote Tarzan.
Tarzan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wrote a Disney song.
Correct.
Anyway,
You'll be in my heart.
that's all I know. And yeah, I also DM for TPK. This is Sarah's first time DMing for TPK. Yeah.
Great freaking job. Seriously,
Holy
great
shit.
job.
Thank you.
Knocked
Great
it
job.
out of the park.
But we have Harper's coming up on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Pacific. And yeah, I'm Luke Locke on Twitter, and I DM and also do overlays like this one scene.
Yes,
Yeah.
I would 10 out of 10 recommend Luca for overlays. She helped design this. It's perfect. I love it so much. All the like overlay stuff, it was her. So if you need an overlay, check her out for sure. I'm Osarix Franco. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter under that same handle. Please follow and sub to TPK. I am so grateful for this opportunity to bring my silly story inspired by an 80s pop song to you all. So thank you, TPK. Thank you, everyone there. And thanks for coming and supporting. You can check on the schedule of future TPK shows. Can we... someone drop the link for that in chat so people can go there. Just some things to check in on. There's one-shots, there's regular campaigns. So Shattered Archipelago, tomorrow morning I will be in it. I'll be very sleepy, but it will have been worth it. We also have the Harper's campaign, which is on Tuesday, DM'd by the wonderful Luca Locke. Which is very exciting. We also have Beyond the Undergrowth the following Tuesday, DM'd by our very own Tony, who's fantastic. So please check out those shows, check out what's ever coming up.
And a lot of new stuff next month, too.
A lot of new, I know Saint's got some stuff in the works that I am very much looking forward to. So thank you, everybody. If players are good and if people have to bail or whatever, I'd love to do just like a 30-minute kind of answer any questions anybody might have in chat or by the players. But we're going to take a quick break before we come back to do that. So we will see you in just a minute. But thank you all for sticking it out. And even with technical difficulties, I'm just so grateful to everybody. And we are back. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around. It's so nice of you. So I'm just going to start out just general overview. And while I do that, I'm just going to pull open my master Google Doc that has all my things. So like I mentioned, this is inspired by the song Don't Lose My Number by Phil Collins, 1985. It's, first of all, let me tell you how cool this song is. So Phil Collins actually improvised all the lyrics. Totally just off the top of his head. It wasn't like a writing session or anything. He just thought that it sounded right and went with it. And there's something really magical about that, because if you listen to the song, and my hope is that you can now go listen to the song and hear the pieces that I pulled out to kind of craft this story. So as I listened to it, it was just like, this is such a cool idea. There's so much mystery and intrigue here. I want to play it, but make it D&D. Most of the NPCs are based on aspects of Phil Collins' life. So Colin Phillips, Phil Collins, D. Charles, Phil's middle name.
I'm so fucking mad. God damn it.
D. Charles, that's his middle names. June and Greville are the names of Phil Collins' parents. Lily is named after his daughter. Billy Sides is a bit of a pun based on the album Both Sides. Hugh Padgham was the producer on the album that this song is from. The album No Jacket Required. Hugh No Jacket Padgham.
That's when I had an well, no. So can I interject for this?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I think I'm the only one who is actually of age to being alive when this was actually popular. I like when Susudio came out, I'm like, oh, that's an actual reference.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, what album was that on? Because I was looking it up for Luca, because Luca said she didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Hadn't heard it. And then I saw No Jackets Required. I'm like, this motherfucker. That's when I knew. I didn't know how deep it went.
Yes.
I see you. I saw how it was going.
Yeah, and that's what I love about this is I play tested it. One of my other players, they noticed Colin's name and was like, wait a minute. And it was after the Susudio. That's my giveaway. That's my here is the freebie you might have. And my hope in designing this is that even if you didn't get the references, that you still had an engaging story. Because while it was so very fun for me to like weave puns, I really wanted to make sure that I told a dynamic story where there's people kind of just doing the best they can, right? And that there are forces greater than them that are impacting their lives. I'm scanning through my notes to make sure I've got everything. I felt like a serial killer. I googled so many things.
Anything?
Bellport's totally homebrew. That's
okay.
That doesn't come from anything.
Is Devil in the Details a line from something?
No, that's me kind of just being like,
I'm fucking with you.
I was writing down everyone's names. I was like, Hugh No Jacket Padgham is such a weird name. Like
yes.
I'm like over here like doing like anagrams, like like Billy Sides.
Yes.
Like,
I was so
I was trying so hard. Like it was so obviously like weird names.
I was so pleased.
But like I didn't know what any of it meant.
I was so pleased when Noir was like, seriously, you named the group Genesis? Yes, I named the group Genesis, which is a member that Phil Collins was the lead singer of Genesis. I couldn't resist. I had to.
Like, I only caught the Susudio in Genesis, and I was like, okay, well, she flexed twice. There's no way there was more. And there was more.
There was more. So Billy and Colin's numbers, those are dates flipped backwards. So 1987 was a year that Phil Collins released an album, and 2019 is another album release date.
Come on.
Yeah. I'm like scanning through my notes to make sure I don't miss anything.
Grace is asking, like, so when did you realize you were such a music dork?
Listen, I'm a huge music dork, and I'm a huge music dork, and the thing that I love about song is that they're stories, right? And the fact this one just like it's on my like summer playlist. It's quarantine. I'm listening to it, and it's an earworm of a song. I again highly recommend if you haven't listened to the song, please go listen to it. It's phenomenal. It's an 80s bop. It's so fucking good.
A lot of things by Genesis are really good.
Genesis
too.
is phenomenal.
They were really amazing.
Genesis did not fuck around.
Yep. The Lost number, I was a direct call to the title of the song. That was the hardest part. My inclination was to maybe go more like a cyberpunk thing where you had to like get someone's phone number, but it just didn't feel right to me. I'm a more fantasy side person, so turning it more into, a joke between friends, of them using their numbers, I thought was more interesting. But one of the hardest parts of the narrative to work out was how am I gonna get number in here?
I liked it though. I like the way that you did it.
Thank you.
Because like it's interesting, and it makes sense with the whole like thieves can't like kind of like organizational knowledge thing. But it's also confusing enough that you're like, I don't understand it.
Right.
Like,
so you kind of dismiss it, right?
Yeah. So it worked out very well, I thought.
Thank you. We are getting rated by D20 TV. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Yay!
Thanks for coming. We are ending the session. We're just talking through some of the notes from the one shot we just finished. So
you have to give a quick rundown of what you did.
Yes.
Yeah, you let
Quick
them know what you
summary
just did
of
Right.
to
what
us.
you did.
So I just trolled these guys so hard is
100%.
basically what I did.
100%.
So we just finished a homebrew one shot, The Lost Number, designed by yours truly. And it was really, really fun. I'm Osiris Franco. We've got Turk, DMF Saint, Noir Enigma. That's so hard to say. And Luke Locke as my players. It was a one-shot based on Phil Collins' 1985 single, Don't Lose My Number. And we're just kind of walking through questions and talking, post-session thoughts, feelings, stuff like that. So thank you for coming and hanging out. Hopefully you glean something.
I'm gonna have to listen to all of these songs. I didn't get a single reference.
So let me ask you, Luca.
Everyone over here is like, I'm like, what is happening?
So, but I love that though, and here's my question. Was the narrative still like engaging? Like, does it really matter? You know what I mean?
No, it super didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought everyone had slightly strange names. Enough that I was like, there's something here with their names, because they're not normal names. But I didn't get any of the Phil Collins references because I don't know any of his stuff. So it was like, I don't know, are these anagrams? I couldn't figure out the names, but like everything else, I was like, the numbers thing, like their knives, like that just seemed super, like I accepted that right away. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was thinking number, it's like number, like it's their name for their knives. Oh, like what a like red herring. And it's like 3 levels deep red herring, like it's Phil Collins puns.
You gotta get past my bullshit.
Didn't understand. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I got dunked on in the most amazing way possible.
Yeah, I know, right? I will say, when the cipher, when the word cipher was mentioned, and I knew it didn't mean the exact same thing, and there were numbers involved, I'm like, are we gonna have to like do some like complex puzzle, like anagram, cryptographic bull crap?
Yeah, no, I can't be bothered with that shit. So for those who are familiar with the song, one of the big lyrics is in the song, Phil Collins is describing the character Billy being in some distress. And literally people hear him yell, "I'm never coming back," and "get out of my way," and there's a blinding light. And I had to figure out how do I get a blinding light in. That's my thing. Please go listen to the song. Please go listen to the song, because
I wrote it down.
it's gonna be
I
so
should have
good.
known.
But I had to figure out how to get blinding light in where I had characters that weren't necessarily magic users. So I homebrewed an item of a cipher that just controls like a powerful light spell that when you crush it, it flashes light. The idea being that as Hugh and Billy are talking, Billy kind of sees the enemies coming to attack and tries to like protect them from it to no avail. But
I want to know so much more about Billy.
yeah.
I know there was a one shot about a song, but I want to know where he is.
So I can tell you, I know exactly where he is. So.
But I also want you to make it a campaign.
I can totally make it a campaign, but yeah, I don't think you have
the problem is like I want all of the secrets, and I want to share all the secrets, but like I also want more of this content. So it's like,
yes,
You've ruined us tonight.
I already have plans for like a few more. Like I already have some songs, but if chat or players, I mean, it kind of sucks if it's players, but if you have narrative heavy songs, hit me up. Like I said, I'm scheming. I've got a couple in my back pocket. The next one's going to be fucking buck wild. So you've been warned.
Is it Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot?
No, but note taken. Let me just add that really quick. But yeah,
I have so many songs to suggest right now. I'm sorry.
I know that, but that's my thing. That's what I love to me, and like by no means 100% someone else has done this, 3 billion%, and kindred spirits for life. But there's just something really fun about taking something that already exists and saying, okay, but like, what does that look like in the mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons? Can this make sense? And I'm
just amazed. I'm always copying TV shows or movies or just like plucking up little plot elements, you know, like here and here. But you took like a whole song from the 80s.
I do have to ask you though, was Lily supposed to survive the encounter?
Okay, so that could have gone one of two ways, and I'm so grateful that you chose the way that you did. So if you had, you can take that. Well, I guess there's more than two ways, but the way I had initially planned it, but then always get like side swiped, was that if you targeted the demons first, it would lessen the thrall of the staff, and she'd be able to drop it and just kind of like disengage. If you fully killed Lily before the two demons, they would just leave because the plot that they were there to serve could no longer like really be carried out. She was kind of the linchpin in their schemes. So it was a one or the other. I test ran this one shot just to make sure there weren't any like huge, because it is all homebrew, I wanted to make sure there weren't huge plot holes. And that was the part that I was like, please don't kill her. Please don't kill her. Please don't kill her, because it's narratively more fun for me to be able to continue to play out her story. So it was totally selfish. Like, please don't kill her. Don't murder her.
Was there a way for Rael to fight the staff?
Just like through the con save, right?
Okay, that was it. Okay.
Yep. Luca, did you have something?
I was just bemoaning my snake not being it. My snake, my giant constrictor with a strength of 19, not rolling high enough to lift a teenage girl the water.
Yeah, it tried its best. The whole time,
constrictor snake is that? I just
cannot do.
So many terrible rolls. Except my one heal. That was it.
It was great. I loved the choices that you made. Particularly, this character build particular, I wasn't sure how you guys were going to handle the whole Genesis group. Literally, one of my favorite things about Dungeons & Dragons is that players can be easily tricked into murder hoboing. And I liked the idea of, but what do you do when your opponents are kids? And what impact does that really have on the narrative, right? Like, it forces players to be more curious, more creative in their approach, right? Because who's gonna just like guns blazing through a bunch of 12-year-olds? Am I right?
I mean, I've played with some
characters would. Some characters would.
I mean, there would have been, for Elliot at least, there would have been some sort of like justice seeking had the constable not been so like embracing of them, and like, you know, these are kind of like my kids at like the, you know, community youth center that I've like mentored up through whatever.
Yes.
If she hadn't have been like that, Elliot definitely would have been like, what are you guys doing here? Put that away. I'm confiscating all your stuff. Because again, lawful good, emotional control, and rage issues.
What are you gonna do?
What's everyone's characters doing after leaving that constable station?
I'm assuming going back to prison.
They should. Keyword being should.
Should. I mean,
Rael is probably just going to find another case. that's what he does. He just goes from town to town finding cases, trying to uh, trying to remove the stigma of changelings being, conniving monsters.
He's such a sweetie. He is such a sweet guy. He's-
What about what Bird, Elliot? What would you guys be up to?
Bird?
Bird would have probably she would have probably found somewhere to sleep. I don't know where. She wouldn't know where. Probably a barn somewhere of someone friendly. But she would have gone back, I think, to the kids there. And just because they seem to be really struggling with like living heist to heist, like paycheck to
Yeah.
paycheck, she would have been very concerned that they were not eating enough. And she just got 500 gold. So, I don't know. She would have tried to figure out like how to get them like a steady source of bread or something like that. Like coming in.
Elliot would have continued to check up on Bootstrap in prison and tried to work to get him out. Spoiler alert: behind the scenes, despite the fact that he can cast magic, that's something that he actively avoids, which is one of the reasons his weapons were not magic. He is very aware that that was a bad thing for him in this encounter, and that Bootstrap very much probably saved his life. And he feels like he needs to repay that. So he'd stick around town for a while to make sure that that was taken care of. Most of the nights and immediately following this particular encounter or this particular adventure, he would have gone back to the tavern and ordered water or whatever was the cheapest drink and food, sat in a corner, sharpening his weapons, cleaning, looking over his armor, and then getting lodging in like the stables.
Awesome. This has been a truly wonderful cast of characters. I cannot tell you how thrilled I am to like have such a variety of skills and like personalities. One of my favorite things about Dungeons and Dragons is watching kind of those different personalities and how they play together, and watching, and there's something really rewarding about watching players with maybe conflicting motives sorted out as a team, just like through action. And I think this team did it phenomenally well. Like, I'm so pleased. I could not have asked for a better cast of players. So thank you.
We couldn't have asked for a better GM for tonight. So.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. And unless there are any other like questions, again, it is super late for all of us. If there's no other questions, we can go ahead sign off for the evening. Thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. Thank you for the last minute raid. Go back and watch the VOD for the actual story, the actual puns. These guys were fantastic, so I would highly recommend. Follow TPK. This group will be back. Scheduling be damned. We'll figure it out. So thank you, everyone. Check out everybody's links and all that thing. Join the Discord. It's there. This group's there all the time. And yeah, have a great rest of your night. Bye, everybody.
Bye.